The transition from existence to non-existence, it turns out, is remarkably loud. One moment you are hunched over a sewing machine, obsessing over the exact curvature of synthetic cat ears for a cosplay project that occupies 90% of your cognitive real estate, and the next, you are the punchline to a cosmic joke involving an airborne flatbed truck and a catastrophic failure of physics. It turns out that fate is not just a destination, it is a persistent, micromanaging project manager. I was perfectly content to spend my Saturday afternoon buried under a mountain of faux fur and sewing needles, blissfully unaware of the outside world. But apparently, the multiverse does not accept "I'm busy crafting" as a valid excuse for absence. When the universe decided it was my time to be forcibly retired, it did not rely on the half-hearted randomness of a distracted driver. It hired a heavy-lift helicopter, strapped a multi-ton transport truck to a cable, and navigated the logistics of an aerial bombardment just to ensure I met my mandatory destiny. Most people get hit by a truck because they were jaywalking. I got hit because I was so determined to stay in my bedroom that the multiverse had to bring the accident to my doorstep. It is almost flattering, really, knowing the cosmic forces were willing to pay for helicopter fuel and professional demolition just to make sure I started my adventure on time. I suppose that is what they mean by personalized service. Gravity is a cruel mistress, but the sudden vacancy of one's own physical form is worse. I stood there, looking down at the wreckage. My bedroom, usually a sanctuary of polyester, lace, and meticulously organized figurines, had become a jagged crater. And there, slumped in my chair, was the owner of all that chaos. The sight of rebar performing an invasive, unplanned anatomical realignment on one's own skull is a unique kind of perspective shift. It should have triggered a primal, bile-inducing horror. Instead, I felt nothing. The woman floating in front of me was the final nail in the coffin of my sanity. She was glowing with that insufferable, soft-focus radiance reserved for high-end beauty ads or celestial deities. She called it conscription. I called it a homicide with a higher conversion rate. She wanted a hero, and apparently my reality, with its penchant for producing individuals who treat life like a stat-grinding simulator, was the premium supplier for cannon fodder. I did not weep. I did not bargain. I asked for a character sheet. The goddess looked pained, clearly having expected a reaction involving more screaming and less enthusiasm for potential stat-based power scaling. She wanted me to be a standard-issue human noble, destined for comfort and a slow, dull childhood. I wanted to be a magical girl. We negotiated. She was impatient. I was desperate, and there was a subtle, malicious glint in her eyes that I was too busy mentally min-maxing to notice. When the snapping of fingers dissolved my world into a singular point of light, I felt the transition as a crushing, claustrophobic pressure. Then, darkness. Not the darkness of sleep, but the absolute, sensory-deprived void of the beginning. There was no sound. There was no light. There was only the terrifying, silent hum of potential. Panic flickered, a brief, frantic spark, before logic, cold and sharp, took over. I was a spark in a void, a passenger in a biological waiting room. I lacked eyes, limbs, even a capacity for a heartbeat, yet the drive to optimize remained. I reached inward, not with hands, but with pure, distilled intent. Status. The display manifested, a flicker of cool, impossible blue light burning against the blackness. Name, unnamed. Race, human. Age, -9 months. Occupation, hero. Stats, null. Skills, none. I lay in the dark, a soul without a body, a hero without a sword. The silence was absolute, but the game was already running. If the gods wanted a savior, they were going to get one. I had 9 months of gestation to figure out how to exploit the system, and in this world, I wasn't just planning to survive. I was planning to reach max level before I even took my first breath. The countdown had begun. The kingdom of Flannel had a rather draconian attitude toward the creation of life. A few centuries ago, some particularly brilliant mages decided they could bypass nature, only to end up as an impromptu midnight snack for their own experimental abomination. The law that followed was a masterpiece of overcorrection, so vaguely phrased that it technically criminalized the very thing that every human on the planet was doing under the covers on a Tuesday night. Fortunately, the city guards were pragmatic enough to ignore the crime unless they needed a reason to ruin someone's day. Inside the epicenter of this illicit activity, I was currently a single cell, blissfully unaware that I was the primary suspect in a conspiracy against the state. I was floating in the absolute void of a biological waiting room, brooding. The goddess had promised me an adventure, yet here I was, trapped in the microscopic equivalent of a sensory deprivation tank. I pulled up my status screen. It was the only light in my existence, a cool blue glow that felt like a lifeline. Occupation: hero, legendary. The description was a mix of a hero's journey and a death warrant. Implicit trust from allies, a damage bonus against demons, and the ability to learn literally any skill. It was the ultimate build for a magical girl protagonist. The problem? I was a zygote with the mobility of a pebble. I needed eyes. Not just physical ones. I did not even have a brain to process light yet, but something deeper. I reached out into the darkness, not with limbs, but with the raw, desperate hunger of a soul that refused to be bored. It was a meditative grind, a monotonous, repetitive exercise in focusing on nothingness until the nothingness started to focus back.
Ding.
Achievement unlocked. Early bloomer I. You have unlocked a skill of uncommon or better rarity prior to the age of 6 years. I would have done a victory lap if I had a spine. Instead, I absorbed the notification like a sponge.
Soul's Eye.
It was the perfect esoteric upgrade. Why bother with the vulnerability of squishy, mortal flesh when you could perceive the fabric of reality with pure, distilled consciousness? I pushed harder. The world around me was a static, unfeeling void, but I forced my metaphysical gaze to expand. I wasn't just looking for light. I was looking for the pulse of the world.
Ding.
You have learned to detect the presence of life. Sense vitality unlocked. A wash of crimson light flooded my awareness. It was my mother's vitality, a warm, rhythmic, and blindingly bright glow. It was suffocating. I pushed past the heat of blood and heartbeat, searching for something colder, something more ethereal.
Ding.
You have learnt to detect the presence of souls. Sense soul unlocked. The void began to shimmer with silver blue threads. It was beautiful, a tapestry of existence woven into the dark. But it was not enough. I was looking for the engine of this world, the source of the magic that would eventually allow me to transform into a neon-clad warrior of justice.
Ding.
You have learnt to detect the presence of raw magic. Sense mana unlocked. I was in. The world was no longer black. It was a swirling, pale blue haze. But it was dull, indistinct, and maddeningly blurry. I needed more. I needed to see what was happening outside of this warm, confined cavern. I pushed my soul outward, straining against the tether that kept me anchored to my own nascent body.
Ding.
Astral projection unlocked. The sensation was like shedding a skin that I had only just realized I was wearing. With a metaphysical pop, I was free. I was a ghost in the machine, a spectator in the bedroom of my own parents. The view was abysmal. My skill level was so low that everything was a thick, worm-like smear of energy. But I could see shapes. I could see the ambient mana flickering like heat waves. I was a spy in a house of mages, and I was going to turn this world into my personal sandbox. Back in the room, my father twitched, his brow furrowing as he reached for a sensation he couldn't quite name. He looked down at my mother, his voice a low, nervous whisper. "I am sorry," he murmured, "but would you mind closing your eyes? My scrying detection is going haywire. I feel like we are being watched by something that does not even have a face." I floated there, a tiny, formless point of light, absolutely oblivious to the fact that I was the source of his existential dread. They thought it was a magical intruder. They had no idea it was just their daughter, a hyper-focused, power-leveling maniac, currently calculating how to optimize her own birth. The countdown continued, and I was already miles ahead of the curve. In the bowels of the royal capital, tucked away from the sunlight and the petty concerns of the living, lies the Ministry of Records. It houses the Recorder of Merit, a relic of ancient craftsmanship designed to track the pulse of the kingdom. It is a silent, unblinking sentinel, logging every ounce of potential growth that flickers into existence within the kingdom's borders. Most people believe it is a myth, a bedtime story told to children to encourage them to be productive.
The palace prefers it that way.
Knowledge is power, and knowing exactly who is gaining strength before they even know how to hold a sword is the ultimate form of border security. The junior scribe on duty was currently bored out of his skull. His job description essentially boiled down to watching for a blink of light and acting as a glorified paper pusher for his superiors. He was scrolling through the ledger, shaking his head at the sheer stupidity of the populace, when a green light pulsed on the console. It was a low-priority alert, signifying an uncommon achievement. He leaned in, quill poised, ready to transcribe the name of some precocious farmer's child destined for a scholarship. But the space for the name was empty, a blank void. He blinked, rubbing his eyes, but the parchment remained stubbornly void of identity. And the coordinates, they were singular. Absolute zero. Right here, in the heart of the royal palace. He didn't just push his chair back. He scrambled away from the device as if it had suddenly begun to hum with dark, forbidden intent. Meanwhile, back in my own personal sensory deprivation tank, I was busy engaged in a violent, metaphysical struggle with my own soul. I had realized that I was fundamentally doing it wrong. I was trying to map the world, but I was tethered to a zygote. Every time I stretched my soul outside, I felt like a rubber band being pulled to the point of snapping. It was a lingering, nauseating vibration that threatened to unravel my consciousness. I decided to stop fighting and start observing. I projected, I snapped back, I waited for the headache to subside, and I repeated the cycle. It was a masochistic grind.
Ding.
You have unlocked the robust skill. Achievement unlocked. First skill. I scoffed, a mental gesture of pure, unadulterated annoyance. First skill? I had already unlocked 3 sensory abilities, and yet the system was just now catching up because I hadn't triggered the baseline criteria. The universe, it seemed, had a very specific definition of what counted as a skill, and apparently my esoteric soul training didn't make the cut until I started literally bruising my own ectoplasm. But the reward was unexpected. Hardened soul, a rare-tier subskill born from the sheer, repetitive trauma of my own ambition. It was like a callus forming on a ghost. The link that connected me to my physical shell began to feel less like a fragile thread and more like an iron cable. I could see further now. The world outside my mother's womb was no longer just a haze. It was a tapestry of mana, thin and shifting, like smoke in a breeze. I watched the blobs of light around me. The researchers, the mages, the people who thought they were the masters of this kingdom. They had no idea that beneath the surface, in the quiet dark, something was growing. Something that was learning to see through their walls. I pushed my perception, grinding the soul link, feeling the thrill of the resistance. My skill levels climbed, a steady, rhythmic cadence of progress. I was becoming an observer. And in a game where everyone was focused on the surface, I was busy leveling up in the shadows. Upstairs, the chief scribe was currently sprinting toward the royal inner sanctum, his face pale, clutching a report that made no sense. He believed he had discovered a system error. He believed someone was playing games with the state's most prized surveillance tool. He was wrong. He wasn't looking at an error. He was looking at the first heartbeat of a nightmare. I was only a few inches from my body, but I was already looking at the entire kingdom. And the fun was just beginning. The thing about being a disembodied consciousness trapped in a biological waiting room is that you eventually lose the ability to maintain a dignified, personal bubble. I was busy grinding my soul against the fabric of reality when a notification box popped into my field of vision, announcing that I had achieved the status of novice. The description of the trigger for that achievement, spying on a private moment, was unfortunate. I hovered there in the metaphysical gloom, watching 2 glowing blobs writhing together with a level of enthusiasm that, frankly, violated every zoning law in my personal rulebook.
You.
It was the ultimate cosmic betrayal. I was the protagonist of an epic reincarnation saga, and the first thing I got to see was my parents doing the very thing that resulted in my current claustrophobic predicament. I noped out of there so fast that I felt my astral tether snap. I dived back into my Morla clump, curling my non-existent limbs into a ball of sheer, psychological, and sensory horror. Outside, my father was losing his mind. He was a master enchanter, a man who built wards that could keep out armies, yet he was currently being haunted by a phantom he couldn't hit. He pointed at his detection device, which was glowing a frantic, pulsating orange, signaling that he was being watched by something that defied his professional expertise. My mother, meanwhile, did the mage equivalent of checking under the bed with a flashlight, weaving nets of raw mana that crackled through the room. If I had been watching, I would have leveled up just from the sheer brilliance of the display, but I was currently busy trying to scrub my memories with an imaginary bar of soap. I stayed dark for a while, letting them stew in their paranoia, before the grind called to me again. I drifted through the floorboards, carefully navigating the psychic minefield of their bedroom, and slipped into the kitchen. I was still blind, or rather, I was looking at a world of silhouettes and fuzzy heat signatures. I tried to see with light. It was the oldest trick in the book, a basic human instinct that translated surprisingly well to my ethereal state. I focused, pushing past the binary logic of sense mana, and forced my soul to interpret the vibrations of photons.
Ding.
Sense light unlocked. It didn't turn the world into 4K resolution, but it gave me contrast. I saw a window, a pale, rectangular smear of moonlight that looked like a portal to a world I wasn't allowed to touch yet. I spent the night pushing my limits, stretching my astral cord until it sang with tension, inching toward the glass. When morning finally arrived, my mother rose. She was a court mage, and she didn't need to fumble for candles. She simply willed the light into existence, a soft, ethereal glow that bathed the room in color. She had short, neon pink hair that defied the laws of physics and common sense, a stylistic choice I immediately approved of. If she hadn't been my mother, she would have been my prime candidate for a sidekick. I watched her, a floating, unseen voyeur in a room she thought was empty. My skill levels were ballooning at an alarming rate. I was a sponge, soaking up reality, unaware that in the world of the living, I was already a statistical anomaly. Most mages took months to master the basics I was tearing through in days. I didn't know that, of course. I just knew that I had a lot of work to do before I was born. Then she sat down on the toilet. I didn't even process the visual information. My subconscious fired with the reflexes of a cornered animal. I deactivated my sight, shut down my senses, and retreated into the absolute, blissful safety of my own developing cells, leaving her to mutter about her husband's paranoia. She felt the air shift, a phantom chill on the back of her neck, and checked the room with another web of mana. She caught nothing. She didn't realize that the reason she felt watched was that her own unborn child was currently studying her like a lab specimen. I sat in the dark, my status screen flickering with the growing list of my achievements. I was building a legend, one level at a time, and the world, my parents, the Ministry of Records, the very gods themselves, had no idea what was lurking in the silence. The countdown was still ticking, and I was just getting started. The kingdom's high command was currently having a collective aneurysm over a blank piece of parchment. In a room that smelled of old paper and suppressed panic, the chief scribe and a royal knight were staring at a report as if it were a declaration of war. They were fixated on the fact that an achievement had been logged without a name, a phenomenon that shouldn't exist, and that the coordinates for this mystery individual were locked at absolute zero. They were looking for a spy or a master saboteur. They were hunting for a shadow capable of bypassing the most advanced magical surveillance in the realm. They didn't realize they were chasing a microscopic ball of cells currently dealing with the most awkward family dynamic in the history of existence. I was getting tired of the constant, unrequested displays of intimacy. I had come to this world to slay demons and be an icon of justice, not to be a captive audience to my parents' bedtime activities. My metaphysical I was getting a front row seat to things that should be classified as biohazardous, and frankly, my desire to grind out new skills was being heavily outweighed by the desperate, clawing need for eye bleach. I decided to take the show on the road. I projected my soul, drifting through the bedroom floorboards like a ghost haunting its own nursery. The house was a labyrinth of walls I couldn't see through and architecture I couldn't understand, but I was persistent. I floated past the kitchen, through the garden, and finally caught up to my mother as she sprinted toward her workplace. She was a whirlwind of neon pink hair and chaotic energy, running toward a towering, crystalline monstrosity of a building called Roma Magica. Watching the world in real time, even through a blur of low-level sensory perception, was a revelation. Sunlight was not just a lack of darkness, it was a physical weight, a vibrant frequency that made my soul's eye ache with potential. But the real show started once we were inside. I was looking for magic, for epic duels, for alchemical explosions, for the things that made a fantasy world worth the trip. Instead, I found an office. A dull, bureaucratic nightmare of parchment, ink, and endless scribbling. It was the most disappointing dungeon I had ever raided. Boredom is a dangerous thing for a hero. I decided to drift downward, hoping for anything more interesting in the lower levels of the building. I passed through the ceiling and immediately triggered an alarm that screamed into the silence. I didn't have time to process what had happened. My mother's vitality surged into a panicked, bright red spike. She grabbed me, and suddenly I was being yanked through the floor like a rag doll, back into the chaos of an emergency lockdown. We were thrown into a reinforced shelter, the heavy metal bolts sealing us away from the outside world. I hovered in the dark, checking my status screen. Achievement unlocked. Survivor of Zarklaxos, the Arcane Infernal. The name alone was enough to send a chill through my ectoplasm. I mentally replayed the millisecond I had spent in that basement. I had seen it, a 5-meter-tall monstrosity, chained to the earth, a void of silence in a sea of mana. It was smooth, featureless, and terrifyingly, unnaturally bright. It had no eyes, but I knew, with the primal certainty of a hunted animal, that it had stared directly at my soul. Why was there an eldritch horror chained up beneath a civil service office? What kind of twisted, bureaucratic madness were my parents involved in? I looked at my rewards. Mana capacity increased by 20%. Resistance to mana drain spiked by 50%. It was a massive power boost, the kind of jump that usually took months of dedicated training. I was officially a rare tier survivor. But as I sat there, cradled in the frantic heartbeat of my mother, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had just poked the hornet's nest of the entire universe. The demons were the least of my worries. There was something locked in the basement, and it knew I was coming. The game was no longer just about leveling up. It was about staying alive long enough to be born. The royal interrogation room was an exercise in stifling, polite misery. Heydaf, the kingdom's premier enchanter, sat opposite a knight in plate armor, the metallic reflection of the knight's helmet offering no hint of the man's true expression. The conversation was a dance of frustration. Heydaf was being accused of manipulating the very foundation of the kingdom's reality, while he, in turn, was baffled by a system that seemed intent on implicating his own wife in his magical troubles. They were talking in circles about archives and metrics, but the truth was beginning to bleed into the open. Kalila was the epicenter of a storm she didn't even know existed. Meanwhile, in the silent, suffocating dark of my own embryonic existence, I was busy having a mental breakdown. I was trapped, tethered to a host who was now being hunted by the very kingdom she served. I had spent the last week grinding my soul into a jagged blade, pushing the limits of my vision, and all it had bought me was a front-row seat to a kidnapping. When we arrived home, the air felt wrong. My sense mana was a blurry, unreliable mess, but I could feel the distortion, a ripple in the ambient energy of our doorstep, like heat waves rising off asphalt. I tried to scream, to reach out and warn my mother, but I had no voice. I was just a consciousness in a bottle, watching as figures in shadow and steel emerged to strip away her freedom. It happened in a blur of violence. My mother was distorted, swallowed by a wave of localized magical interference. The world screamed in pain. I felt my own soul being dragged, scraped against a jagged edge of reality as my tether was assaulted. Something was trying to reach into the womb and snuff out the flame I had spent days feeding. I didn't fight back with brute force. I fought with adaptation.
Ding.
Secured mana unlocked. Sure navigation unlocked. I built defenses out of my own terror. I calloused my soul against the hunger of the mana drainers, creating a psychic bunker that let me survive the intrusion. But the victory felt hollow. My mother was in chains, being marched through the city like a common criminal, and I was being dragged along for the ride, a passenger in a tragedy I couldn't stop. They threw her into an interrogation room. The atmosphere was thick with the scent of ozone and the tension of 1,000 unspoken threats. They were convinced she was a mastermind, a phantom, a spy. They thought her ability to bypass their stealth wards was an act of espionage. They had no idea that she was just a mother, and that the spy they were hunting was currently kicking and screaming in the dark, barely the size of a thumb, already more powerful than anyone in that room. The knight began the interrogation. He was good. I could feel the pressure of his presence even through the veil of my own limitations. He pushed, he probed, he demanded to know why she kept triggering the alarm. My mother was frantic, desperate, pleading her innocence. She was breaking. And then it happened. She didn't cast a spell. She didn't chant. The mana-sealing cuffs, the heavy, enchanted iron that kept her suppressed, simply shivered and detonated. Shards of metal showered the room, the sound of the explosion deafening in the small space. The room went deathly silent. I felt the pulse of magic that had triggered the blast. It hadn't come from her training. It hadn't come from the ministry. It had come from me. I had accidentally pushed, just a little, and the world had shattered. My mother was standing in a room full of armed guards, the cuffs destroyed, her mana reserves flooding back into her system with the force of a tidal wave. The knight looked at the ruined metal. He looked at her. He didn't see a criminal anymore. He saw a wildfire he had just accidentally sparked. The room was a powder keg, and I had just dropped the match. I sat in the darkness of my mother's body, trembling, waiting for the screams to start. My existence has become a relentless cycle of trauma, level-ups, and the increasingly urgent need to never, ever be born. I was huddled in my biological fortress, watching my mother's mana being siphoned away like water down a drain. It wasn't just her energy, it was mine. That sickly, unnatural drain was pulling at my very essence, and the sensory input was a jagged, burning static that made me wish for the sweet, dark numbness of a simple, non-heroic non-existence. I didn't have nerves. I didn't have a brain. I was just a consciousness screaming in a void. And yet, the system insisted on punishing me with the sensation of being shredded. I pushed out of my mother's arm, my soul vibrating with the sheer intensity of the mana-sucking manacles she wore. They were heavy, metallic, and designed to strip a mage bare. I didn't know how to break an enchantment, but I knew how to be an absolute, unmitigated disaster for any system foolish enough to try and consume me. I drifted into the epicenter of the manacles. The suction was absolute, a vortex of greed that tried to liquefy my ectoplasm. I stopped fighting. I stopped trying to escape. I let the manacles draw me in, and then at the very last second I went rigid. I am a dense, stubborn, system-breaking anomaly. I am not a mana beast. I am not a spell. I am a soul that has no business being here, crammed into a space that was never designed for me. The enchantments tried to process me, tried to break me down into raw, usable energy, but they encountered a logic error. They were trying to digest a diamond with a set of teeth meant for soft tissue. There was a moment of agonizing, cosmic tension, a sound like a heartbeat skipping, and then the world went white. The runes didn't just fail, they shrieked. The metal exploded in a symphony of shrapnel. I didn't stick around to watch the aftermath. I dove back into my ball of cells, curled up, and prayed to every deity that hadn't yet noticed me. Achievement unlocked. I broke the system, and all I got was this lousy achievement. Epic tier? Really? The system was mocking me. It had given me a massive leveling bonus just to keep me from doing it again. Outside, the room was a war zone. My mother was bleeding, riddled with steel fragments, and surrounded by knights who were currently debating whether she was a criminal or a haunted vessel for an eldritch horror. They weren't far off, honestly, but they were aiming at the wrong target. They were looking for ghosts, for foreign spies, for anything that fit their neatly ordered little boxes. They didn't see the tiny, terrified observer hiding in the absolute center of it all. The Royal Knight was running a status check. I watched him try to parse my mother's data, his frustration growing with every failed scan. He was sharp, professional, and entirely out of his depth. Then, the local exorcist arrived, a man who looked like he'd been huffing too much temple incense. He poked, he prodded, and he gave the most cryptic, terrifying verdict imaginable. She wasn't possessed, but she wasn't alone. She was carrying something that belonged there, but it wasn't an invader. A light bulb flickered on in the room, and I felt the collective shift in their focus. They were getting too close. I sat in the dark, my status screen glowing with a list of achievements that would make a god weep, while the walls of my mother's body felt smaller than ever. They were starting to wonder about the tag-along. They were starting to wonder if the ghost they were hunting had a heartbeat. The countdown continued, and for the first time, I realized that surviving the birth might be the easiest part of my journey. The hard part was going to be explaining why I was so much more than what they were prepared to handle. The royal interrogation room felt like a funeral parlor for my mother's career. A field medic was busy poking and prodding, his clinical detachment grating against the psychological wreckage of our mourning. He confirmed what I already knew. There was no baby, at least not in any way their primitive medical science could grasp. They were looking for a parasite, a possession, or a spy. They were looking for a monster. I was just the passenger who had crashed the car. Back in my blastocyst, my silent, claustrophobic bunker, I tried to get a rise out of the system. I was bored, I was anxious, and I was deeply resentful of the fact that my internal monologue was the only conversation I was allowed to have. I prodded the air. I demanded answers. The system, in its infinite, dead-eyed wisdom, gave me nothing but the cold silence of a line of code. It had no ears, and apparently, it had no interest in being a life coach for its own chosen hero. So I did what I always did. I took matters into my own hands. Or, more accurately, my own soul. I projected myself back into the world, drifting like a ghost through the halls of our estate. My mother was bedridden, swathed in bandages, her back a map of the violence I had accidentally unleashed. My father was there, hovering, his own reputation in tatters. I felt a surge of misplaced triumph. I thought I had saved her from her kidnappers. I didn't realize that the kidnappers were the authorities, and that the explosion I caused had turned a simple inquiry into a full-blown national security incident. I was a hero who had successfully saved her mother from the law, only to ensure she'd never work again.
Oops.
I needed to communicate. I needed to see. My souls, I was sharp, but it was useless if I couldn't understand the world around me. I spent hours, an eternity in my perception, fixated on a pair of birds in the garden. I watched their beaks, the rhythmic pulse of their chirps, trying to bridge the gap between sight and sound.
Ding.
Sense sound unlocked. It was not what I expected. The world didn't just become audible, it became a kaleidoscopic nightmare of synesthesia. The birds weren't chirping. They were firing projectiles of pure, saturated color from their beaks. A black bird exploded in a puff of midnight blue and bruised purple. A red bird spat yellow, staccato bullets of light. The wind was a green haze that made my vision swim. It was beautiful. It was distracting. And it was absolutely exhausting. I wasn't hearing the world. I was hallucinating it. But through the chaos of color, I started to see the shapes of human speech. My parents were talking, their voices trailing off in plumes of shifting, complex hues. I couldn't read them yet, but I was learning the language of light. They were planning a retreat, a quiet life on the edge of the demonic forest, at a place called Karn's Vigil. They were talking about selling their reputation for safety, about fading away into the countryside to avoid the scrutiny of the palace. My father, the master enchanter, was joking about heroes and demons. He had no idea that the Demon King's nightmare, the living nuclear weapon of the kingdom, was currently listening to his travel plans while disguised as a cluster of cells in his wife's womb. The irony was thick enough to choke on. They were running away to hide, unaware that the very thing they were hiding from was already tucked safely inside. As they settled into their plans for a quiet life near the front lines of a war, I watched the colors of their voices swirl, feeling the cold, hard weight of a destiny I hadn't asked for. The forest was waiting. The monsters were roaming. And I was going to be the most powerful, most dangerous baby the world of Villiern had ever seen. I just hoped that by the time I was born, I'd finally have something to say. My life, if you can call this blinkered, embryonic existence a life, has become a comedy of errors written by a sadistic deity. My mother is currently living under house arrest, guarded by knights who treat our home like a crime scene, while I sit in the dark, effectively playing the world's most dangerous game of hide-and-seek. They think my mother is a spy. They think she's a vessel. They're halfway to the truth, yet they are nowhere near it. I'm not a parasite, I'm a protagonist, but try explaining that to a royal knight who just wants to put you in a jar. I've been busy. My soul is getting a workout that would kill a lesser being. I'm zipping through the floorboards, playing cat and mouse with guards who have specialized skills for catching people like me. Every time I look at them, they twitch. They can sense me, a prickle on the back of their necks, a ghost in their peripheral vision. I'm learning the rhythm of their patrols, the subtle shift in their posture when they're alert.
Ding.
Stealth unlocked. It's not invisibility. It's not the flashy superpower I wanted for my legendary hero build. It's the art of being ignored, of sliding through the gaps in their perception. But the system is watching me, mocking me with blue boxes that pop up like intrusive advertisements. Every time I push my limits, every time I risk tearing my soul to shreds just to see a little more, the system is there to give me a participation trophy and a new subskill. The latest headache is a woman who just arrived at our front door. She's tiny, winged, and radiates an air of clinical, terrifying competence. The guards call her an infection specialist. They think she's here to identify a parasite. I watched her through the door, my astral form hovering just inches from her wings. I was terrified. She was trained to find things exactly like me, a single, foreign bacterium in a sea of vitality. If she looked at me, if she truly looked, she would know. I didn't panic. I didn't flee. I did something strange. I felt the pull of my mother's soul, vast, warm, and familiar. I didn't hide from the specialist. I merged with the noise. I wrapped my own tiny signature in the absolute, overwhelming radiance of my mother's life force. I became part of the background radiation.
Ding.
Camouflage vitality unlocked. The specialist walked through the house, her eyes flickering with magical scans, searching for an invader. She looked right at me, and then she looked away. She saw nothing but the deep, rhythmic pulse of a mother carrying a life that was already too big for the world. I am hidden in plain sight. I am the anomaly they can't find because they've already decided what I am. But the real game is only just beginning. The royal knight is doing his homework, and the deeper he digs, the more he realizes that the nothing he dismissed a few days ago is actually a physical presence. They're starting to suspect the truth. I'm huddled in the dark, watching the patterns of their voices bloom into complex, colorful clouds. I'm learning to read the light, learning to weave through the shadows of their detection spells. They think they're protecting the kingdom from a threat. They have no idea that they're just waiting for the day I decide to break my shell. And when I do, I'm going to be a lot more than a parasite. I'm going to be a force of nature. Just as soon as I figure out how to stop the system from snarking at me every time I get a bruise. I am officially the only person in the history of existence to unlock a transformation sequence while still technically being a collection of cells clinging to a uterine wall. I have no vocal cords, no fingers, and barely a sense of self, yet the universe has decided I am the next big thing in magical girl combat. The system is mocking me, of course. My new skill, Magical Girl Transformation, is a masterpiece of efficiency. It grants weapons, armor, and a massive power boost. The only problem is the sheer, unadulterated absurdity of the situation. I spent an eternity in the dark daydreaming about themes, fruit motifs, and petal-draped skirts, and the game took that internal monologue and turned it into a high-level spell. I didn't just cast it, I created it. And then, in an act of cosmic comedy, I accidentally siphoned a massive chunk of my mother's mana to fuel the activation. Kalila stumbled, gasping for air as her reserves bottomed out. I felt the pull, a sudden, violent vacuum in the mana stream that fed my bunker. I didn't transform. I'm way too small for the outfit. But the spell is there, waiting, a loaded gun in a nursery. My victory lap was cut short by the doorbell. Another visitor. Another priest, thinner, sharper, and wearing glasses that magnified his gaze. I popped out of the womb to inspect him, expecting the usual confusion. Instead, the man locked eyes with me. The air around me didn't just freeze, it hardened into diamond. I was trapped, pinned in place by an invisible, suffocating pressure. I was a bug in amber, held in the gaze of a man who looked at me not with fear, but with the clinical appraisal of a collector. He wasn't just seeing me, he was cataloging me. Panic, cold and sharp, flooded my consciousness. I struggled, clawing against the stasis field, my soul stretching until it felt like thin wire about to snap. I watched as he entered the room, as he walked past my mother, as he stood right next to the woman who is currently housing a secret that could topple kingdoms. The system pinged, mocking me with another notification. Uncontainable. A subskill for when you are being hunted, for when your soul is being viewed as a luxury item to be stored in a jar. I stopped thrashing. Panic was a waste of energy. Calculation was the only way out. I focused everything I had on the tether, the golden thread of connection between my ghost form and my mother. I didn't fight the priest. I fought the cage. Every inch I gained felt like dragging a mountain through molasses. The priest watched, his eyebrows arching, his expression flickering between curiosity and professional interest, but he let me work. I was his entertainment, a laboratory specimen performing for its captor. When I finally ripped myself free and collapsed back into the safety of my shell, I was trembling. I had escaped, but the realization was worse than the trap. I wasn't just hiding from the guards anymore. They were actively tracking me now, and they were looking for a spirit. I sat in the dark, shivering in my embryonic bunker, staring at my stat sheet. I was becoming an achievement hunter in a world that wanted to put me under a microscope. And the worst part? I still couldn't understand a single word they said. The birds, the priests, the guards, everyone in this world was speaking in tongues, and I was the only one who didn't know the code. I need a new plan. I need to be bigger. I need to be faster. But mostly, I need to figure out why the guy in the glasses looked at me like he wanted to frame me, and how I'm going to survive long enough to actually use that transformation spell without nuking the room. The clock is ticking, and I'm pretty sure the next visitor isn't going to be a doctor. The walls of my embryonic fortress are growing thin, not just with space, but with the weight of being hunted. I am a ghost in my own mother's body, a secret guarded by the very people who want me dissected. I spend my days listening to the muffled, colorful vibrations of the world outside, waiting for the right moment to exist. The investigator, the royal knight, has finally put the pieces together. He knows I am real. He knows I am a second soul, a tag-along, a hitchhiker in the blood and bone of a woman he considers a liability. He has deemed me harmless for now, a curiosity rather than a conspiracy. He's pushing my parents toward the border, hoping that if they just disappear into the wilderness, his problem will solve itself. He's not entirely wrong. I spent the afternoon practicing my magic, which is a generous term for what is essentially me failing to manifest a skirt. Every time I reach out to shape the mana, it curdles and fizzes like a bad science experiment. My mother feels it, a constant, sickening fluctuation in her own power, and she's beginning to treat it like a recurring migraine. But then everything changed. I was floating near the edge of my mother's reach when she started acting strangely. She wasn't just resting anymore. She was sitting by a table, her eyes filled with a desperate, quiet intensity. She started arranging coins in piles. 1, 2, 3. She spoke, and the air bloomed with patterns of light I had never seen, clear and deliberate. She wasn't talking to the guards. She was talking to the empty air where she knew, or perhaps just hoped, I was listening. I watched her stack them, counting out the logic of this world in gold and copper. When she hit the higher numbers, I saw the patterns repeat, a linguistic shorthand I could finally begin to map. It was a bridge being built across the void of our biology. Then she stopped. She pointed not at the room, not at the guard, but right at me. She spoke a word, a swirling, impossible cloud of color that felt like a secret key turning in a lock.
Ding.
A name. She gave me a name. I stared at the glowing notification, a weird, glitching collection of symbols that burned into my mind. I am still a handful of cells, a target for the kingdom's elite, and a failed magical girl. But for the first time, I am not just an anomaly in a test tube. I am someone. My mother is reaching out, trying to teach a ghost how to speak, and my father is planning our escape to the edge of the world. They think we're running away from the law. They don't know that we're running toward a destiny that hasn't even been written yet. The guards are loosening their grip. They think they've won. They think we're broken, exiled, and harmless. They have no idea how fast I'm learning, or that the very language they're using to describe me is about to become the weapon I use to tear their world down. I am no longer just a parasite. I am a project. And I am finally ready to start the lesson. I am officially a casualty of bad translation software. My name, if you can call a string of garbled, high-fantasy glitch code a name, is something that sounds like a radio stuck between stations in a dimension that doesn't believe in vowels. My mother calls me Mystery. I call myself a work in progress. I am trapped in a reality where sounds are neon light shows and communication is a one-way street of frustration. My mother is spending her days playing a bizarre game of charades, pointing at chairs, lamps, and coins, while I sit in my embryonic dark, screaming my thoughts into the void with no way to be heard. It is a slow, agonizing descent into madness, relieved only by the fact that the system is apparently a fan of my struggle. My mother, poor, confused woman, is under the impression that she is talking to herself. She knows I am here. The priest confirmed it. The guards see me, and her scry wards are pinging like crazy, but the silence from my end must be deafening. She spent hours today walking through the house, naming everything she touched, while I watched her speech manifest as shimmering, multicolored clouds. It was a beautiful, chaotic map of a language I am desperate to map, but every time I try to push back, I hit a wall of biological incompetence. The stakes are moving fast. My father, the mastermind of our domestic logistics, has managed to sell our home in a suspicious, lightning-fast deal that reeks of desperation. We are leaving the capital tomorrow, moving to the border, to the edge of the demonic forest, where the monsters are real and the air is thick with mana. He thinks he is protecting us. He thinks he is finding us a quiet retirement. I think he is moving us onto the front lines. I am not just sitting there, though. I am grinding skills like my life depends on it, because it literally does. My astral projection is getting stronger. My robust soul is callousing over from the stress, and I've been mindlessly spamming magical girl transformation like it's a fidget spinner, waiting for the day I finally grow enough limbs to actually pull off the outfit. My breakthrough came in the most unexpected way. My mother, perhaps guessing my frustration, stopped packing. She looked right at me, or at least into the general vicinity of my ghost form, and held out her hand. She spoke, her lips forming a shape I couldn't hear but could see in a burst of brilliant, searing color. A ball of light bloomed in her palm. She wasn't just packing to move. She was trying to teach me. I closed my eyes, burning that pattern into my consciousness. I didn't need to speak the language of the ancients. I just needed to remember the color of the intent. I focused until my soul ached, weaving the mana around me into the shape she had shown me. I didn't say a word. I just imagined the brilliance.
Ding.
Light unlocked. It wasn't a sun, just a tiny, flickering orb of illumination bobbing behind my mother's head, dim and humble. I was so proud of it, I nearly lost my tether. I was a mage. I was a caster. I was a tiny, glowing, in a room full of people who still didn't realize that the parasite had just turned on the lights. But then, the door opened. My father walked in, and his face went white. He isn't looking at the packing. He isn't looking at my mother. He is looking at the little ball of light floating behind her like a loyal, glowing puppy. The jig is up. I am no longer a hidden secret. I am a neon sign in a dark room. And based on the look in my father's eyes, I'm about to find out exactly how much trouble a little bit of light can cause. The light I summoned was not a sun, just a stubborn, flickering orb of illumination that died the second my concentration wavered. It lasted 10 seconds. 10 seconds of absolute, stunned silence in a room that suddenly felt very small. My father, Haydaf, looked like he had just watched a toaster perform heart surgery. My mother was flustered, trying to explain that she hadn't taught me anything, just demonstrated a spark. The guard was vibrating with a potent mix of professional alarm and genuine fear. They were horrified that an unborn, nameless, phantom entity was now practicing evocation magic in the middle of a secure manor. They didn't realize the most terrifying part. They thought I was a prodigy, a quick learner. They didn't understand that I wasn't learning, I was breaking. I left my embryonic shell again, floating into the empty room below to test the limits of my new toy. I cast light. Then I cast it again. And again. I didn't stop until I felt the cold, hollow ache of mana depletion. A normal creature would have collapsed into a coma or simply ceased to function. I don't have a stomach to lose my lunch, and my brain is still under construction, so I just push through the feedback loop. I force my spirit to grow, to stretch, to hoard mana like a miser in a famine. The system rewarded my recklessness with a terrifying efficiency. It gave me attributes, it gave me storage, and it hardened my soul until I felt like I could walk through fire. I am turning into a weapon, and I am doing it entirely by accident. While I played with my new strength, deep in the gray, ash-choked heart of the demonic forest, something was waking up. There is a clearing where nothing grows, buried under a shifting, chitinous tide of monsters. In the center sits an egg, a monolithic, ink-black horror that drinks the world's mana and burps out waves of corruption. It doesn't need a goddess to grant it premature intelligence. It only needs to be hungry. The shockwave of miasma it released triggered a frenzy. Weak, pathetic monsters spilled out of the forest, driving a panicked tide of violence against the kingdom's borders. Adventurers scrambled, mages rained lightning, and farmers watched their golden apple groves turn to ash for the second time in a week. They blame the monsters. They think it's just the usual territorial shifts in the dark. They have no idea that their king of monsters is stirring. They have no idea that the balance of the world is buckling under the weight of two different eggs hatching at the opposite ends of the map. I am tucked away in my mother's womb, level 4 in light, level 10 in robustness, and officially a danger to myself and everyone around me. Tomorrow, we leave for the border. They think they are taking me to safety, away from the prying eyes of the capital, into the quiet of the frontier. They don't know that we're moving closer to the forest. They don't know that the darkness is looking for an opening. I'm going to need to get better at casting light, because I have a feeling the world is about to get very, very dark. The Royal Knight is doing what all bureaucrats do when they encounter a mystery they can't file away. He is burying it. He has reviewed the reports, noted my parlor tricks with light, and decided that as long as I don't start burning down the kingdom, I am someone else's problem. He has cut us loose, letting us vanish into the borderlands like smoke in a gale. He doesn't know that his decision is the greatest tactical error of his career. We are currently trapped in a rattling, bone-shaking carriage that smells like damp wool and misery. The roads are a crime against engineering, and my parents, bless their hearts, are clearly suffering from the lack of teleportation. I, however, am in heaven. I am currently trying to balance my soul form on top of my mother's head, which is, I've discovered, a lot like trying to land a hovercraft on a gelatinous, bobbing mountain. The other passengers are an adventuring family. Platus, a man with biceps the size of dinner plates, his wife Melody, and their daughter, Rose. Rose has hair the color of a midsummer sky and eyes that look like they were pulled from a storybook. To a normal person, she is just a quiet teen. To me, she is the aesthetic blueprint of my future. I am already sketching imaginary costumes in my head, assigning her a theme, and wondering if she would prefer a yellow leotard or a floral print skirt. I am a designer trapped in a ghost light, plotting the uniform of a girl who doesn't even know she's being scouted for a magical girl team that exists only in my chaotic, underdeveloped brain. Then the impulse hit. I was thinking too hard. I was visualizing a transformation sequence, looping the imagery of sparkles and power, and my soul, still humming from the mana-dense air of the border, leaped to obey. I didn't mean to, but I triggered the spell. I pushed for a transformation, and the mana didn't just move, it erupted. The carriage filled with a sickening, golden radiance. Rose screamed as her clothes began to glow, the light seeping into her skin like liquid sunshine. Her hair lengthened, her travel-weary eyes grew bright, and the wooden seat beneath her fingers shattered into splinters. The air turned heavy with the scent of ozone and raw potential. It was glorious. It was also a disaster. My parents and the adventurers went into full-blown panic mode. My father, the master enchanter, recognized the signature of a ghost thing, and the carriage erupted into an argument. They were terrified. They were angry. And while they were busy playing the blame game, I was hanging on for dear life. I had overextended. I had drained my soul of every drop of mana, leaving me limp and useless. I was no longer an active participant. I was a kite caught in a hurricane, tethered to my mother's body by a thin, glowing thread of light, trailing behind the speeding carriage like a discarded piece of trash. I could feel my mana trickling back in, crawling through my veins, but it wasn't fast enough. The road ahead was a jagged mess of rocks and ruts. The carriage hit a crater in the road. The world lurched, the chassis groaned, and the leather of the carriage snapped with a sound like a gunshot. My tether didn't just stretch. It gave way. The connection to my mother, to my bunker, to my only source of life, vanished. I didn't fall. I just stopped. I am floating in the middle of a dark, dusty road, miles from anywhere, completely drained and utterly, terrifyingly alone. The carriage is disappearing into the gloom of the forest. And in the silence, I can hear something else. Something heavy. Something hungry. Moving toward me through the trees. I am officially a ghost without a machine. My tether, the glowing umbilical cord that connected my soul to my physical shell, has snapped. I am drifting in the middle of a dirt road, fading into the static, while my body, a soulless, breathing, unconscious embryo, is currently being chauffeured away by parents who are too busy being scolded by strangers to realize their passenger has just jumped ship. The system is not helping. It is essentially live-tweeting my slow, agonizing erasure from existence. Every notification that pops into my field of vision feels like a cruel punchline. I leveled up astral projection to the point of self-destruction. I gained pain tolerance, which is a wonderful parting gift for someone who is seconds away from ceasing to be. And the goddess, or whatever sentient glitch is running this cosmic circus, is already talking about summoning my replacement. I don't think so. Panic is a luxury I don't have, so I turn it into cold, hard motion. I tear down the road, my soul form burning with the friction of a dying spirit. I catch up to the carriage just as the driver halts, fleeing the scene of the magical accident I caused. I don't care about the shouting match happening between my father and the adventurers. I don't care about the politics of magical mishaps. I dive for my mother's stomach. I hit the barrier of her skin and bounce back like a ball off a brick wall. I am no longer the inhabitant. I am an intruder. The locks have been changed. The terror hits me then, a tidal wave of realization that hits harder than the trauma of the snap. I am a nameless, bodiless entity with no home and no anchor. I claw at the folds of her flesh, trying to tunnel, trying to find a seam in the reality that has decided I am finished. It is a grotesque, desperate scramble, a ghost trying to crawl back into a tomb that doesn't want it anymore. Inside the carriage, my mother is complaining about an itch, completely oblivious to the fact that her passenger is currently dying on her front doorstep. The adventurers are going through the motions of moral outrage, calling me a parasite, a monster, a threat. They are right, of course. My father is trying to defend me, stumbling over his own logic, driven by a strange, residual bias toward the hero class that seems to warp reality around us. They are arguing about whether or not I should have been vivisected. Meanwhile, I am struggling to hold onto the very concept of me. The world is losing its color. My thoughts are becoming jagged, disjointed splinters of ego. I am reaching for a lifeline that isn't there, trying to trigger a miracle with a soul that is running on empty. I need a skill, a pivot, a glitch in the code, anything to bridge the gap. If I can't get back in, I'm just a spark in the dark, waiting for the wind to blow me out. And the forest is coming. I can feel it. I'm not done yet. I have to be more than just a memory of a child who forgot how to hold on.
Please.
Just one more miracle. The ash of the frontier is deceptive. It looks like a graveyard, a landscape stripped of color by the demonic forest breath, but my parents are trying to treat it like a garden. They are pacing off fields, arguing over wards, and making small talk about livestock while I am somewhere out in the void, a ghost scrap of consciousness clinging to the dark. They think I am gone. Kalila thinks I've vanished, a brief, haunting melody that faded into the static of the border. They don't know that I am still here, struggling to string thoughts together, watching them through the thin, gray veil of a soul that has been stretched to the point of transparency. They don't know that their lives are about to change. My mother is late. The biological rhythms of this world are precise, and the absence of her cycle is a silent, growing secret that neither of them has yet dared to voice. Meanwhile, miles away, Rose is training. She is a girl of steel and scars, hacking at goblins with a blade that feels too heavy for her tired hands. She is a bronze-ranked trainee with the heart of a survivor, but she carries a ghost of a memory in her fingers. She remembers the sensation of power, the way a board turned to mist in her grip when I accidentally touched her with the wrong kind of magic. She is training to be a hero, but she is waiting for a miracle she doesn't know how to name. The system sees her. It records the way she aches for that borrowed strength, and it mocks me with a notification that I am getting the youth hooked on performance-enhancing drugs. If I could laugh, I would. I am a tragedy in a leveling menu, a disaster in a stat sheet. Back in a capital, the facade is crumbling. The royal knight is sitting across from the king, nursing a coffee, and trying to explain why he let a potential world-ending threat walk out of his sight. The king is sharp, skeptical, and immune to the strange, reality-warping charm that follows the hero class around. He asks the questions that nobody else dares to ask. Why was the prison breached? Why was the infiltrator allowed to leave? The knight, once so certain of his own judgment, is beginning to feel the cold prickle of reality. His mental defenses are up, but they are quiet, stagnant things that haven't been tested in years. He looks back at his own actions and sees a man who stopped thinking and started believing. He sees the missing evidence. He sees the timeline of the demonic forest's sudden, violent surge. He is putting the pieces together. The dots are aligning in a pattern that is as beautiful as it is terrifying. He is looking at the history of the realm, the myths of old, and the strange, inexplicable survival of a woman carrying a mystery in her blood. He hasn't used the word yet, but he is circling it. He is realizing that we are not a conspiracy, nor are we a parasite. We are an event. The knight leans forward, his hands trembling slightly against the table. He realizes that the demonic forest isn't just acting up. It is reacting. It is answering to a call, a dark, pulsing heartbeat from an egg that has been gestating for a century. And if there is a demon lord rising in the shadows, then the universe has already cast its vote. He whispers it, a word that carries the weight of prophecy and the scent of blood. The hero has arrived, and she is currently dying on a dusty road, somewhere in the middle of nowhere, waiting for the dark to finish what it started. The healer's office smells like stale tea and failure. I am currently experiencing the worst kind of silence, the kind that follows the word miscarriage, as my parents sit in a claustrophobic, repurposed supply closet. My mother is weeping, and my father is demanding answers from a doctor who is technically a spy sent to monitor us. They have no idea that I am not gone. I am just buffering. I am deep in the void, recovering from the absolute train wreck of the last week. My soul feels like it was put through a blender, but the system logs tell a different story. I've spent the last 7 days in a coma, grinding out levels by the sheer, stubborn refusal to cease existing. I have evolved, discarded my physical tether, and forged something new, a legendary subskill made entirely of spite and the desperate, obsessive need to design a magical girl squad. The system is furious. It is throwing notifications at me like a disgruntled administrator at a help desk, explicitly telling me how much it hates my refusal to play by the rules of biology. I am a cheat code in a world that wants me to be a tragedy. I wake up in the dark, and for a terrifying second, I cannot tell if I am a ghost or a memory. Then, the realization hits. I am not dead. I am retethered. I am anchored to my own body by a tether of raw, crystalline will. I am back. And I am bored. I slip out of the embryo, indifferent to the fact that I am essentially violating the laws of spiritual physics, and take a tour of the town. Karn's Vigil is a jagged, dirty contrast to the sterile, porcelain beauty of the capital. It is all cobblestones, muddy boots, and the sharp, metallic tang of people who live their lives on the edge of a blade. Back in the street, my parents are a lightning rod for trouble. They're standing there, mourning a child they think they have lost, when a local bully decides that my father is an easy target. He grabs my father's head, and the air around us instantly shifts. The universe decided to intervene. My father is a walking armory of defensive enchantments, and the guy who grabbed him learns that lesson in the most permanent way possible. The street erupts. A spy is hiding in the crowd, blowing darts. Thugs are lunging from the shadows, and my mother, caught in the middle of a war zone, is radiating a light that shouldn't exist. I don't just watch. I intervene. I flick a spark of light millimeters from an attacker's eye, a blinding, searing point of radiance that sends him reeling. My mother, perhaps sensing the surge of power or just acting on pure, protective instinct, shoves a man with the force of a battering ram. He doesn't just fall. He flies, launching 10 yards into the air before crashing into a pile of manure with the grace of a falling rock. For a heartbeat, the reality around my mother flickers. She is glowing. Her robes are shimmering, her height is shifting, and for a brief, glorious second, she looks like the prototype for the very thing I am trying to build. The thugs scatter, leaving their dignity in the dirt. My father is bewildered. My mother is grinning with a terrifying, newfound confidence, and the spy in the crowd is staring at his notes, wondering how to report that a pair of grieving parents just turned into an act of God. They think they are safe. They think it was just a chaotic scuffle. They don't know that the hero has officially arrived, and she has a very long, very complicated list of demands for the universe. And I am just getting started. The system is buzzing like an angry hornet's nest, flooding my vision with notifications that taste like bitter victory. I leveled up again, this time by weaponizing my mother's dignity and forcing an age correction protocol onto her like I am some kind of cosmic stylist. My mana reserves are a joke, but the rush is addictive. Watching a grown man get launched into a heap of manure with the velocity of a professional basketball player? That is the kind of cinematic payoff you can't buy. I am essentially trapped in the dark again, recharging my batteries while my parents retreat to their farm.
They are talking about me.
They are finally using a name instead of referring to me as an it. Mystery. It has a nice, ominous ring to it, don't you think? Like a secret you aren't supposed to find until it is far too late. Meanwhile, back at the guild, the aspiring hero Rose is selling monster scraps, oblivious to the fact that she is essentially a supporting character in my chaotic origin story. She is hearing rumors of the glowing, pink-haired woman who defied the laws of physics, and the irony is thick enough to choke on. She wants to be a hero, but she is chasing the ghost of a power she once felt in my touch. The royal knight, however, is sweating through his armor. He has finally realized that the silence from the system isn't because I am gone. It is because I have been renamed, and the system is confused enough to let it slide under the radar. He is doing the math, connecting the dots between a freakishly active demonic forest and the sudden, impossible existence of a child who can cast spells from inside a womb. He is so close to the truth that it is almost funny. He thinks I am a hero. He thinks there's time to protect me. He thinks the demonic forest is just doing its usual, periodic pulse of aggression. He is wrong. Deep in the heart of that forest, something is waking up. There is an egg, a titan of shadow and malice, and it is currently having a bad day. My presence in the mana stream is like a splinter under its skin, a constant, holy irritation that is driving the local wildlife into a frenzied, murderous tantrum. I am a beacon. I am a glitch in the code that the universe is trying to patch, but I am expanding too fast to be contained. The demon lord is sending a hunter to find the source of the itch. A winged, leathery shadow is already tearing through the northern sky, tracking the distortion I leave behind every time I flex my will. I am sitting here in the quiet, watching my stats climb, and wondering if I should be worried about the monster currently coming to evict me. But honestly, the system just gave me a new subskill for being a problem, and I have a feeling the real game hasn't even started yet. The wind is picking up, and I can hear the wings beating against the clouds. My mana is almost full. Let them come. I think I am just about ready to see what happens when a hero decides to stop hiding in the dark. The world is a blurred, messy charcoal sketch that I am learning to rewrite in neon. My mother and I are practicing, trading pulses of light back and forth until the system dings, rewarding me for being a toddler who is essentially playing tag with the fabric of reality. But the silence is the problem. I want to communicate, to tell her that I am not just a bump in the road or a biological error, but my soul is locked away in a spectral cage, while my vocal cords are still just theoretical blueprints in a cradle of bone. Haydaf is talking about enchanter classes that would make any sane person break into a cold sweat, but the air suddenly turns heavy. The wards around the farm are shivering, groaning under a pressure that shouldn't exist. I slip out, a tetherless ghost in a landscape of potential, and find the border of our home littered with things that look like nature's bad ideas, centipedes the size of houses and rhinos armored like siege engines. I am out in the void, drifting, and I realize with a jolt of pure, panicked adrenaline that my tether is gone. I can go anywhere. I am not a prisoner of the womb anymore. I am a free-floating anomaly. But the forest is hungry. A demon, a creature of shadow and cold, unadulterated intent, is stalking the perimeter. He doesn't want me, not yet. He wants bait. He is using a lure, waiting for the classic, predictable human reaction to a scream. He spots an adventurer, Rose, walking the path. He strikes, and the air erupts in the violet, jagged frequency of a dying hope. My parents are sprinting toward the danger, but I am faster. I arrive at the scene before they do, and the sight turns my ectoplasmic stomach. Rose is being toyed with. She is a broken thing, her armor in tatters, her sword reduced to a jagged hilt, while the demon dances around her, mocking her, waiting for the audience to arrive. I am invisible to him because I lack a soul, or, at least, I lack the kind of soul that shows up on a monster's radar. I have no move, no mana, no way to swing the tide. Then, I feel my mother's resolve.
She stops.
She breathes. She finds the link between us, the umbilical cord of raw, pulsing potential, and she opens the floodgates. The air snaps. Rose, who is 1 second away from a gruesome end, goes still. She stands up, and the look in her eyes shifts from terror to something sharp, manic, and terrifyingly efficient. The demon doesn't even see the punch coming. It just feels the impact, a force that shreds his confidence and sends him carving a trench into the dirt like a falling star. And then, the transformation. It is absurd. It is a spectacle of light and impossible geometry. Her armor dissolves into motes of starlight, replaced by a blue, petal-layered dress that makes absolutely zero sense for a battlefield. Her wounds heal, as if they were never there. Her hair grows into a river of silk. She looks like a doll designed by a fever dream, holding a blade that looks more like a floral arrangement than a weapon. She looks at her own heels, her voice heavy with the biting, exhausted sarcasm of someone who knows exactly how ridiculous she looks while standing over a dying demon. She is Aster Blue, my first recruit, and she just gutted a nightmare in a kitten heel pirouette. The demon is looking up at her, realizing too late that he didn't hunt a hero. He hunted a disaster, and the disaster is currently smiling at him with the terrifying, unhinged grace of a girl who has just decided that death is no longer on the table. The battle is over before it truly begins, and the shock of it leaves the forest silent. But I can feel the shadows shifting deeper in the woods. I have unveiled my masterpiece, and the rest of the dark is finally starting to pay attention. The system is practically vibrating, throwing notifications at me like a shower of golden confetti. My magical girl transformation skill is leveling up so fast it's giving me a metaphysical head rush. I am a spellforger now. The world's own mana acknowledges me, bowing to the fact that I just manifested an impossible idea into the physical realm. My regeneration is up, my power is scaling, and I've officially branded myself a demon slayer. I am currently hovering in the spectral void, feeling like a ghost on a caffeine high. My body is a cradle of waiting potential, but my soul is currently the architect of a masterpiece. Rose, my accidental recruit, is still standing in the middle of a gore-splattered clearing, staring at her own hands like they belong to a stranger. The adrenaline is burning off, and the silence of the aftermath is heavy, tasting of ozone and dried blood. Then the audience arrives. My parents stumble in, their faces tight with a terrifying mix of relief and realization, followed closely by the garrison soldiers who were tasked with preventing me from doing exactly what I just did. They find the corpse of a demon pinned to the earth by a sword that shouldn't exist, and a girl who looks like she took a wrong turn at a costume gala. Watching from the sidelines, I can't help but laugh. It is a jagged, silent, inhuman sound. The soldiers are baffled, trying to parse how an iron-ranked amateur turned an eldritch nightmare into a heap of black, hissing slime. Rose is frantically trying to peel off her uniform, not realizing that I built those clothes to stay put. The logic of a magical girl is not subject to the physics of buttons or zippers, and her utter confusion is the funniest thing I have seen in months. The spell flickers and dies. The glow fades, the elaborate dress dissolves into starlight, and Rose is left standing in her shredded armor, looking remarkably like a teenager who just woke up from a very long, very strange dream. Her confidence drains out of her with the light, replaced by the crushing weight of reality. She tells them she has a new achievement, Hero's party member, and in that moment, the gears of the world start to turn in earnest. Back in the capital, the bureaucratic machine is panicking. A scribe is frantically swapping papers, his hands shaking as the recorder logs the impossibility of what I have done. But the forest has a memory, and it is angry. Deep in the rotting heart of the demonic wood, something is stirring. The egg, the mindless titan that is destined to become a god of ruin, has felt the death of its minion. It doesn't have a conscious thought in its cold, embryonic head, but it has a primal, screaming instinct for retribution. It is calling out, a wave of dark mana washing over the canopy with a single, brutal command. Revenge. 3 shadows detach themselves from the mass. A creature of polished, featureless chitin, a winged horror leaking toxic mist, and a woman who wears her humanity like a stolen skin, her red eyes slitted and hungry. They are moving now, tracking the scent of the holy mana that disrupted their lord's slumber. I am still high on my own success, drunk on the power of the game I am playing. My parents think we are safe, and the soldiers think they have everything under control. They have no idea that the real game has just begun. The monsters are coming, and I think I am finally going to get the chance to see if I can make a whole squad of them. The air in the room is thick enough to choke on, smelling of cold stone and the suffocating weight of absolute authority. We are gathered around a table that feels more like a guillotine block, and the man projected in the center is the reason why. The king. Even as a flickering, ethereal image, he possesses a gravity that makes the air feel heavy. I am hovering in the periphery, a ghost watching a play where everyone is terrified and the script is being written in real time. The king is dissecting my existence with the clinical detachment of a scientist examining a bacteria colony. He knows I am a hero, he knows I am a glitch in his history books, and he knows that I am not supposed to exist yet. The conversation is a blur of political posturing and dire predictions. They talk about me like a strategic asset, a piece on a chessboard meant to draw out the rot from the demonic forest. I am the bait. They decide, though they wrap it in the polite language of protection and destiny. It is almost funny. I am a child, a spirit, a force of nature, and they are terrified of the fact that they cannot control me. Rose, my accidental champion, is sitting there, pale and trembling. She is an iron-ranked nobody who just survived a nightmare, yet she is being drafted into a war she doesn't understand. She is terrified of the king, terrified of the demons, and yet there is a steel in her that I recognize.
She chooses to stay.
She chooses the danger. She is loyal to a ghost she has never really met, all because she felt the kick of the power I lent her. If only she knew I picked her because her hair color fit my aesthetic vision for a magical girl, the absurdity would be enough to break her. But while the adults trade barbs and survival strategies, I am busy leveling up. I watch the king, the soldiers, and the unseen spies hiding in the shadows of the room. My soul's eye pulses, peeling back the layers of reality. I see the man leaning against the wall, thinking he is invisible, and I smile. He thinks he is a shadow, but to me, he is just another flickering light in the dark. I have pierce illusions now. I see you. The scene shifts. Back in the capital, the royal children are being summoned. The prince and the princess, groomed for power, are being told that the future of their house now depends on a girl who hasn't even been born yet. The princess, white-haired and burdened by duty, accepts her fate. She is packing her things, preparing to leave her gilded cage to join the party of a spirit. I am watching it all, floating in the quiet, gathering my strength. The world is rearranging itself around me, bending the knee to a force it doesn't understand. They think they are preparing for a war against demons. They don't realize they are actually watching the birth of a new reality. The pieces are moving. The board is set. And I, the unborn architect, am just waiting for the final countdown to begin. The report is finished, delivered by a voice hidden beneath a heavy hood. In the shadows of an in-room, a hand with pointed ears and green hair grips an earring, its magical hum fading into silence. The game of cat and mouse has begun, but for now, the observer is content to wait. I am the target, the mystery, the unborn variable in a long, tedious equation, and I am currently far too busy trying to keep my mother from dying to care about spies. We are traveling. The road to the farm is a parade of exhaustion, a long, rhythmic trudge of soldiers weighed down by heavy packs and parents trying to keep their sanity intact. My vantage point, the top of my mother's head, is the only place where I can see the horizon, and from up here, the horizon looks like a swarm of bad anatomy. They are wasps, or they are skeletons, or they are a fevered dream of bone and malice. They are 2 feet of jagged, screeching horror with wings made of blades. They don't belong in the natural order of things. Who puts ribs on the outside? Whoever designed these monstrosities has a profoundly twisted sense of aesthetics. I reach for my mother's mana, desperate to trigger the transformation, to bring out the only weapon I have. But the air is thick with her terror. Her focus is shattered, fractured into a million jagged pieces of instinct. The connection flickers and dies, leaving me falling, weightless and helpless, back into the dark sanctuary of the womb. Then, the world turns sharp and wet. A projectile, a spear of sharpened bone, tears through the darkness, missing my fragile, developing form by a hair's breadth. The smell of copper fills the air. My mother's vitality, which usually burns with the steady, golden warmth of home, suddenly drops to a sickening, guttering red. She is screaming, a sound that shreds the silence as cold, necrotic poison begins to bloom inside her like a black flower. I feel the sting of the world's cruelty, but I am not done playing. I don't need a willing conduit when the threat is at the doorstep. I rip into her mana reserves, tearing the locks off the treasury, and force the manifestation. I am not the one who will be fighting. I will make her the storm. Light explodes. It is not the soft glow of a candle, but a blinding, neon saturation that burns the shadows away. My mother, once a panicked mage clutching a mortal wound, is suddenly gone, replaced by a silhouette of crystalline, impossible grace. The bone stingers, those harbingers of necrotic death, are plucked from her body as if they were nothing more than bothersome needles. She moves with the terrifying, unhinged elegance of a doll brought to life by a vengeful god. Her pink hair floats as if suspended in water, and the very air around her screams. With a wave of her gloved hand, the remaining monsters are snared, trapped in individual spheres of shifting, translucent pink. She closes her fist. The sound of crunching bone fills the air, a wet, final symphony of destruction. Then, silence returns. I am back in the quiet, tucked away, feeling the familiar, rhythmic thrum of her heart. She is alive. The poison is gone. I am still here, unhatched and hungry. And then, the system chimes, a sweet, sarcastic bell that confirms I have leveled up and finally, after months of silence, gives me a notification that feels like a wink from the universe itself. You heard me, didn't you, system?
You've been listening the entire time.
The silence that follows is deafening. And somewhere in the forest, the shadows are already shifting to plan the next mistake. The air is thick with the lingering ozone of a battlefield, but the real chaos is entirely internal. My mother, Kalila, is currently being hauled under the armpit of a very stressed out, very confused man, her 14-year-old body twitching in a costume that would make a royal tailor faint dead away. She is in a state of research-induced shock, her brain attempting to map out the mechanics of a spell I accidentally forced into existence, all while ignoring the fact that she has sprouted a decade of physical growth for the sake of a magical aesthetic. Watching from the spectral sidelines, I find the entire scene hilariously surreal. She is trying to maintain the dignity of a court mage while her skirt is literally flapping in the breeze, and the soldiers, bless their hearts, are doing an admirable job of staring strictly at the grass. It is a grotesque masterpiece of bad timing and accidental heroism. But then, the weight of the realization hits me, cold and heavy as a tombstone. I have been floating through this pregnancy with the arrogance of a player who thinks they are the protagonist of a grand, sweeping narrative. I thought I was the one pulling the strings, the architect of a glorious revolution. I was wrong. I am not the hero. I am the floating, invisible, and frankly, quite useless mascot. I am the trope. I am the alien catalyst that arrives to bestow powers on the deserving young girls because I am too busy being a sentient fetus to actually do the work myself. The demons, the destiny, the desperate magical girl transformations, it is all part of a script I didn't write, and I am stuck in the role of the helpless observer. The existential dread is almost enough to make me lose my tether to the world. I am spiraling. I am a mascot. I am a walking, talking, floating, invisible cliché. Just as I am about to fully dissolve into a fit of metaphysical hysterics, the world shifts. My vision warps, a sickening ripple in reality that tastes like stale iron and rot. I pause, hovering in the stagnant air outside our protective wards, and see it, a stain on the canvas of the world. It is a sickly, pulsating purple, woven through with threads of necrotic brown. It doesn't move with the wind. It sits there, heavy and intentional. My soul's eye screams, leveling up in a desperate bid to process the foulness. It's a demon, a horned, hollow-souled horror, watching us from the edge of the woods. It lacks the vibrant, erratic pulse of a human soul, making it a ghost in my vision, but the miasma it bleeds is unmistakable. We are being watched. I am currently a helpless, invisible ball of potential trapped inside a mother who just learned how to fight, and I have absolutely no way to scream. The demon is waiting, lurking just beyond the reach of our protection, and the game has moved from accidental survival to a cold-blooded hunt. I have to warn them. But how do you tell the world you are dying when you haven't even been born yet? Wards are temperamental things. They are the arrogance of a mage etched into stone, a belief that you can define the boundaries of reality with a few well-placed runes. You set a trigger for hostility, and you get everything else. You set a trigger for non-sentience, and you let in every thief with a pulse. That is how we ended up with a naked man, a literal streaker, creeping through our hallways, invisible only because he had forgotten to invest in the basic common sense of wearing his clothes while using his stealth skills. He was a low-level amateur, a man playing a game of shadows with a flickering candle, and he was walking straight for the master bedroom. I watched him, annoyed by the sheer incompetence of it all, and even more annoyed by the fact that I had to wake my parents. I am the mascot of this operation, the silent observer who must now drag them into the light. I pulled on my mother's mana, the connection searing and cold, a frantic pulse against her sleep. The house rippled with the effort. When she woke, confused and covered in the lace of a transformation I had forced upon her, the scene was pure comedy. My father's scream was muffled by the reality of the situation, and the thief was left writhing on the floor, bound in light that offered zero protection for his dignity. It was messy, it was absurd, and it was entirely necessary. The following morning, the atmosphere shifted. My mother, ever the researcher, decided that the best way to process the trauma of an assassin and the existence of a magical girl was to turn the barn into a laboratory. It was fascinating, in a patronizing way. They dragged scrap metal and iron weights into the workshop, treating my transformation like a machine to be calibrated. My mother, Rose, and Melody stood there, measuring their strength, their speed, their potential for violence, trying to understand the physics of a magical girl's dress. They squinted at the fabric, questioning why it defied the laws of armor, why it was more durable than leather, why it persisted despite the apparent lack of structural integrity. They don't understand that logic is a local phenomenon. They think in terms of padding and steel, while I think in terms of concepts. They tested the skirt, they stabbed at the petals, and they were shocked that it resisted them. They were looking for science, but they had stumbled onto the edge of a different kind of reality. While they poked and prodded, the world outside was shifting. A new piece moved on the board. In the distance, a transport platform hummed, depositing a new arrival into the fold. A healer, disguised as a commoner, royalty wearing a veil of mediocrity. The military commander believes he is bolstering our defenses. He thinks he is sending help. He is actually sending a witness. I felt the system chime, a rapid-fire sequence of notifications that blurred into a singular, overwhelming sense of progress. My skills were climbing. Soul's eye was sharpening, becoming a razor that cut through the mundane world. My attributes were swelling. The cost was high, the burning sensation of my fading presence in this world becoming a constant, background ache, but the data was worth it. They are playing with science, and I am playing with the fabric of existence. My mother wants to know the limits of the spell, but she doesn't realize that the spell is just a window. The assassin, currently rotting in the cold storage, is a warning. The new healer is a complication. The experiment is a distraction. And I, the mascot, am watching it all, waiting to see what happens when they realize that no amount of physical exercise or scientific study can prepare them for the things that are starting to circle our home. The game has changed, and we have only just begun to see the board. The system chimes again. Another ding, another virtual pat on the head from the universe. I've unlocked curiosity, an uncommon achievement that grants me improved memory and faster reading speed. It's a weirdly practical bonus for an entity that currently exists as a consciousness floating in amniotic fluid. So, I'm rewarded for being an overachiever, I think, settling back into the dark sanctuary of my mother's womb. I already knew how magical girls worked. They're supposed to transform to protect people, not to be turned into lab rats and poked with scrap iron. But I guess they're being sensible? Fine. Maybe I did learn something. And I leveled up all my major skills while they were busy measuring their push-ups. I even managed to read some numbers. I'll figure out this whole language thing eventually. I just need to practice more with light. Speaking of which, light is for, well, producing light. Not for nuance, not for complex communication. But I am nothing if not persistent. I push against the limits of the spell, forcing it to do things it was never designed to do. Success. For my efforts to achieve the impossible, light levels up to 7. I've managed to manifest 2 colors simultaneously, upgrading the skill with heterochrome. A moment later, It dings again, advancing to level 8 as I discover yet another aspect of the spell. But the quiet research session is abruptly over. My mother and her party are called back outside, where the security detail has suddenly doubled. More soldiers, more armor, more clanking steel. They're trying to build an unbreachable perimeter, but the farm is vast. Haydaf's new, smaller secure line is a necessary compromise, turning our home into a fortified island. I hear my mother's silent protest. She is under house arrest again, a caged scholar. She understands the necessity, but it grates on her. The lieutenant, ever vigilant, explains that the increased security is for her protection, especially after the naked assassin incident. He also mentions that my father is working with a new healer, a specialist in curses, who has arrived from headquarters. Between the pair of them, he says, they can safely get that assassin to talk. Well, that's good news. Hopefully they can. The world goes blinding white. And then, silence. Back in the womb, my light winks out. Mana, my mother's mana, which had been a comforting hum in my developing ears, suddenly freezes. It's like a river turning to ice in a single second. It's not a deliberate action. It's a total system crash. Sense sound is screaming. The frequency of violence is everywhere. Violet bursts of pain, brown clashes of metal, and a hollow, heavy white thump. Someone has fallen. My mother. Another attack. I think, the panic rising in my ectoplasmic throat. Damn it. I am not even close to recovered, but I guess I don't have a choice. The mastermind behind this chaos is sitting in an austere office, calmly burning his paperwork. He is a merchant of death, an entrepreneur of the final curtain, and he operates in Karn's vigil for all the right-wrong reasons. The capital is too hot, too scrutinized, too bureaucratic. Here, in the armpit of civilization, he can run a guild of incompetent assassins and thrive. But his latest contract has broken his golden rule of keeping a low profile. A master enchanter as a target? That is a guaranteed high-profile investigation. He knows his time is up. He has paid off the guards, evacuated his premises, and is calmly making his escape, leaving his remaining employees to finish the job and serve as his final distraction. He leaves his office, locking the door behind him, a bag of blood money clinking at his side, perfectly satisfied with his chaotic farewell. He has emptied his premises. He sent everyone. I burst out into the daylight. The scene is a tapestry of violence. Half a dozen guards form a tight, desperate circle around my mother's rigid, paralyzed body. Her eyes are frozen open, staring into nothing. More guards are locked in a brutal melee with attackers clad in black. Platus is fighting with a primal, terrifying fury, hacking through the assassins to reach his niece. Rose is on the ground, also paralyzed, beside Melody and a white-haired girl. The newcomer is chanting, firing off beams of holy light that heal the guards, transforming them into an unstoppable force. They are winning. But the enemy is playing a dirty, expensive game. They have deployed enchanted devices, paying twice the contract's worth just to disable my mother before she can transform. It's a suicide run, designed to overwhelm. And it's working. Through the chaos, an assassin is moving, unseen by the defenders. His movements are muffled by his skills, but to my heightened senses, his very stealth betrays him. Each silent step creates a small, dull, acoustic flash. He is circling around the defenders, homing in on the frozen form of my mother. I cannot see him, but I know exactly where he is. What do? The guards can't see him. I panic. I can't flash a light. That would only distract them. I have to use my other spell. I dive back toward Kalila, attempting to hook my will into her mana, to force the magical girl transformation. But it's useless. Her mana is frozen. The spell fizzles. I try Rose. Same result. I look around, frantic. Melody is standing over Rose. A good option. She's a mother, protective, fierce. But she's just a human. I look at the white-haired girl. Jasper White. Holy magic. But even if I transform her, the assassin is invisible. I need to alert them. I need a tactical shift. Wait. I think, reviewing the description of my own skill, there's something I can do. I turn away from the battlefield, away from the defenders, away from my own mother, and refocus my cast of magical girl transformation straight onto the hidden assassin. Sir Reginald Dumbringer the 109th was having the worst day of his life, and he had paid a small fortune to a temple just to get that ridiculous name. He was a professional, a shadow in the night, a man who prided himself on being faceless. But today, the universe decided to make him the punchline of a very cruel joke. He had walked into this mission expecting a quick payday, but the site was crawling with guards. When his team leader insisted that magical trinkets would tip the scales, he knew they were in trouble. They hit the target with everything: explosions, toxins, paralyzing mists, but most of it just bounced off. Finally, one esoteric artifact broke through, freezing the target's mana and locking her body in a stasis of pure terror. Sir was the closer. He was the one meant to finish the job. He gripped his dagger, his boots silent on the floorboards, closing the distance to the paralyzed girl. He was a breath away from victory. Then the world tilted. A pleasant, golden warmth washed over his limbs, a sensation so jarringly wrong that he knew, instinctively, that he was doomed. His black armor began to glow with a rhythmic, pulsing light. He felt his equipment vanish. His dagger, his pride, his very identity just blinked out of existence. He stepped forward to deliver the strike, but his balance was utterly ruined. He felt top-heavy, clumsy, and, strangely, cushioned. He looked down, and the scream that escaped his throat was several octaves higher than anything he had ever produced in his professional career. He had been transformed. He was encased in a skin-tight, squeaky black latex leotard, complete with matching opera gloves, thigh-high boots, and a set of demonic horns jutting from his skull. And the breasts. Two unphysical, gravity-defying mounds of excess weight sat heavy on his chest, swaying with every motion. He was a caricature of a villain, a walking, jingling nightmare draped in bells that announced his every movement to the room. The guards didn't even attack. They just stared, their mouths hanging open in a mixture of horror and profound confusion. Sir didn't know what to do, but the instinct to fight was still buried deep in his warped new frame. He wove his fingers together, pouring his mana into the void, and for a glorious second, a bullet of pure darkness blossomed in his palm. He could feel it, the raw, intoxicating surge of a power he had never possessed as a mere assassin. He could be the master of the guild. He could reshape the world. Then, the spell shattered like glass. The darkness evaporated, his borrowed power vanished, and he was back in his own body, disoriented and vulnerable. Before he could even draw a breath, 3 blades punched through his torso. Magical girls do not use their power for evil. The system's rule was absolute, a hard-coded law of the universe that now left him slumped on the floor, bleeding out. Deep within the sanctuary of the womb, I watched the notifications scroll by. The system rewarded my creativity with a new subskill, gender bending. I didn't mean to be quite so thorough, but I suppose the message was sent. Transforming a hardened assassin into a hypersexualized caricature was definitely a distraction. It was petty, it was tactical, and frankly, it was a little bit hilarious. The battle outside was drawing to a close, the defenders mopping up the last of the intruders. I was exhausted, my soul burning with a familiar, creeping ache of overprojection, so I drifted back to my dark, quiet refuge. I wasn't bored, though. My mind was already racing with new designs. A gothic Lolita aesthetic, maybe? Something with black lace and dark, mysterious elegance. I would need to find the right flowers to match the theme. Outside, the air was shifting. In the deep, shadowed recesses of the forest, 2 entities watched the carnage unfold, their shadows stretching long across the moss. They had seen the transformation. They had seen the impossible magic. They were beginning to realize that the hero's daughter was not a passive observer. But they weren't the only ones moving. Far behind the treeline, the ground began to tremble. A massive, rhythmic thud echoed through the earth, signaling the approach of something that didn't care about tactics, spells, or magical girls. A towering demon lord, for meters of corded muscle and pure, unadulterated malice, rode atop a gargantuan WIRM. He didn't know how to strategize, and he didn't care. To him, the world was simple. If a problem was in your way, you had a monster eat it. And he had brought an entire army to make sure he stayed very, very well fed. Floating in the absolute darkness of the womb, I am currently enduring the world's most frustrating language lesson. Kalila, my mother, is trying to drill nouns into my developing consciousness, but there is only so much a prenatal mind can process. My only consolation is that at -8 months old, I am already a linguistic prodigy. If only these people understood that I am not just a baby, but a strategic entity with a growing library of arcane skills. Outside our sanctuary, the farm is transforming into a paranoid's fever dream. My father, Hadaf, is working with the manic efficiency of a man who knows he is being hunted. He has turned our home into a fortress without a single physical wall. His wards are brutal, absolute, and total. Anything that breathes without a class is incinerated, and anything that harbors a shred of malice finds itself locked out by a wall of unseen pressure. The soldiers, meanwhile, have insisted on building actual stone walls, just for the comfort of knowing they can physically block a blade. It is adorable, in a morbid way. We are effectively at war, and the perimeter is officially hostile. Then she arrives. She is an elf, a creature that seems to have skipped the divine syllabus entirely. Her hair is a vibrant, neon green, her eyes sparkling with an intelligence that suggests she is either a genius or completely out of her depth. She walks through my father's impenetrable, hostile detecting wards as if they were a light summer breeze. The soldiers swarm her, weapons drawn, but she doesn't flinch. She is diplomatic, poised, and utterly infuriating. An envoy, she claims, but her eyes are not on the guards. They're on the window.
She is looking for me.
The lieutenant is a man of logic and procedure, and this elf is a walking paradox. She offers a gift, a notebook filled with samples of ancient languages, under the pretense of helping with my communication barrier. She is playing a game of subtle signals, winking at the shadows, waiting for me to take the bait. And I am tempted. Oh, I am so tempted. She is everything I am not yet. Agile, pointed-eared, and possessing an air of effortless, annoying superiority. I am jealous. I am curious. I am trapped in a fortified room behind layers of anti-magic wards that make even reaching out with my soul feel like trying to run through wet concrete. I try to reach her. I stretch my consciousness, burning through the mana-sodden air, but the strain is too much. My soul begins to fray, the familiar, sharp ache of overprojection hitting me like a physical blow. I am forced to pull back, retreating into my physical vessel to recover. The notification chime rings in the back of my mind. Astral projection has leveled up. Again. It seems the system enjoys watching me suffer for my ambition. The elf realizes her window of opportunity is closing. She hands the notebook to the guard, her smile never wavering, and retreats. She is a master of the backpedal, making her clandestine attempt at contact look like an innocent, bureaucratic offer. An hour later, the notebook has been scrubbed for poison, curses, and hidden spells. It is declared mundane. Kalila, armed with a translation spell, finally sits down to decode the text. It is a test, she whispers, her voice tight with confusion. Every page is the same request in a different tongue. It asks for a specific color of light to be manifested. My father looks at the pages, then back at me. Or, rather, at the faint, shimmering orb of brown light that I have been unconsciously manifesting behind Kalila's back.
He doesn't need to ask.
He knows. The elf didn't just walk through our wards. She managed to find the one frequency I was tuned to. And now, the game has officially begun. The palace is in a state of absolute, high-level panic. My father, the king, is currently oscillating between rage and pure, unfiltered exhaustion. He is dealing with a diplomatic nightmare that has been brewing for centuries, the arrival of an eternal elf who has been watching heroes rise and fall since the kingdom was nothing more than a few scattered tents. She is not a threat, strictly speaking, but her presence is a massive, walking complication.
She knows things. She has seen everything.
And most importantly, she speaks the language I am currently locked out of, the language of my own origins. Back in my watery, dark sanctuary, I am mentally screaming into the void. The elf, the envoy, had the key to my silence, and I missed my chance because I was too busy being a literal embryo trying to navigate a set of high-security wards. I could have had a board of letters, a system of light signals, anything to bridge the gap. Instead, I am left with a white-haired girl named Grace, who is currently hovering around me with an intensity that is bordering on religious. She wants to be a hero. She wants the power, the glory, the validation. And she thinks that if she stays close enough to me, the magic will simply rub off on her. Grace is a princess, and she carries the weight of etiquette like a leaden cloak. To her, my magical girl transformations are scandalous, a violation of every social rule she was ever beaten with by her tutors. Yet, she is desperate enough to defy them. She sketches a design, a ball gown-esque hybrid that she hopes will be modest enough to save her dignity, and presents it to me, her face burning with a mixture of terror and hope. I look at her sketch and immediately start critiquing the architecture. It is too heavy, too restrictive. It lacks the aesthetic flow of a true transformation. I decide to pivot. I scrap her design entirely, molding the mana into something that fits my own vision of a perfect, petal-fused warrior. I want it to be elegant, iconic, and just a little bit absurd. I reach out and the familiar white light flares. Grace is engulfed. Her royal vestments disintegrate, replaced by a shimmering, liquid metal outfit that clings to her form with magical precision. The transformation is a success. I can feel the system click, locking her into the role of a hero's party member. The achievement notification pings in the air, a digital gold star for my latest recruitment project. But as the light fades, the reality of the design hits her. She wanted a gown. She wanted coverage. Instead, she is wearing a sleek, flower-themed combat suit that leaves her knees and calves exposed to the open air. It is practical, sure, but to a princess raised on stiff corsets and floor-length hems, it is total catastrophe. The room erupts. Her scream is loud enough to rattle the walls, bringing in 3 guards who, upon seeing the princess standing in a magical girl leotard, turn a shade of red that defies natural biology. I am left in the dark, floating in my quiet, pressurized bubble, listening to the chaos. The system dings again, another level for magical girl transformation, this time with a snarky notification about destroying a princess's marriage prospects. I honestly feel like the developers are mocking me now. Kalila, my mother, barely even looks up from her book, her patience for this supernatural domestic insanity clearly hitting its limit. As for me, I am just sitting here, wishing for the elf to come back. I need to talk to someone who isn't a hysterical royal or a confused guard. I need to talk to someone who understands the weight of a world I never asked to be born into. The palace is screaming, the guards are blushing, and I am already planning the next outfit. I suppose this is what progress looks like. The palace has decided that holding a grand ball for a hero who is still, technically, a fetus is a brilliant political move. I am floating in the dark, processing this level of idiocy with a kind of cold, prenatal detachment that only comes from knowing I am the smartest person in the room, despite the fact that my current room is a womb. They want a spectacle. They want to parade me around like a prize-winning heifer, or perhaps a holy relic, depending on how much mana I can project that day. The entire logistics of it are laughable. Kalila, my mother, is spiraling over the social requirements of returning to high society hell, while the people around her are realizing that our little farm is no longer just a home. It is a tactical target. Outside, the air has gone stagnant, heavy with the metallic tang of impending slaughter. My father, Hadaf, is usually the calmest man I know, but his voice has taken on a sharp, jagged edge. The wards are screaming. They are vibrating with the frantic, rhythmic thuds of something truly massive throwing itself against our perimeter. It is not an assassin. It is an army. 10,000 monsters, a sea of chitin, fur, and teeth, led by a creature that smiles with too many rows of jagged fangs. They have decided that our sanctuary is a wall to be shattered, and they are more than happy to feed their own kind into the meat grinder just to get to the core. The first line of defense goes up in a bloom of fire and incinerated ogres. Then, the shield begins to flicker. Cracks spread like spiderwebs across the sky, glowing with the strain of holding back the tide. Kalila, Rose, and Grace are standing on the ramparts of our inner wall. They are looking at the horizon, where the sky is literally darkening with the beating wings of 1,000 wyverns. It is pure chaos. Rose is vibrating with a terrifying, adrenaline-fueled excitement, while Grace is having a full-blown existential crisis because her royal dignity is clashing with her desperate need for self-preservation. She is a healer, a princess, and currently the most stressed person on the continent. I don't have the luxury of hesitation. I am already flooding them with mana. The transformation light flares up again, a desperate, glowing neon heartbeat in the middle of a war zone. I am not thinking about style anymore. I am thinking about survival. Rose lunges forward, transformed, her blades flashing. Grace is forced to give in, the light consuming her, stripping away her stiff, suffocating princess exterior and replacing it with the same ridiculous, petal-themed armor that seems to be the current uniform for my fledgling squad. She is standing on the wall, mortified, her knees exposed, her royal status officially traded for the tactical necessity of not being eaten alive. The outer shields are failing. The structural integrity of our world is collapsing under the weight of 10,000 monsters. My father is retreating, his soldiers moving with a supernatural, rhythm-breaking speed that just barely keeps them ahead of the wyvern horde. The sky is screaming. The ground is shaking. And from my dark, quiet corner of the universe, I am pulling on every thread of mana I can reach. If they want a hero, I will give them one. But they might not like the price of the performance. The shield shatters with a sound like a mountain cracking in half. The tide is coming in, and I am ready. The battlefield is a cacophony of breaking stone and screaming beasts, and I am the silent architect in the dark, frantically playing God with my mana pool. My level in Magical Girl transformation has climbed, but honestly, at this point, the system is just giving me participation trophies while my house literally burns down around me. I have just turned my own father into a battle-hardened gothic loli, which is a sentence I never thought I would have to conceptualize, let alone manifest into reality. He is currently sporting a buzz cut, a dress made of obsidian petals, and an expression of pure, tactical confusion. He has also realized that his new powers involve turning mundane objects into explosive payload, which is arguably the most useful thing to happen all day. The strategy is desperate and thin. We are sending 4 magical girls, a princess who is currently fighting the existential horror of exposed knees, a vengeful teenager with a sword, my magically induced father, and my mother, to circle behind the horde and decapitate the source of this nightmare. The lieutenant is holding the line at the inner walls. The monsters are a tide of mindless, crushing flesh, crashing against our defenses with the predictability of a machine. My mother, Kalila, is throwing up pink barriers like she is weaving light itself, protecting the soldiers from fireballs and debris. She is a powerhouse, but even she is hitting her limit. Grace is still having a meltdown about her outfit, despite the fact that she has the power to purify the very corruption that is driving these creatures. The irony is staggering. She is essentially a walking holy relic, and she is too busy worrying about her hemline to realize she could be a tactical nuke. We make our move. We vault over the west wall, the air rushing past us, cold and sharp. The ground beneath our feet is trembling as the monster horde shifts, their focus momentarily split. We are a needle threading through a haystack of fur, fangs, and gore. I am watching through the senses of my squad, my consciousness stretched across the battlefield like a thin, fraying wire. I see the forest canopy ahead, a dark, pulsing throat that has been vomiting out this endless stream of agony. We are looking for the controller, the brain behind this mindless mass. And then, the forest stops being a forest. 40 meters of draconic muscle and golden scale erupts from the treeline. It is not just a monster. It is a primal, earth-shaking disaster of a creature. It tears through the trees as if they are brittle sticks, its eyes locked onto our tiny, glowing squad. Rose, the only one of us who knows how to hold a blade with intent, stares up at the beast. She looks at the group of us, this motley collection of magical constructs, and gives up on the planning entirely. The strategy is dead. The beast is here. And I am about to find out if my design skills are good enough to kill a legend. The beast is a golden nightmare of scale and malice, 40 meters of apex predator that makes the laws of physics look like mere suggestions. It doesn't walk, it tears the earth apart. I am watching through the eyes of my squad, my consciousness anchored in that dark, quiet void, feeling every tremor of the battlefield as if my own skin were vibrating. The creature doesn't care about our barriers. It crashes through Kalila's light like it's walking through morning mist. Rose, normally a blur of lethal efficiency, looks like a child playing with toothpicks against a mountain. Even Grace, the princess who should be radiating holy fire, is discovering that her repertoire of white light spells is currently as useful as a flashlight against a solar flare. They're dancing. That is the only way to describe it. My squad is moving with an unnatural, terrifying grace, leaping over obstacles that should crush them, their bodies twisting in ways that defy the rigidity of their royal or commoner origins. It is the hallmark of the transformation, the system forcing survival instincts into them that they never knew they possessed. But survival isn't victory. The WYRM is fast, its jaws snapping with the speed of a closing vault door. My father, Haydaf, is currently the star of this absurd tragedy. He is a gothic lace-clad tactician with a buzz cut and a manic glint in his eye. He realizes, with the terrifying clarity of a desperate man, that brute force is a language this monster doesn't understand. The battle descends into pure, unfiltered chaos. Rose is swiped aside like a ragdoll, saved only by the fact that the magical girl armor is apparently designed to shrug off kinetic force that should have turned her into a puddle. Grace is shrieking, Kalila is frantically weaving barriers, and I am in the dark, screaming at the system to give me more output. Then, the turning point arrives, and it is as glorious as it is repulsive. Haydaf decides that if the front door is too heavily guarded, he'll take the back. It is a plan born of pure, desperate spite. He doesn't just attack the WYRM. He delivers an internal demolition. The sound that follows is something that will haunt the nightmares of everyone involved, a wet, explosive, gargantuan release of pressure that signals the end of the creature's reign. The monster doesn't just die, it collapses into a pathetic, brown-stained heap of scales and failure. My father stands there, his intricate, lace-trimmed dress ruined, his arms covered in the aftermath of his own creative, albeit horrific, strategy. He looks like a battlefield tragedy, a beautiful and ridiculous mess. The notification dings in my head, a level up, an epic achievement, and a sense of profound, cold relief. I am an observer, a designer of dolls that kill dragons, and as I watch my squad stand amidst the wreckage of their dignity and their enemy, I realize something. The demon commander watching from the treeline? He didn't just underestimate us. He gave us the only opening we needed.
He wanted a challenge.
He wanted to test the hero. He is about to find out that when you force a group of people to fight for their lives, they stop caring about the rules of engagement. They stop caring about honor. And most importantly, they stop caring about how they look while they're doing it. The path to the demon is open. And he has no idea what kind of monsters he has just unleashed. We are jogging through the forest, a quartet of magical girls in dresses that scream battlefield aesthetic gone wrong. Rose is obsessing over the physics of our anatomy, while I am trying to ignore the fact that the system is essentially playing a sick game of dress-up with my life. My father, Haydaf, is currently sporting a gothic lace-trimmed outfit that makes him look like a Victorian doll with a death wish, and yet, he is the most dangerous person in this group. We reach the clearing and there he stands, Zayfilp. He is a tower of chitin and arrogance, a humanoid titan 3 times our height with a grin that makes my skin crawl. He is waiting for us, arms crossed, surrounded by a ring of monsters that are eerily still. He does not see 4 tactical threats. He sees 4 color-coded dolls that he intends to crush into the dirt. He draws his sword, a black, oily thing that seems to drink the light, exhaling a purple miasma that turns the grass to rot. It is a weapon that shouldn't exist, pulled from his own body with a sickening, wet crunch of chitin. He challenges us to show him our strength. Rose charges first, a blur of motion and summoned light. It is a desperate, beautiful, and utterly futile display. Her blades strike his armored hide and shatter like glass. She is fast, yes, but against a monster that treats iron like paper, she is just a toy. Haydaf follows up with his enchanted stones, but the demon simply catches them, swatting away our hope as if it were a common housefly. We're being toyed with. The demon catches Rose by the throat, hoisting her into the air as if she weighs nothing. He brings the tip of that abyssal blade to her eyes, and the world seems to narrow down to a single, suffocating point of dread. I am watching from the dark, my focus stretched to the breaking point. I need them to synchronize. I need them to stop thinking like individuals and start acting like the weapon I designed them to be. Haydaf shouts for a blade. He slams his hand against the flat of the steel, infusing it with something volatile. Rose lunges, and for a heartbeat, we catch a rhythm. The pink light of Kalila's barriers flares, not to stop the demon, but to sharpen the edge of our desperation. The sword strikes, and there is a flash of white, a thundering, electric crack that actually forces the behemoth to stagger back. It is a spark of defiance, but it is not enough. Then there is Grace. She has been useless up to this point, a princess lost in a war she doesn't understand. She sees the light, finally comprehends a role she is meant to play, and she unleashes it. She floods the clearing with a pulse of white, holy radiance. It washes over us like a tidal wave of static. To the monsters, it is nothing. To me, it is the hum of a system recalibrating. But for Zayfilp, the look on his face is shifting from arrogant amusement to something else entirely. The light is not just blinding him. It is peeling back the layers of his defense. We are not just fighting him anymore. We are hacking his reality. And the error message is about to pop up. The air in the clearing is thick, not just with the copper tang of blood, but with the suffocating, sickly sweet scent of rotting magic.
My squad is a mess.
Grace, once a vision of pristine, holy light, is now a portrait of battlefield trauma, coated in mud and the viscous, black viscera of a greater demon. She looks less like a heroine and more like she just lost a wrestling match with a trash compactor. It is done. The Titan, Zyfylp, has finally been dismantled, his armored shell shattered by the very corruption he commanded. The system chimes in my mind, a cold, clinical series of notifications that mark our survival as a series of tactical upgrades. I am leveling up, but the taste in my mouth is purely human, a mix of adrenaline, exhaustion, and the dawning horror of what it actually takes to stay alive in this world. Rose is gagging, trying to spit out a mouthful of demon, while Haydaf is frantically checking the wards around our home. The panic room. It is the only thing standing between our people and an absolute slaughter. The realization hits me that we have been running on nothing but dumb, blind luck. Had the enemy been even slightly competent, had the WIRM been less arrogant, we would be nothing more than stains on the forest floor. As we turn back toward the farm, the battlefield erupts into a chaotic brawl. Without their master's iron will, the monster horde has devolved into mindless animal instinct. They are tearing each other apart, oblivious to the fact that they are already dead. It is a slaughter of convenience. My soul feels like it is stretching, straining against the limits of my projection. My vision is fracturing, recalibrating, as my soul's eye gains a terrifying new perspective. I can see everything at once, every heartbeat in the grass, every ripple of mana, and it feels like my brain is trying to swallow the entire world. The headache is visceral, a sharp, white-hot spike behind eyes I do not even possess. I am forced to retreat, pulling back into the sanctuary of Kalila's presence to hide from the overwhelming sensory input. I miss the arrival of the army, the disciplined rain of arrows, and the final, sweeping conclusion of the massacre. I am blind to the world, but my mind is still racing with the implications. Deep within the treeline, hidden from our sight, Shadows are watching. They are not mindless beasts. They are calculating, predatory, and cruel. They aren't just looking at the destruction of their vanguard. They are analyzing us. They saw the way Grace's light tore through reality, and they are terrified. But they're also patient. They have noticed the cracks in our foundation. They see the tension between the girls, the resentment, the fragile threads of unity that are currently holding this group together. They don't need to defeat us in open combat. They just need to wait for us to turn on each other. The battle is won, but the war is shifting into something far more dangerous. The monsters are gone, but the demons have only just begun to play. And in the dark, the real architect of our downfall is already smiling. The system pings with another notification, a badge of honor for participating in the slaughter of 10,000 souls. War veteran. The description reads like a dark joke, a cold reminder that history is just a long, messy collection of people deciding to kill each other for land, power, or just because they ran out of other hobbies. It grants me a resistance to fear, which is perfect, because I am starting to realize that the demons are not just hitting us, they are waiting for us to collapse under our own weight. We limp back to the safety of the town, a ragtag parade of filth. We are caked in the gore of a greater demon, a visceral, black stain that seems to sink into our skin no matter how much we rub at it. Rose looks like she has crawled out of an open grave, and Grace, our royal princess, is a study in quiet, seething indignation. She is squelching as she walks, a sound that will haunt my dreams for weeks. The political reality is a suffocating blanket we cannot shake. We are heading to the capital, forced into a theater of deception where smiles are blades and every handshake is an appraisal. Grace wants an item to mask her status, a layer of digital armor to hide the truth of what we are. The irony is suffocating. We just survived a demon horde, and now we are prepping to walk into a den of vipers where the king himself is watching us like we are lab rats in a cage. Kalila tries to bridge the divide between us, urging us to be a team, but the tension is palpable, a fraying wire ready to snap. Royalty and the commoner, two worlds colliding in the mud. I watch them, a silent ghost in the machine, feeling the immense, crushing pressure of their internal worlds bleeding into the reality I am forced to design. I find myself drifting, my consciousness expanding, a 360-degree map of the room suddenly flooding my mind as my new skill, multifocal, takes hold. It is a nauseating, beautiful overload. I am everywhere at once. I see the steam rising from the bathhouse, the tired, broken bodies of my party trying to wash away the sins of the last few days. I see the demon succubus, Phylith, skulking through the sewers, her fear of us keeping her at a distance, a predator who would rather wait for us to break than test the edge of our steel. The public bathhouse is a hive of raw, exposed vulnerability. It is loud, humid, and reeks of soap and humanity. I see Rose, staring at nothing, her mind clearly elsewhere, probably replaying the moment the demon's grip tightened on her throat. I see Haydath in the men's side, scrubbing at his arm as if he can peel away the memory of the mess he made. And then there is Grace, refusing to participate, hiding in a broom closet with a bucket, struggling to preserve a dignity that the battlefield stripped away hours ago. She is out of her element, out of her depth, and frankly, out of her mind. She is not built for the grit of the real world. She is a chess piece that has suddenly decided to try and play the game herself. The silence of the bathhouse is shattered by a sound that echoes off the damp stone walls. A door slams open. Grace is standing in the doorway, stark naked, her eyes burning with a rage so potent it feels like it could short-circuit my very soul.
Her clothes are gone.
Someone has taken them, and in this environment, with the humidity clinging to everything and the tension already redlining, it is the spark that lights the powder keg. The look on her face is not just anger. It is a declaration of war. And I have a sinking, terrifying suspicion that the war for this kingdom is going to be far less violent than the one between these four girls. The target is in sight. The trap is set. And I am just the observer, watching the pieces begin to destroy each other. The streets of Karn's Vigil are alive with the frantic energy of a city recovering from a nightmare, but for us, The air is thick with cold, sharp resentment. Grace is staring at Rose like she's a poisonous insect, and I am the silent observer, floating above Kalila's head like a ghost haunting a battlefield. The accusation is hanging in the air, the theft of Grace's clothes. It is an absurd, humiliating drama unfolding in the shadow of a near-apocalyptic war. Rose, indignant and defensive, is holding her ground, while the air around Haydaf turns a sour, bruised purple as he picks up on the tension. It is a classic power struggle, royal sensibilities colliding with a commoner's grit, all while the real enemies are likely watching from the shadows, waiting for us to dismantle ourselves from the inside. We are leaving. The teleporter is a swirling, nauseating vortex of light that makes my soul feel like it's being pulled through a straw. One minute we are in the border town, the next we are standing in the heart of the capital, Flinnel. The palace is a monstrosity of ego and architecture, a sprawling, gilded cage that pulses with more mana than I have ever felt. My soul's eye clicks, leveling up again, as if the sheer scale of the royalty here is enough to force my senses to expand. It is a cathedral of politics, where the king sits on a throne of solid gold, an object that looks about as comfortable as sitting on a stack of knives. The meeting is a masterclass in awkward silences and orchestrated theatrics. They're trying to hide the truth about me, about the elf, about the real stakes, behind a veil of royal protocol. I get another achievement, royal audience, and a bizarre boost to my productivity, which feels like a slap in the face. What am I supposed to be productive at? Designing better ways for these girls to survive. The king is a tired man behind a golden mask. He sends us off to our rooms with the promise of suitable outfits, a phrase that makes Grace's expression curdle. When the others leave, Grace stays behind. The moment the doors close, the facade cracks. She is begging for an exit. She wants out. She can't stand the friction, the incompatibility, the absolute lack of control she feels when she is around Rose and me. She feels like a pawn in a game she doesn't know the rules to, and frankly, she isn't entirely wrong. The king's response is a masterclass in parental manipulation. He dismisses her panic, treats her near-death experience like a minor inconvenience, and then drops the real bombshell. He knows. He knows about the royal pervert achievement, he knows about the chaos, and he has a solution that sends Grace into a coughing, spluttering fit. He is willing to bind Rose to her by royal decree. I hover there, silently watching the horror dawn on Grace's face. The palace is grand, the carpets are plush, and the danger has been scrubbed from the floors, but the rot is just beginning to settle in. We are trapped in a golden room with a man who thinks he can fix the friction of our lives with a scroll and a seal. He doesn't realize that he is not just dealing with a girl who has lost her composure. He is dealing with a group that has stared into the maw of a monster and found that they are, perhaps, just as dangerous as the things they fight. Tomorrow, the world will see their hero. But tonight, the cracks are widening, and I suspect that when they finally break, there won't be enough gold in the world to glue us back together. The hallway of the palace is quiet, but my mind is a storm of tactical anxiety. Grace is standing outside Rose's door, looking less like a princess and more like a soldier steeling herself for a charge. Her father's orders are clear. Stop the infighting, bridge the gap, or lose the war before it even begins. It is a lesson in diplomacy for someone who spent the last 48 hours covered in demon viscera. She knocks. The silence that follows is thick with the weight of things unsaid. When she enters, she finds Rose drowning in a sea of stolen high-end ball gowns, a chaotic array of silk and satin that highlights just how absurd this entire situation is. They are two girls from different worlds, one defined by the rigid, suffocating structure of nobility, the other by the lethal, pragmatic freedom of the frontier. The conversation that unfolds is a jagged, uncomfortable dance of revelations. They are dissecting the language of their own worlds. For Grace, marriage is a transaction, a political maneuver meant to build walls between kingdoms. For Rose, the idea is so foreign it might as well be a different language. They are bridging the chasm between valuable political assets and human beings with agency, and the friction is constant, jarring, and surprisingly human. They are learning to talk. It is a slow, agonizing process of defining terms like love, balls, and duty. It is a battle of perspectives, and for the first time, I see them not as puppets of my design, but as partners in a crumbling game of chess. But while they reconcile, the world around them is sharpening its knives. Above the clouds, Phyllis is shivering on the back of a wyvern, her stealth failing her as the cold bites into her skin. She is calculating, watching, and waiting for the group to fracture. She doesn't need to win a war. She just needs one of them to make a mistake. Deep in the forest, XRYKL is hunting something darker. He is seeking a dream eater, a nightmare woven into spider silk, planning to strike not at our bodies, but at the fragile sanctity of our sleep. He has realized that our power is tied to our transformations, and he intends to kill us before we even wake up. And in the guest rooms, Kalila is playing Taylor with my own powers. She is using the magical girl transformation not to fight, but to curate her own aesthetic, forcing my system to bend to her fashion choices. It is a strange, whimsical misuse of an ability designed for war, yet it pushes the skill to level 19. The palace is grand, the lights are bright, and the danger seems distant. But the walls are closing in. Tomorrow is the unveiling, a public performance that will put a target on our backs for every spy, seductress, and monster within 1,000 miles. They are sleeping now, unaware that the dream is already being spun. They are dreaming of dances and debutante balls, while in the dark corners of the world, something with too many eyes is beginning to weave the web that will swallow us whole. The practice floor is a battlefield of a different sort, where the rhythm of the music is the only thing standing between us and complete social annihilation. Grace is a drill sergeant in silk, her focus absolute as she drills the steps into my feet. My newfound dancing skill feels like a cheat code, a strange, effortless grace that makes my limbs move in ways they simply shouldn't. But then the reality hits. The first dance is a statement. It is a political maneuver in a room full of sharks. To dance with grace, a royal, is to declare an alliance that transcends the simple designation of a party member. We are being forced to navigate a ballroom with the same calculated precision we use to navigate the demon-infested ruins of Karn's Vigil. It is all a game of mirrors. We are applying appraisal blockers like war paint to hide the truth of our identities from the court's prying eyes. It is absurd. We are preparing for a ball that feels less like a celebration and more like a tactical deployment. While Grace is teaching me the difference between a commoner's life and a noble's existence, the world outside our gilded cage is turning. Relandrel, the elf, is making her move, arriving in a carriage grown from living wood, a botanical masterpiece that feels like a silent, green warning. She is entering the lion's den alone, playing a game of subtle color coding, and it is clear she knows exactly why this unveiling is being rushed. And then there is mystery. The room has become her laboratory. Kalila is frustrated, trapped in a black gown that fits like a second skin but fails the all-important color test. She wants pink, a thematic necessity for her role, but the magic remains stubbornly literal, turning her into a child whenever the transformation kicks in. It is a persistent, annoying limitation that turns our wardrobe into a diplomatic crisis. Mystery is floating in the periphery of our consciousness, her mind a whirring engine of logic and obsession. She is dismantling the nature of the magic itself, observing, deducing, and realizing that her power isn't just about intent, it's about belief. She is dissecting the mechanics of her own influence, uncovering the hidden logic behind the spells she weaves. The skill, investigation, blooms within her. She is realizing that her reality is shaped by the trope she loves. She isn't just casting spells, she is cosplaying, constructing a bridge between the fiction she consumed in her past life and the concrete reality of our current one. She is a meta-architect, trying to convince the universe that Kalila is simply a dedicated cosplayer in a world of political intrigue. The tension is mounting. Outside the door, the palace guards stand like statues, waiting for the signal. The air is thick with the scent of expensive perfumes, hair oils, and the underlying, metallic tang of impending conflict. Kalila stands before the mirror, her black dress a stark, moody contrast to the vibrant, artificial joy she is expected to project. She is ready for the farce to begin. Mystery takes the metaphorical plunge. She isn't just transforming a dress, she is attempting to reshape the narrative itself. She focuses, channeling the memories of conventions, the obsession with detail, the sheer, desperate belief that if you look the part, the world will treat you as the character. The light begins to coil around Kalila. It is a familiar, vibrant glow, but there is a new intensity to it, a resonance of pure, unadulterated intent. The room seems to warp as the logic of the transformation locks into place, shifting from a random spell into a focused, deliberate act of creation. The fabric ripples, the black sequined silk bleeding away into a vibrant, impossible shade of pink. The ding of the notification is the only sound in the sudden, deafening silence. We are no longer just survivors. We are entering the ballroom. And God help anyone who tries to stop the performance. The spell takes hold like a jagged crack across a mirror. My vision whites out, the world reeling as I pour my soul into the fraying edges of reality. When the haze finally clears, Kalila is standing there in a gown of impossible, vibrant pink, the color of a bruised twilight, with a single, delicate lotus braided into her hair. It is not just fabric, it is a manifestation of the narrative I am desperately trying to weave. I am exhausted. My mana feels like a drained well, and I have to retreat into the dark, silent safety of my unborn form just to keep from fading away entirely. Outside, the ballroom is a hive of sharks circling in expensive silks. The king stands before them, a master of the half-truth, weaving a story about an unborn savior to explain away our existence. He doesn't lie, but he dances on the edge of the blade, painting us as a ragtag party of misfits brought together by a force they cannot comprehend. The crowd drinks it in, their eyes scanning us for any tremor of deceit, any slip of the mask. I can feel their appraisal skills washing over us, a cold, probing pressure that tests the strength of our defenses. They see the labels attached to us, the Demon Slayer tags, the war veteran status, and their suspicion only hardens. They are looking for the hero, but they are blinded by the very logic they use to dissect the world. They see a swordswoman, a researcher, and a court enchanter, and they decide we are a political farce. Then comes the music. It is a simple, haunting melody that cuts through the tension like a razor. Grace takes my hand, her grip firm and practiced, and we move. The dancing skill kicks in, pulling my limbs into a choreography I don't truly understand. It is a strange, phantom knowledge, a muscle memory that isn't mine, guiding me through the steps while my eyes dart across the room, desperate to keep the composure of a royal. The audience is dissecting us with whispers. They are reading our movements, interpreting our every step as a coded message. They see the way I dance, technically proficient but emotionally adrift, and they begin to spin their own, far more dangerous narrative. They see the contradiction in my class, the impossible quality of my dress, and they start to connect dots that lead to a very different conclusion. The trap is springing. They are starting to whisper that I am the one they are looking for, that the king is hiding the truth behind a screen of misdirection. Relandril is watching from the fringes, her green eyes sharp and searching, trying to pierce the veil I've spent my life building. She knows something is off. She knows that this dance is not just a performance, but a prelude to a much darker act. I am dancing with a princess, surrounded by spies, under the watchful gaze of a monarch who is playing a game of cosmic proportions, and the whispers are growing louder, vibrating through the floorboards and into the soles of my feet. They are hungry for a scandal, for a hero, for a secret they can tear apart. And as the music swells, bringing us to the final, dangerous crescendo, I realize with a cold, sinking feeling that the game has shifted. They don't want to know who we are. They want to decide who we are for us. And the rumor that I am the hero is already beginning to coil around the room, a poisonous vine that is about to bloom. The silence in the grand hall is not the respectful hush of a royal court. It is the suffocating, heavy stillness of a crowd realizing they are witnessing a glitch in the fabric of their reality. I am floating in the dark, tethered to my mother's mana like an anchor in a storm, watching through her senses as the world I have built begins to buckle. People are whispering to Rose, offering sanctuary as if she were a refugee from our own internal politics. It is hilarious, in a dark, twisted way. They see a puppet and assume the strings are held by the wrong hands. The king is panicking, debating marriage pacts like he is moving chess pieces across a board, oblivious to the fact that the board itself is starting to melt. I need power. My reserves are dry, a hollow ache in my chest that makes my very essence feel thin and translucent. I reach out, not with magic words, but with a raw, desperate hunger. I find the reservoir of my mother's life force and I drink. The system chimes. A cold, digital acknowledgement that I have just learned to be a parasite. Mana absorption pulses into life. My mother freezes, horror dawning on her face, but she doesn't glow. Not yet. I am learning to be subtle. Then, the elf makes her move. Rolandrel steps into the light, and for a moment, the atmosphere shifts from political posturing to something ancient and electric. She offers help, her voice a lifeline, and I take it. I am not thinking about consequences. I am a lonely, unborn consciousness, and I have found someone who speaks my language. I manifest a pulse of brown light, a beacon in a room full of shadows. I pull the trigger. I don't just transform her. I rewrite her. The air shimmers, reality folding into the aesthetic of my own obsession. The elf's regal attire dissolves into a tangle of leaves and wood, a forest-themed armor that looks both ethereal and tragically impractical. She is the newest member of my squad, a leaf-green warrior forged from an act of curiosity and a massive, structural error in the universe's logic. But then the system goes rogue. Diligent Hero flashes before my eyes, a legendary achievement that feels less like a reward and more like a taunt. Doubled stats, a longer lifespan, and a terrifying aura that makes monsters wither at my touch. It's glorious. It's perfect. It's completely wrong. I'm 42 trillion years old, according to the system's error log, and the notification isn't just mine. The room erupts into a confused, low-level murmur. Every head in the hall is tilted, every eye scanning a text that only they can see. The secret isn't just out. It is being broadcast to the entire kingdom in the form of a system glitch. The king is staring at the air, his face pale as he tries to process a notification that defies every law of the world he rules. I wanted to make a party. I wanted to build a team. Instead, I've broken the game. The rumors of me being the hero aren't whispers anymore. They are the status quo, confirmed by the literal manifestation of the universe's own code. I am tucked away in the dark, watching the world I am supposed to save react to the news that I am an impossible, eternal, and very bored deity in the making. And as the panic begins to spiral, I realize that I have no idea how to turn the notifications off. The throne room is vibrating. The world notification of my impossible, eternal age is not a rumor anymore. It is a tangible, glittering broadcast that has infected every mind in the kingdom. The king, a man I am beginning to pity, steps into the void of panic I have created, attempting to smooth over the cracks with royal platitudes. He congratulates me, then turns to Rolandrel, thanking her for joining the party of a hero who is, technically, a cosmic anomaly. He finishes by muttering a plea for common sense that is loud enough to carry through the magical transmitters hidden in our clothes. I am floating in the dark, observing it all with a panoramic view that makes me feel like a god trapped in a terrarium. The spies in the room are dismantling the king's narrative in real time. They realize they have been played, that this entire event is a carefully orchestrated introduction to a creature that shouldn't exist. But they are also pragmatists. They see the demon lord cycle ending, and they are willing to accept the impossible if it means their kingdoms survive. Outside the walls of the capital, Phylith is a shivering knot of pure hatred. The world notification has turned her suspicion into a blinding migraine of rage. She is done with subtlety. She is sitting in a room with an unmemorable assassin, demanding that my life be ended in the womb. She wants the poison, the miscarriage, the clean, quiet solution to the problem that has ruined her plans. But the Assassin's Guildmaster, a man of surprising moral fiber despite his profession, makes a call. He has civic duty, apparently. He refuses the contract, realizing that it being capable of such feats is likely beyond the reach of his knives. He leaves us to our fate, confident in our ability to handle the demon menace. I turn my senses inward, desperate for the connection I've been denied. My mana is gone, a phantom ache in my non-existent chest. I look at my mother, a literal walking, talking mana battery. I recall the feeling of the transformation magic, the way it pulled at her life force. I reach out not to cast but to feed. The system dings. I have unlocked mana absorption. I have just learned how to be a vampire. My mother freezes mid-greeting, a look of pure horror flashing across her face as she feels her energy drain away. The elf, Relandrel, notices, but I pop out into the open, a beacon of brown light that screams, "Look at me." The elf is a diplomat, but her curiosity is elven. She ignores the room and is utterly fascinated by my transformation magic. She greets me in English, her words a lifeline. I switch my light to green. We are communicating. The barrier is broken. But in my eagerness, I make a mistake. I offer more than just a greeting. The light flares, brighter, hotter, and then dies. I have drained myself, but I have also sent a message. The elf, my newest party member, is transformed. Her dress dissolves, replaced by a leaf green uniform of wood and leaves. She is now color-coded, just like the others. She is a part of the team. The chimes of the system ring in my head like a victory bell that has suddenly become a death knell. Diligent Hero is mine. A legendary achievement. Doubled stats, a longer lifespan, and a permanent aura of fear against demons. It is the ultimate power-up, but it is delivered with a glitch. My age is still a gibberish string of digits, a mathematical error that has been broadcast to the entire hall. The king is staring at the air, his composure shattered by the realization that his kingdom is being run by a baby who is 42 trillion years old. The silence in the room is a physical weight. I have confirmed everything they feared. I get bored and go exploring. I see Grace and Rose, and they look amazing. The long dresses are elegant, powerful. I make a mental note to design princess forms for my squad. Then I see them, the Zikrians.
Slugs.
In suits. One is slurping down a green lump from a table. I recoil in horror. The mental image of a slug magical girl is burned into my brain, a terrifying possibility that I hope never, ever manifests in reality. I return to Kalila just as she is explaining my magic to the elf. They are trying to bridge the gap between common sense and the logic of my world. The elf is fascinated, eager to serve the expeditious hero, but she cannot comprehend my age. No one can. I get impatient. I flash white, demanding Kalila's attention. The elf sends a message to me in English, teaching me how to use a translation spell. I need to picture meaning entering my head. I settle down to practice, observing the party through my omnidirectional vision. Buffets are devoured, princes dance with girls who are not me, and the king and queen take the floor. The hall is alive with speculation about my impossible age. The jokes about integer wrap around flying through the air, unaware they are closer to the truth than they think. I unlock the translate skill. I am thrilled. I check my status for new skills, a legendary achievement, and then I see it. The problem. The number. The age is still flashing on my status screen. It is not a bug. It is a feature I cannot seem to turn off. And I realize that in my pursuit of power, in my desperate need to build a team, I have painted a target on my back that is visible to the entire universe. The party is over. The game has changed. And I have a feeling that the next achievement I unlock is going to be Extinction Event. The ballroom is a blur of pastels and forced civility, a stage where we play at being aristocrats while the real world burns. My family and their allies are huddled together, picking at finger foods as if we are not the nexus of a political earthquake. Rose is actually eating, her nerves apparently replaced by the sheer audacity of being alive, while the king and queen maneuver through the fallout of my legendary and highly glitched age. I am curled in the dark, a silent passenger in a vessel of my own creation. My existence is a paradox of progress and stagnation. Every time I hit a new milestone, the system rewards me with a lifespan boost that effectively chains me to this womb, slowing my growth to a crawl. I am aging in reverse, becoming a prisoner of my own potential. I need to be a teenager, a warrior, a legend, but I am forced to be a mascot in a shell. Enough moping. I have a party to train. I shift my perspective, popping back into the physical world. The scene is comical. Haydaf and Rolandril are locked in an intense, technical debate about warding that has effectively put everyone else into a state of polite, glazed-over catatonia. The king is practically vibrating with the need to discuss our future before the morning brings a fresh wave of scandal. When I make my presence known, the room shifts. The king wants to talk education. He wants to send me to the Royal Academy. The thought is absurd. A fetus in a classroom? But the logic is sound. Grace needs to graduate to salvage her social standing, and I need the socialization to stop being a walking, talking, flashing blunder. Rose will join us. Even the elf wants in. It is a plan born of necessity, a way to hide us in plain sight while I learn to navigate this world without accidentally announcing my existence to the entire kingdom. I flash a green light. Agreement. It is the best path forward, even if it feels like a farce. But then, the training begins, and the real comedy starts. We are attempting to teach the others to transform themselves. Grace stands in the center of the room, shouting out a string of English words that sound utterly ridiculous in this setting. For friendship and justice, demon-slaying magical girl Jasper White, transform. She sounds like she is reciting a spell from a fever dream. When Rolandril explains the underlying meaning of those words, Grace's face goes from pale to a shade of crimson that could signal a national emergency. I am vibrating with silent, internal laughter. It is a level of psychological warfare I never intended to unleash, but watching a noble knight blush over the inherent silliness of her own power-up is worth every ounce of lost mana. While I am busy corrupting the youth with my bizarre aesthetic, the shadows are gathering. Far from the capital, Creakle and Phylith are staring at our fortress city with a mixture of hatred and tactical dread. Creakle is a creature of cold calculation, and he has realized that hitting a city with the force of a hammer is a waste of time. He needs a surgical strike, a way to slip behind our heavy wards. He looks at Phylith, whose face is a ruined map of burns and malice. He doesn't see a comrade. He sees a tool. He sees a way in. With a sudden, violent motion, he strikes her. It is not a gesture of war, but of necessity. He has found his leverage, his wedge, his way to dismantle our defense. I am busy dreaming of magical girl uniforms and school curricula, oblivious to the fact that the enemy has stopped trying to outfight us and has started trying to use us against ourselves. The party is expanding, the plans are set, and the stage is perfectly prepared for a disaster I haven't even begun to calculate. The cliffhanger is not in what they will do to us. It is in what we have just handed them, in our arrogance, a perfect reason to break us apart. The palace room is a suffocating mix of polished stone and heavy silence. Rose is slouched at a desk, a book open before her, acting as my unwilling page-turner. Kalila and Haydaf have retreated to the next room, leaving us in a tense, scholarly exile. My focus is entirely on the concept of telepathy, a skill that promises to finally bridge the gap between my internal monologue and the outside world. I am a prisoner of my own form, trapped in an embryo that dictates the rhythm of my existence. I watch Rose, seeing her fumble with the activation phrase for our transformation spell. She is struggling. They all are. They look at the words friendship, justice, demon slaying, and they see logic, structure, political leverage. They try to analyze the spell like a complex, rigid equation. They don't understand that these aren't equations. They are tropes. I watch through my omnidirectional vision as Rose debates the nature of our magical girl identities. She compares us to the knight in a fairy tale, a romanticized fiction designed to look good in a painting rather than to survive a real battlefield. She is right, of course. These outfits are absurdly impractical, designed for narrative impact, not for war. She is realizing that we are characters in a story that is being written by the expectations of the world around us. She decides to embrace the absurdity. She stands, her voice wavering with a mix of rebellion and hope, and shouts the activation phrase. It is a moment of pure, unadulterated, cringe-worthy magic. And it works. The air shimmers, light blossoms, and for a fleeting, beautiful second, she transforms. Then she hits the floor like a puppet with cut strings. The spell is a triumph of spirit over physics, but her body is a hollow vessel, lacking the mana to sustain the connection. She is unconscious, exhausted, a cautionary tale of what happens when a character tries to step out of their role. Outside the city, the world is playing its own game. An assassin arrives at the gate, dragging the burnt, broken head of Phylith like a gruesome offering to the bureaucracy. The guards are too lazy, too frightened, or simply too incompetent to see the monster in the sack. They treat it as a logistical problem, a piece of paperwork to be filed away. The darkness is literally at our doorstep, and the gatekeepers are worried about the 3-day delay in traffic. I am tucked away in the shadows of my mind, scrolling through my own system logs. The studious achievement is a quiet victory, a small, tangible improvement to my intellect, but it feels hollow. My skills are advancing. Light, translate, telepathy, but I am still just a light in the dark, a voice whispering on the wind that no one can quite hear. Rose is sleeping, her face pale, lost in dreams of knights and dragons. She is at Sundra in a fairy tale she never asked to join, and I am the narrator who is slowly realizing that the story I'm in is far more dangerous than the ones I read in books. I push my intent into the ether, trying to force the telepathy skill to bloom. The air in the room ripples. Sundra. The word hangs in the air, a cryptic, playful, and deeply annoying label that makes Kalila choke on her own breath. I am starting to get the hang of this. I am learning to speak, to influence, to nudge the narrative. But as I look at Rose's pale, struggling form, I realize the danger. The more I learn, the more the world sees me not as a person, but as an asset to be controlled or a threat to be neutralized. The carriage ride to our new home is silent. I am watching the city walls pass by, feeling the weight of the wards that keep the demons out and the secrets in. I am ready to be a hero. But as I feel the first tentative threads of telepathy connecting me to the others, I hear a whisper in the back of my mind. It is not from the party. It is something else, something from the dreams of the demon in the sack, something that knows exactly what I am. The story is just beginning, and I think I might be the villain of the chapter. The sky is a jagged, violet bruise, stretched thin over an expanse of dead, flat stone. I am sprinting, lungs burning with air that tastes of nothing but cold metal. The horizon is a jagged set of teeth, taunting me. No matter how far I run, they never draw closer. It is a marathon to nowhere, a treadmill for the damned. Panic is a cold, oily thing in my gut. My own thoughts are turning against me, whispering that I am abandoned, that my parents tossed me away like a broken toy, and that my party, my so-called team, would be better off without my dead weight. Why keep running? Why fight? The cold is a physical presence now, 1,000 icy needles piercing through my skin, and every breath of this thin, dead air is a betrayal. Then a flicker. A voice on the edge of perception. It doesn't use words, just a sudden, sharp spike of heat. It is a lifeline in a void. I stumble, my knees hitting the frozen ground. I am losing. The imposter in my mind, the dark reflection of my own insecurities, laughs, a jagged, grating sound that vibrates through my soul. I realize, with a jolt of clarity, that the rules here are different. The sun is wrong, the shadows are doubled, and the geography is a hallucination. This is a dream, a stage constructed by a parasite to hollow me out from the inside.
Fine.
If this is a dream, then I define the reality. I pull the mask of my own strength over my face. I reject the cold. I reject the abandonment. I stand. The light of my own will turning into a brilliant, crystalline flare. I call out the words, the silly, over-the-top, magical girl chant that Grace finds so embarrassing, and I own it. I am Aster Blue. I am a monster slayer, and I do not die today. I manifest my weapons and drive them straight into the heart of my own shadow, the one that refuses to align with the sun. The world screams. The mountains shatter like cheap glass, the sky peels back to reveal nothing but ink, and then, the silence of the waking world. I open my eyes, gasping, to find myself back in the carriage. The air is warm, thick with the scent of sweat and tears. Grace is there, her face a mess of relief, her eyes wide with a terror that has nothing to do with monsters and everything to do with me. My father is nearby, his voice thick with unvoiced relief. I am alive. The cost of that survival, however, is etched into the faces of my party. They were under siege by a swarm of dream eaters, spiritual predators that feed on the mind. They were helpless, unable to intervene without shattering my psyche. I didn't just save myself. I broke a siege that would have claimed them all before dawn. I am exhausted, my mind a frayed ribbon, but as the adrenaline fades, the system chimes in my head, a cold, clinical reminder of my growth. My stats are shifting, my skills are hardening. I am becoming something more than a passenger in this life. I am a weapon, and the world is finally starting to feel the edge. But as I drift into the quiet hum of the carriage, I feel the weight of it all. I am an unborn entity with a target on my back, surrounded by people who are only just beginning to realize that the danger isn't just in the shadows outside. It is inside the very magic we use to fight them. The monsters are here, and they know my name. The system chimes are a relentless, rhythmic pulse in my mind, cataloging my evolution. My senses are expanding, reaching out to touch the fabric of spirits and mana, while my telepathic reach is growing with every desperate, messy attempt to connect. I am a master of a domain I barely understand, teaching others how to walk paths that didn't exist until I arrived. A new title, Pioneering Guider, burns in my status window. It is a weight, a heavy, epic burden that links my growth to everyone I teach. They are my extensions, and in their success, I see my own path forward. But it also creates a feedback loop, a trickle of experience that binds us even tighter, for better or for worse. While I process the data, the reality of our situation is settling over the room like a thick, suffocating fog. The safety of the capital was a fantasy. We were targeted, hunted, and nearly erased while we slept. The demons aren't just sending scouts, they are an avalanche, and we are standing in the direct path. The conversation that follows is sharp, tactical, and desperate. We are no longer debating academy enrollment or social etiquette. We are talking about preemptive strikes, about invading the demonic forest to kill a monster that has not even hatched yet. Kalila drops the final, sobering truth. She is pregnant. The physical reality of her condition means our mobility is effectively vanishing. We cannot run forever, and we cannot hide behind these walls, not when the enemy can slip dream eaters through the gates as easily as breathing. We are being cornered into a choice. Either build an impregnable fortress and pray, or end the war on our own terms before it even fully begins. It is a bitter pill. We are losing our innocence, trading the potential of a normal life for the cold, hard logic of survival. We decide to double down, to train, to force the magical girl transformation onto everyone, turning ourselves into a squad of unlikely, reality-bending warriors. It is absurd, it is desperate, and it is our only option. Meanwhile, in the filth and shadows of the city slums, Creakle waits. He is a predator who has lost his pack, a tactician whose perfectly laid plans have been dismantled by nothing more than our survival. He stares at the city walls, at the impossible, radiating beacon of my presence that mocks him from behind the stone. He knows he failed. He can feel the failure in his bones, a cold, creeping dread. He is debating his next move, terrified of the elders who will demand an accounting for his incompetence. He knows that his own strength is insufficient, that the demons who came before him were just the first ripples of a tidal wave. He is looking for backup, for an archdemon who can succeed where he failed. He is looking for something powerful enough to crush the light I am desperately trying to hold on to. The stage is set. We are preparing to march into the heart of darkness, and on the other side of the gate, the darkness is finally starting to realize that it needs to bring a god to the fight. The silence after the meeting is heavy. I feel the pulse of my own growing power, but it is cold, clinical, and increasingly isolated. I am the architect of my own party's transformation, the guide, the hero, and the target. And as I watch the shadows stretch across the floor of our temporary home, I realize that I have just started a war I might not be able to stop. The question isn't whether we can win. The question is how much of ourselves we will have to sacrifice to get there. The morning air is thick with the scent of ozone and the palpable, awkward tension of a group trying to force themselves into roles they barely understand. Grace stands there, face a brilliant shade of crimson, struggling to force the activation phrase past her lips. It is a ridiculous, cringe-worthy chant, and the fact that we are all doing it makes it somehow worse. But there is no room for dignity when the shadows are literally creeping toward our doorstep. Transformation is a sudden, jarring shift in reality. Grace, our resident royal, stares down at her own knees in horror, looking for all the world like she has been caught in a scandalous act. Relandrel joins the fray, her transformation successfully shaving off the mysterious, unnatural height she had gained, while Rose, exhausted and hovering between consciousness and nausea, looks on with a weary grin. We are a squad of misfits, a mismatched collection of magical girls who would look perfectly at home in a storybook if the storybook were written by a sadist. I am trapped in the static of my own mind, listening to the echoes of their voices. My telepathic reach is a fractured, beautiful mess. I am fangirling over my own party, my squad of protectors, while they treat this as a tactical necessity. They do not see the danger through my lens. They do not know that the barrier of the capital is already paper-thin. Grace leaves for school with a backpack and a scowl. It is a pathetic attempt to cling to a normal life that evaporated the moment we drew the attention of the dark. She returns hours later, a shattered, quiet wreck, slamming the door against a world that has decided to brand her a harlot because of a glimpse of skin. The Prince of Jalalma, a narcissistic, bottom-feeding heir with a death wish, has turned her reputation into a target. It is a petty, cruel move in a game where the stakes are life and death, but it is enough to break her. I watch from the shadows of my own psyche, feeling a cold, unfamiliar spike of rage. I am tired of being the piece on the board that others move. I am the one with the tether, the one who can reach out across the world. I am going to find this prince, and I am going to make him regret the day he decided that royalty was a license to be a monster. Meanwhile, in the desolate wastes far from the city, the true darkness is finally arriving. Krikil, our failed assassin, trails behind a being that makes his own malice look like a childhood tantrum. This is no mere lackey. This is an entity that exists in the memory of war, an archdemon who has lost his own flesh to the fire of a hero's blade. He stops, his skeletal face illuminated by the flickering, malevolent glow of his own eyes, staring at the capital. He does not see stone walls or guards. He sees the burning, impossible, and terrifying presence of the light. The hunt is no longer a game of shadows. The master has arrived, and he knows exactly what I am. And he knows that heroes have a history of leaving nothing but ash in their wake. My current commute is a masterclass in absurdity. Instead of walking, I am perched precariously atop Grace's head like an ethereal accessory, a floating soul blob navigating the psychic terrain of her mind. It is surprisingly stable, though I suspect the gods above are growing weary of my existence, given the way my status window keeps popping up with sarcastic notifications about my blatant disregard for common sense. Grace is a jittery mess of nervous energy, alternating between the dread of facing her peers and a delightful, vengeful anticipation. The target, Prince Gordon, the local narcissist who thinks his mere presence is a gift to the world. He is a walking, talking cliché of a spoiled royal, complete with slicked-back hair and a fashion sense that suggests he gets dressed in the dark using items he stole from a mannequin. I am not exactly a master of subtle sabotage. As a disembodied consciousness, my toolkit is limited, and my patience is thinner than my physical form. I shadow him into a bathroom, feeling that familiar, mocking ping of the system as it tracks my descent into petty crime. Watching him preen in the mirror, convinced of his own magnificence, I decide it is time for a makeover. A quick application of cosplay, a dash of mana, and voila! The slick back hair is gone, replaced by ridiculous, oversized twin tails, and the prince is now sporting a uniform skirt. It is petty, it is juvenile, and it is the most satisfying thing I have done all week. The fallout is swift. His realization is a beautiful, silent moment of pure, unadulterated confusion before he snaps. He starts chanting in a foreign tongue, a sharp, jagged language that tastes like ozone. Flames erupt, incinerating the room. I simply drift through the tiles, feeling the heat roll over me without a single singe to my soul. The rest of the bathroom, unfortunately, is not as fortunate. I escape back to the safety of my shell, another achievement, glowing in my mind. Royal pervert. I refuse to look at the description. I really don't want to know. Meanwhile, in the cold, desolate reaches outside the city, the true players are moving. The archdemon Xander watches the walls of the capital with the hollow, red-eyed stare of an ancient predator, waiting for us to make a mistake. He is the patient sort, willing to wait a decade for the light to dim. But the other archdemons, like the honey-tongued Lilith and the blunt, violent Melkranash, have different ideas. They don't want to wait. They want to force our hand. They are already planning a trail of bodies, a message written in blood to draw us out. Back at the palace, the royal family is having an equally baffling day. I am summoned for a meeting that is clearly meant to be a quiet intervention. The king and queen look like they have seen a ghost, or perhaps just a very confusing report from the system. It turns out that my little prank on the prince didn't just wreck his dignity. It flagged in the royal records as a royal pervert achievement. It takes everything I have not to laugh as they piece together that I didn't actually molest their daughter, but instead, quite effectively, humiliated a foreign dignitary by forcing him to wear a skirt and pigtails. The tension in the room breaks into a collective, silent agreement to bury the incident. They think they have contained the situation. They think we are safe behind these walls. They don't see the shadows lengthening outside the gate, or the archdemons gathering like storm clouds. The game has changed, and the board is shifting. I am no longer just a passenger in this life. I am the one pulling the strings, and the world is starting to fray at the edges. The silence after the meeting is heavy, ominous. Somewhere out there, a flame has been lit, and I am the one they are coming to snuff out. My evolution is becoming a frantic, rhythmic drumbeat in my head. I am no longer just learning. I am rapidly optimizing a team that, by all logical accounts, is currently walking toward a massacre. My mana capacity is a pathetic puddle compared to an adult mage, but being tethered to Kalila is the ultimate shortcut. I am a siphon, drinking deep from her reservoir, turning her hard-earned power into my own rapid-fire experimentation. The latest breakthrough is absurdly simple, yet it changes everything. I realized that the magical girl transformation isn't just a static buff. It is a narrative construct, a system that thrives on performance. Why just transform when you can turn it into a choreographed spectacle? If they dance, if they embody the role, the power output surges. It is not just about raw stats anymore. It is about the aesthetic of victory. Rose gave it a try, twirling through a solo waltz as she triggered her transformation. She tripped and vomited. Yes, but the spike in energy was undeniable. My mind is already racing through the implications. What happens when we stack these effects? Can I evolve their forms? I am caught in a web of research, a desperate, intellectual hunger to optimize our survival before we step into the forest. While I play with pyrotechnics and defensive light walls under the watchful, confused eye of our tutor, I feel a ripple in the fabric of the world. It is not a danger sense, but a sour, nauseating disturbance. Grace feels it too. Something is hunting. Far from the walls of our temporary sanctuary, a merchant is currently living out his final, terror-filled moments in the dirt. A demon has descended on his camp, a creature of casual, sadistic grace. She did not come for the gold, or the horses, or the life of the merchant himself. She is a messenger of the coming end, a herald sent to deliver an ultimatum. The merchant is left alive, covered in the gore of his own guards, with a single, chilling mandate to pass on. The demons are tired of waiting at the gate. They are starting the countdown. I am deep in the research, obsessed with the energy resistance and the potential of these new, shimmering combat dances, while the world outside is turning into a slaughterhouse. We are training for a war we think we have time to prepare for, but the message is already on its way. The capital is no longer a fortress. It is a stage, and the first act of our execution has already begun. I am going to make them regret walking into my reach, but as I watch the light fade outside, I realize we are running out of time to turn a collection of misfit girls into a force of nature. The air in our makeshift headquarters is thick with the scent of ozone and the looming, suffocating weight of an impossible future. We are a squad of girls defined by a system that expects us to be legends, while we are just trying to survive without losing our sanity. My telepathy is a chaotic, fragmented mess. I am burning through words at such a velocity that my attempts to explain the mechanics of our new combat dancing are mostly gibberish. I try to transmit the nuance of our reality, but I only end up looking like a temperamental, pouty ghost in their minds. Kalila takes the lead, her movements a bizarre, rhythmic performance as she triggers her transformation. It is a spectacle of light and motion, a choreographed display that pulses with an energy we did not know we could tap. Grace watches with the dry, detached horror of someone realizing that the apocalypse is going to be accompanied by a dance routine. She is right to be afraid. We are walking toward an archdemon, and the terrifying truth is that we are going to have to make fools of ourselves to gain the power needed to stop them. The dynamic in the room is shifting. Rose is eager, a bright spark of enthusiasm that feels almost alien in the face of our impending doom. Haydaf is losing his status as a court mage, trading his title for a strange, new occupation that smells of magical potential and social complexity. But it is Grace who is truly fracturing. She is trapped between the suffocating expectations of royalty and the exhilarating, terrifying taste of freedom she has found with us. She finally cracks. The tension erupts in a bitter, jagged laugh that echoes against the walls. She hates us, she tells us, because we showed her what she was missing. She hates that we don't treat her like a princess because in doing so, we have forced her to realize she never had a self to begin with. She downs a bottle of whiskey like it is water, her royal resistances turning the alcohol into a desperate, medicinal burn. It is a pathetic, raw display of human instability, and I cannot help but feel a phantom ache of pity for her. Outside the city, the board is resetting. Melkranash is dead, a casualty of her own arrogance and the unexpected resilience of a group of humans who refuse to play by the rules of the dark. Lilith is not mourning. She is the predator who watches and learns. She has abandoned the brute force of her kin for a much sharper, deadlier game. She is shedding her demonic form, weaving herself into the fabric of the slums as a grime-covered, hollow-eyed urchin. She knows the hero's weakness, a fixation on the bright, the beautiful, and the lost. She is going to wait, watch, and then strike when the door is opened. Back at the palace, the king is desperately trying to shield us from the truth, attempting to buy us the precious time we need to level up before we are forced into the forest.
He thinks the walls are enough. He thinks the strategy is sound.
But the final, crushing blow comes from the shadows of the administration itself. The doors to the council chamber are thrown open, and the news arrives not with a shout, but with a terrifying, quiet realization. The title, the burden, the role, it has shifted. The reality of our situation is finally setting in, and we are not nearly ready for the storm that is about to break upon us. The night air in our fortress-warded home is thick with tension, and my bladder is screaming. Rose is trapped, pinned beneath the dead weight of a passed-out princess who has turned her arm into a marital anchor. After a series of undignified pokes, Rose realizes violence is the only language a drunk royal understands. She shifts into her magical girl form, Aster Blue, only to realize her outfit is fused to her skin, a cosmic joke that nearly results in a disaster of urinary proportions. While she's doing the desperate dance in the bathroom, I tune in. My telepathy is firing on all cylinders now, a constant, thrumming connection that I can't seem to turn off. I am in her mind, witnessing the raw, vulnerable confession of a swordswoman who is supposed to be hunting goblins, not slaying demons. Rose doesn't resent the chaos. She embraces it. She has a new occupation, a rare spell, and a sub-skill that summons swords from the air. She has surpassed her parents and is now a big deal, a terrifying reality she is only just beginning to process. But the fear is outweighed by the thrill of the adventure, the bond of the team, and the sheer fun of it all. I radiate relief. My mission is working. I am building a squad that chooses this path, not one forced onto it. But the peace is shattered. Someone is pounding on the door with the authority of a battering ram. It's the king, the queen, the royal knight, and a battalion of guards, all looking for grace. Rose, caught in a state of half-dressed panic, tries to bluff, but the king is not having it. He rushes past her, a tidal wave of royal anxiety, terrified that his daughter has been harmed. I dress Rose instantly using cosplay, saving her dignity, but I am furious. I hover by the window, watching the royal circus, ready to inflict some serious corset-based justice on the king if he dares to lecture Grace for having one night off. Kalila and Haydaf smooth things over. The queen is the only one who sees through the chaos, recognizing the symptoms of a spiritual hangover, not just a physical one. The king, humbled by Rose's fierce defense of her friend, actually thanks her for being Grace's protector. The royal procession leaves, and I retreat to the window. My heart is racing, not from the confrontation, but from a new notification that blazes into existence. I couldn't stop breaking the system, and now I've been smited. A legendary achievement. A punishment without a crime, a cosmic fine for simply existing as I am. I am hovering by the window, just observing, and the universe decides to smack me down for being, well, for being mystery. The night continues to unravel. In the slums, a merchant is awakened by the sound of glass breaking. His guards are murdered, his food stock stolen. He assumes it's a vigilante. He is wrong. Back in our rooms, Grace wakes up to the horrifying reality of her situation. She is in Rose's bed, naked, and smelling like a brewery. The panic sets in, followed by a sobering silence. But when Rose confronts her, the confession is profound. She hates us, she admits, because we showed her what freedom looks like. We shattered her gilded cage, and she would rather face death than go back inside. The whiskey-fueled declaration to prance around in nonsensical dresses is a hilarious, drunken form of truth. She heals her hangover, but the emotional transformation is permanent. She is with us. The bombshell about Mercy, the sweet, unassuming sister who just inherited the title of First Princess, is the final piece of the puzzle. The king delayed informing us of the archdemon ambush to let Grace finish school. He was playing politics, but the game has moved beyond his control. Breakfast arrives with a new surprise. Relandrel, our elvish advisor, has undergone her own transformation. She has tapped into the system logic, learning to suppress her age and revert to a teenage form. It's a workaround, a hack that hints at the true flexibility of the powers I have bestowed upon them. My status screen is an intimidating, glowing manifesto of power, secrets, and cosmic interference. Royal Pervert sits alongside. I couldn't stop breaking the system. I am a legend in the making, but I have become the target of a system that is actively working to humble me. The time for playing in the shadows is over. The enemy is moving, the royals are in turmoil, and I am the glitch that is about to break reality. The air in the kitchen feels electric, charged with the kind of academic curiosity that usually precedes a disaster. Relandrel has cracked the code of age, a magical loophole that keeps her looking like a teenager, provided she ignores the soul-crushing mana costs and the fact that it restricts her fashion to something approaching a frilly nightmare. She calls it freedom. I call it a ticking time bomb. But watching her analyze the mechanics of aging while we pick at our breakfast feels like staring into the abyss of a system that is far more broken than any of us dared to dream. The doorbell shatters the mood. It is not the king this time, but the royal knight, his presence carrying the heavy, metallic weight of impending violence. He is here about the vigilante in the slums, the one handing out food to the starving. My mind flashes with the archaic, heroic image of a hooded archer, but the reality is much colder. This is no Robin Hood. This is a butcher. 9 dead, and the bodies were not casualties of a fair fight. The night reveals the horrifying truth. The killer is not earning the title of murderer. The victims were taken by surprise, eliminated with cold, demonic efficiency. The realization hits us in a wave of nausea. A demon is feeding the poor, not out of charity, but to turn them into a human shield, a desperate wall of flesh protecting a monster who is hungry for a hero. My opinion of the Royal Knight is a chaotic, spinning thing. He withheld information, hoping to see if we were smart enough to figure it out on our own. He played with our lives to test our competence. But he is right about the danger. He maps out a trap. The rest of the squad hides in the slums. I act as the canary in the coal mine, and Kalila plays the bait. If the demon shows her face, we hit her with everything we have before a legion of soldiers floods the plaza. The preparation is a surreal blur of tension and absurdity. I watch as Grace transforms in a cramped, windowless shack, her movements a bizarre, rhythmic dance that feels more like a nervous tick than a battle stance. I layer my own spell over hers, feeling the mana tethered to Kalila's dwindling reserves. I am the invisible observer, the ghost in the machine, whispering commands into their minds while the soldiers wait for the signal that could be the last thing they ever hear. Kalila moves toward the gate, her transformation a quiet, shimmering display that leaves the soldiers staring in dumbfounded silence. My mind is firing, my senses straining to pierce the veil of the world. Then I see it. Wisps of miasma, creeping across the plaza like black veins under the skin of the earth. They were not there a moment ago. I scream a warning into their minds, a jagged, desperate pulse of pure intent. But the air around us is already beginning to taste like ozone and rot. High above, hidden on a rooftop like a vulture watching a parade of ants, Lilith is done with the games. She has watched us scramble, watched us plan, and watched us walk directly into her shadow. She is not the victim in this scenario. She is the hunter, and she has realized that the humans are no longer playing by the rules of the previous age. She sees the hero not as a legend, but as a prize, and she is done waiting for the bait to come to her. The trap is sprung, but the hunter is the one who has decided the rules of the game. I am burning through mana. The system is mocking my efforts with sarcastic notifications, and somewhere out there in the miasma, a demon is deciding exactly how to tear us apart. We wanted to protect the weak, but I fear we have only succeeded in making ourselves the most appetizing targets of all. The golden rule of being a villain is simple: stop talking and start killing. But monsters in this world seem to have a pathological need to narrate their own crimes. Lilith, an invisible nightmare of claws and malice, leaned into Kalila's ear to whisper a final taunt. That single moment of arrogance was the only warning we had. The claw swipe was meant to rip me, a developing soul, directly from my mother. Kalila Dove, her movement fueled by pure, desperate instinct. The demon's strike clipped her, shredding dress and skin alike. My mother should have been incapacitated, but the weird, logic-defying rules of our reality kept her standing. Magic, it seems, is a better surgeon than biology. Chaos exploded. Grace unleashed a tide of purifying light, a white-hot wave that made the plaza scream. Relandrel, abandoning all laws of nature, forced the very stones to buckle as blades of grass erupted, tracking the demon's movement. Rose Dove through a window, swords manifesting from thin air, her eyes frantic, hunting for the predator we couldn't see. Then the red line appeared on Rose's face. A slash that should have been lethal was muted by our strange, magical girl biology, but it shattered her focus. She collapsed, her light dimming. Panic, cold and sharp, flooded my mind. The demon was too fast, too efficient, and perfectly invisible. It was carving through our team with the casual indifference of a butcher working a Sunday shift. I stopped being a spectator. I reached into the void of my own limited reserves and pushed. Lightning arced from my consciousness, a desperate, crackling strike. It didn't stop the monster, but it made her hesitate. That split second was all I needed to pivot. I didn't need to see her. I just needed to force the world to acknowledge her existence. I pushed a spell of illusion and presence, a frantic attempt to tag her, to make the invisible real. Haydaf, moving with a grace that betrayed his scholarly origins, threw a handful of enchanted gravel. The dust hit the demon, and suddenly, the empty air was outlined in sparking, violent electricity. One arm was missing, severed by my mother's desperate defensive enchantments. Still, the demon didn't stop. She was a force of nature, her hatred a gravitational pull that ignored pain. The climax was a blur of frantic chanting and desperate lunges. When the mages finally unleashed their unmasking spells, the air seemed to bleed. Lilith was dragged into visibility, a wretched, broken figure clad in torn, shiny black latex, horns and tail fully exposed. She wasn't a master of stealth anymore. She was just a bleeding, desperate creature. A dozen blades met her in the center of the plaza. We won. Or so the system told me with its cold, glowing notifications. But as the healers rushed to save Rose and Haydaf, and the plaza turned into a tomb of broken stone, I felt hollow. The victory felt thin, a fragile thing held together by luck and my father's quick thinking. We were outclassed. Our fancy outfits and spells were nothing compared to the raw, ancient malice we had faced. If we walked into that forest now, we would be slaughtered. Deep in the woods, where the miasma rots the very earth, the survivors of the demon kind are whispering. Xander and Driabeth, monsters who have watched cycles rise and fall, are not mourning their dead. They are planning. The cycle of the hero is a grind of blood, and for the first time in history, the demons are bored of dying. They aren't looking for a slaughter anymore. They are looking for a cage. I am just a spark in the dark, watching the board reset, terrified that the next move might be the one where we finally lose. The quiet of the recovery room is heavy, a suffocating blanket of antiseptic and dread. Kalila moves with a forced, fragile grace, spooning broth into Haydaf's mouth. My father, the man who built wonders from scrap and imagination, is slumped in a chair, his body a discarded marionette. A severed spine, they say, a jagged souvenir from a demon's claw. He jokes about it, a dark, desperate humor that tastes like copper in my mouth, but his eyes tell the real story. He is trapped in a broken vessel, waiting for a healing magic that is currently being poured into a girl who almost died for me. Rose lies in the next room, a pale ghost of the person she was. Her skin is translucent, her breathing a shallow, rhythmic rasp that sounds like the ticking of a bomb. Grace is slumped nearby, surrounded by empty potion vials, her own reserve spent, her eyes sunken. I am a voyeur in a tragedy of my own design. I thought this was a game, a power fantasy fueled by levels and skills, but the blood on the floor is warm, and the pain is etched into the faces of the people I dragged into this slaughter. The notification for my latest achievement rings in my mind like a funeral bell. Demon Slayer. Epic. It grants me power, yes, but the numbers feel hollow. They are just increments of efficiency in a war that should never have started. Relandrel, ever the pragmatist, sees the math clearly. If we walk into that forest as we are walking into a mass grave. She is proposing a retreat to the Vale, a desperate gamble to hide me away, to trade my freedom for a few months of preparation. I slip through the walls, a ghost haunting my own life, to find the priest standing over Rose. He is the one who once held me in a cage, yet he looks at me now with an unsettling, calm clarity. He tells me that sorrow is not the solution, but he is wrong. What else is there when you realize you are not the protagonist of a legend, but a war criminal masquerading as a child? The guilt is a burning acid in my core. I have tethered their wills to mine, potentially warping their minds with the very magic I wielded so carelessly. Did I brainwash them? Did I twist Grace's path until she had no choice but to reach for the bottle? I am a child in a womb, yet I have dismantled their lives. I thought I was building a team. I was actually building a firing squad that will eventually turn on me, or die trying to protect me. My thoughts spiral. I try to pull back, to project my consciousness away from the rot, but the strain on my soul is a physical agony. My projection flickers and the system needles me, mocking my self-doubt with cold, clinical text. It tells me that my path was written before I ever took my first breath. Hidden in the shadows of the throne room, the king and the elf princess are deciding my fate. They talk of me as an asset, a volatile weapon that must be kept from the hands of the enemy. They don't see the person. They see the target. I retreat into the darkness of my own budding form, surrounded by the hum of mana that sustains me. A terrifying realization begins to dawn. This life, this consciousness, these memories, they were not a gift. They were a setup. The universe is a machine, and I am a glitch that is being systematically hunted. Causality is not a law. It is a cage, and I have been building the bars with every spell I cast. I reached for power to save the ones I love, but in the end, I may have simply ensured that there is nothing left to save. The silence of the room is absolute, punctuated only by the distant, rhythmic dripping of a leaking pipe. Or perhaps, that is the sound of time running out. The silence in the room was heavier than the stone walls surrounding us. 2 days of absolute, nerve-shredding radio silence had turned a quiet recovery into a waking nightmare. Haydaf was back on his feet, his spine mended by time and grit, but the atmosphere was thick with the kind of dread that usually accompanies a terminal diagnosis. Rose, pale and shaky, stood by the window, while Grace looked like she hadn't slept since the plaza turned into a slaughterhouse. The consensus was grim. My astral projection was dead, my consciousness shackled to my own developing body, and the silence from my end was being interpreted as everything from trauma-induced catatonia to literal psychological disintegration. They were debating my existence as if I were a malfunctioning engine. Deep within the confines of my own biology, I was struggling. The simple act of reaching out felt like trying to push a mountain with my bare hands. Every time I attempted to project, white-hot agony seared through me, a warning that the link between my soul and my physical form was fraying. I was a prisoner in a vessel that felt like a cage of nerves and static. When I finally managed to squeeze a mental pulse through the barrier to Kalila, it was like breathing after being submerged for an eternity. The feedback was agonizingly slow, a stuttering, broken connection that barely carried the weight of my intent. I told her I was okay, a lie that tasted like ash, but it was enough to stop the panic. But my mother's reassurances didn't reach the root of the rot. I had broken the tether. The realization was colder than the grave. I wasn't just losing my ability to project, I was losing the structural integrity of my own soul. If I stayed like this, drifting in isolation, I wouldn't just be useless. I would cease to exist. The move to the Vale was not a choice. It was a desperate, final play. Rolandrel's plan was a masterpiece of obsession. She hadn't just secured us a hiding spot. She had transformed a kingdom into a reflection of the very thing I had accidentally obsessed into existence. Stepping through the teleportation gate, the sight that met us was nothing short of surreal. The Vale of Millern was a sea of clones, a forest of identical 13-year-old girls in short, leafy green dresses, all wearing the same expression of serene, magical girl defiance. It was uncanny, a glitch in the world's aesthetic settings, and yet it felt strangely safe. Towering trees stretched miles into the sky, their branches knitting together into a ceiling of vibrant, living emerald. Then, the king appeared. He wasn't the towering, regal figure of myth, but an elf who blended seamlessly into the sea of clones. He looked at us with a knowing, ancient intelligence, and his voice didn't just reach my ears. It bypassed my mind entirely. As his telepathic intrusion prodded at my thoughts, the system flared to life, forcing a frantic upgrade. A new subskill, guarded mind, tore through the static of my own despair, sharpening my awareness of what was mine and what was being forced upon me. I was being invaded, yet for the first time, I felt the sharp, protective edge of a tool designed to keep the world out. He invited me to see his home, a city of magical girls, and as his mental presence flooded my perception, I realized the trap I had set for myself. I had come here to hide, to stop being a weapon, but looking at this kingdom of identical soldiers, I realized that I hadn't escaped the war. I had just walked into the heart of a much, much larger battlefield. The king smiled, and it was the smile of a predator welcoming a new, shiny toy into his collection. The game was changing, and I, the unborn hero who wanted nothing more than to be a child, was being groomed for a front-row seat to the end of the world. The weight of the world is a heavy thing to carry, especially when you are currently an unborn child floating in a sea of amniotic fluid and existential dread. I had spent days convincing myself that I was a monster, a narrative architect who had written my friends into a tragedy. I was the villain of my own story, the kid who brought a box of grenades to a kindergarten class. Then came the king of the elves. He wasn't the kind of monarch who sits on a throne and looks bored while subjects beg for favors. He was a creature of subtle, invasive intellect. He didn't just talk to me. He used his own, far superior mastery of telepathy to bypass my crumbling defenses and show me the truth. He showed me the veil. An entire city of 13-year-old girls, all dressed in identical, leafy green costumes, standing guard with the earnestness of a cult. It was uncanny, a glitch in the simulation, a surreal parade of magical girl aesthetics that somehow made the world feel less threatening. He didn't just show me the sights. He ripped apart my self-pity with the cold, surgical precision of a veteran surgeon. I asked him if I had ruined Grace's life. He didn't answer with words. He shared the sensory memory of her face, not the hollow, broken expression I expected, but a look of genuine, chaotic joy. He showed me that what I called mind control was actually the simple, human relief of being given a purpose. He told me that in a world where immortality often leads to the quiet, gray rot of suicide, my strange, colorful obsession had actually given people a reason to keep breathing. I was not a war criminal. I was a distraction from the inevitable. And that, he insisted, was a heroic act in its own right. I popped back into reality, or, at least, into my own body to find the group waiting. They weren't angry. They were cheering, a cacophony of relief and bad acting that made my heart ache. When they pulled off their coordinated transformation sequence, complete with cheesy catchphrases that were so bad they were practically art, I didn't care that I was supposed to be resting. The surge of emotion was enough to make me forget the warnings, the caution, and the fear. But out in the dark, the board was being reset. Deep in the demonic forest, the air grew thick with a stench of wet earth and impending death. A nascent consciousness, born of a leaking egg and a mountain of concentrated malice, had been watching. It wasn't interested in nuance or the complexities of the hero's journey. It was a creature of pure, binary intent. It had seen the humans, seen the hero, and decided that they were thorns that needed to be plucked. The order was simple. Purge. Like an oil slick spreading across water, the monsters began to move. It wasn't a tactical maneuver. It was a tide. Thousands of creatures, a writhing, multi-limbed mass of teeth and hate, turned toward the human kingdoms. They didn't care about the hero's clever plans or the elf king's psychological manipulation. They just wanted to burn everything to the ground. Back in Flannel, the atmosphere in the Adventurers Guild was deathly quiet. Platus and Melody stood by the bar, the weight of the coming storm pressing down on them. They were veterans, people who knew the difference between a skirmish and a massacre. But as Melody spoke, her eyes bright with a dangerous, unconventional idea, a shift occurred. It was a gamble, a desperate, insane play involving mages, alchemy, and the contagious, transformative power of my own bizarre magic. It was the kind of plan that gets you killed, or worse, makes you a legend. The monsters were coming, a wave of shadow meant to swallow the world. And for the first time, the world was deciding that if it was going to burn, it might as well turn itself into something the demons couldn't possibly understand. The transformation had begun. The boardroom air in Flannel was thick with the scent of stale coffee and impending doom. The ministers were frantic, their voices tight with the kind of terror that comes when reality refuses to conform to logic. On the table lay a document that would have been a laughingstock in any other timeline, a military strategy prioritizing hair dye as a strategic asset. It was ridiculous. It was desperate. And it was all I had. I listened in, a ghost in the machine of their anxiety. They were trying to wrap their heads around my spell, this anomalous piece of over-imaged magic that defied every rule they knew about mana costs and ritual requirements. To them, I was a glitch. To me, I was just a girl trying to force a fantasy world to play by the rules of my own bizarre obsessions. They were worried about duration, about mana limits, about the absurdity of a tactical plan that hinged on girls with blue hair. They didn't understand that the spell wasn't just magic, it was a frame, a structure for their will. And I was the one building the frame. In my corner of the room, Grace was a wreck. She was holding it together for the sake of the mission, but I could feel the tremor in her heart, the way her thoughts curled in on themselves in a desperate attempt to find a version of herself that felt safe. I had forced her into this, stripped her of her royal identity, and replaced it with a costume that felt like a public exhibition. I reached out, the mental connection still raw and agonizingly slow. I tried to apologize, to offer her something more palatable than the flowery, vulnerable mess of my initial design. I suggested a lily-white variant, a dress that felt less like an insult and more like a uniform. The transformation rippled through her. It was a cartoonish thing, a trumpet-shaped disaster that made her look like she was caught in a floral explosion, but it was better than the alternative. It was a small mercy. I watched her stand there, trapped in a costume that was supposed to be empowering but felt like a cage. She asked for armor, and I really did, to manifest that classic image of a shining knight. Steel plates, a great sword, the whole romanticized package. But the spell reacted to her own self-doubt, turning her into a clattering pile of metal that couldn't even stand up. The image was too heavy, too foreign for her to inhabit. I tried again. Something more tactical, something that covered the skin and kept the danger at bay. I leaned into a different corner of my memories, a different kind of hero. The glow engulfed her, a tight, compressing sensation that turned into a sleek, florally decorated bodysuit and a rigid, featureless mask. It was supposed to be practical. It was supposed to be safe. But when the door burst open and the others caught sight of her, the atmosphere in the room shifted from concern to bewildered, suppressed laughter. Grace stood behind her bed, squeaking in a tone that oscillated between fury and total defeat, while Rolandrel stared in open, unbothered wonder. I felt the system ding in my mind, a cold notification of a new title, Royal Corruptor, and a level jump that felt more like an indictment than an achievement. I sat in the darkness of my own mind, completely lost. I had tried to give her power, tried to give her armor, tried to give her dignity. Why was everyone so obsessed with the clothes? I was trying to save them from a million monsters. Didn't they realize that at the end of the world, it doesn't matter what you're wearing? The monsters were coming, a tide of shadow at the forest's edge, and here I was, playing dress-up with the people I had sworn to protect. The silence that followed the laughter was the most dangerous sound I had ever heard. I had learned how to give them power, but I still hadn't figured out how to give them peace. And somewhere out there, the demon lord was laughing. The system notification was scathing, a digital slap across the face that dripped with condescension. Royal Corruptor. An achievement born not of heroics, but of the absolute, spectacular failure of my social graces. They didn't just label me a nuisance, they codified my inability to read a room into an epic tear stain on my record. I sat in the silence of my own mind, absorbing the weight of it. Grace and Rose were nearby, the air between them thick with a shifting, confusing tension. I watched them, feeling less like a guide and more like a voyeur to their awkward, budding intimacy. Rose, with her innocent smile that hid teeth, was talking about trousers. Grace, the once prim princess, was actually listening, her resistance crumbling under the sheer, mundane appeal of practical clothing. It was an evolution of their dynamic that I hadn't scripted, and for a moment, it made me feel like an outsider in the very story I was building. Then, the world tilted. The girl leaning against the wall in the hallway didn't move like Rolandrel. There was a stillness in her, a predatory poise that didn't belong to a teenager. When I asked if she was the monarch, the transformation was subtle, the tilt of a head, the flattening of a smile, and suddenly, the room felt like it was shrinking under the pressure of a million years of existence. Berlindrel didn't play by the rules of human conversation. He didn't need to. His voice in my mind was like grinding tectonic plates, a psychic weight that made my non-existent skin crawl. He wasn't just a king, he was a gatekeeper, and he was telling me that my obsession, this bizarre, neon-colored patchwork of Earth-based pop culture, was the only weapon we had against the encroaching dark. He told me to stop holding back, to embrace the absurdity. He stripped away my self-doubt with the brutal honesty of someone who had seen cycles rise and fall like the tide. I was an anomaly, a creature raised in a world without mana, giving me the unique ability to forge images that didn't bow to local common sense. My ignorance wasn't a flaw, it was my greatest strength. The weight of his gaze lifted, leaving me reeling. Grace burst into the room a second later, her senses screaming, completely unaware that she had just been in the presence of an ancient force. I looked at my own stat block, a dizzying list of skills and achievements that felt more like a frantic, desperate accumulation of power than a hero's journey. The numbers were climbing, the tiers were shifting, and the system was mocking me with every new unlock. I had been told to go all out. I had been told that the fate of the world, or at least the fate of my friends, depended on how well I could teach them to embody the tropes of a genre they didn't even understand. I felt a spark of something that wasn't panic. It was a cold, calculated sense of purpose. If the world wanted a magical girl, I would give it the most efficient, destructive, and confusing version of one it had ever seen. I didn't care about the dignity of the battlefield anymore. I cared about winning. I looked at the skill list again, and then at the dark, looming presence of the forest waiting outside the gates. The transition was complete. I wasn't just a kid who had read too many stories anymore. I was the architect of their destruction, and it was time to start the show. The training yard was a circus of the absurd. I had gathered our makeshift squad of magical girls, a mix of heroes, reluctant princesses, and bewildered elves, to drill them in the art of the transformation. It was supposed to be a masterclass in tactical empowerment, but it was devolving into a slapstick routine that would have made a stage play director quit in tears. Rose was the primary culprit. She held a foam sword that looked like it belonged in a toddler's toy chest and insisted on applying, of all things, logic to the situation. "You do not shout your moves before you make them," she argued, her voice thick with the kind of common sense that makes gods weep. I tried to explain that in the theater of the mind, the declaration was part of the power, but communicating complex narrative theory through telepathy felt like trying to write a novel with a leaky fountain pen. Grace, meanwhile, had developed a specific sense for my incompetence, a psychic alarm bell that went off every time I dared to have a creative thought. I had to fix the bottleneck. I needed them to act, not just dress up. I needed them to inhabit the roles so deeply that the magic became instinct. I forced them to drop their initial transformations, exposing the true forms of our elven allies. Seeing the king, Berlindrel, in his natural state, an elderly, spry figure with a twinkle in his eye that suggested he had seen far too much, was a sobering reminder of the stakes. I funneled my will into them, a surge of mana that felt like cold water hitting a hot pan. Become the character I urged. Think like them. The transition was immediate. A collective shift in posture, a flicker of alien instinct taking root in their minds. Haydaf, once a stoic male, suddenly found himself grappling with the internalized urge to act like a young girl, his movements shifting into something more poised and strangely coordinated. It was uncomfortable, a weirdly psychological resonance that made the room feel heavy with the weight of borrowed memories. Then came the mock battle. The king's guards, forced into the roles of demon villains, were a disaster. One tripped over a vine because his plastic mask blinded him, shattering his cheap equipment into raw mana. Another, dressed as Lilith with makeshift foam claws, looked less like a world-ending threat and more like a poorly rendered nightmare. Rose and Grace began the ritual, shouting out attacks that existed only in the realm of potential. "Your evil days are over," Grace declared, her face flushing a deep, mortifying crimson as she gestured grandly at the air. It was ridiculous. It was embarrassing. It was absolutely perfect. The guards mimed their deaths, over-dramatizing every stumble, while Haydaf threw invisible objects with the intensity of a seasoned professional. I watched from the sidelines, feeling my own skills notch upward. A cold, digital notification for every moment of secondhand embarrassment I endured. I was forging a team, yes, but I was also forging a legacy of public humiliation that would haunt us for the rest of our lives. The king, enjoying the spectacle with the perverse glee of a man who had lived long enough to find tragedy funny, demanded we start again. When his own daughter, Rolandril, finally snapped and slapped him across the back of the head, the sound echoed like a gunshot. The king, an ancient, wrinkled force of nature, pouted in his leafy green dress. I stared, my mind reeling, my soul's eye catching every agonizing detail of the moment with horrific clarity. The notification came, a dry, mocking congratulation for my increased durability. I didn't want to be stronger. I wanted to forget. But in the forest, the monsters wouldn't care about my dignity, and they certainly wouldn't care if I was embarrassed. The stage was set, the actors were broken in, and the true performance was yet to come. I couldn't help but wonder if, by the time this was over, there would be anything left of us but the scripts. The battlefield was a bizarre, technicolor nightmare. Along the border of the demonic forest, 10,000 soldiers stood shoulder to shoulder with adventurers who looked less like warriors and more like the cast of a demented stage play. Platus, a man who had clearly signed up for a brutal war, was instead engaged in a futile, rhythmic struggle with the flower-like petals of his uniform, which sprang back to attention with every movement. He looked ridiculous, and he knew it. Beside him, Melody was equally trapped in a getup that defied both logic and physics, her blue hair constantly snagging on her own skirt. It was the furthest thing from tactical gear, yet when the signal horns erupted, the absurdity vanished. Wind wolves tore through the treeline, a hungry, snarling tide of shadow. Sword rain, they screamed in unison. The air shimmered, and a dozen rapiers materialized out of the ether, pinning the monsters to the earth. Across the entire defensive line, the chant echoed, a 1,000-strong chorus of magical girls turning the battlefield into a field of falling steel. It was efficient, it was surreal, and it was devastating. While the soldiers watched with a mixture of professional envy and suppressed laughter, the magic began to snowball. Every kill, every leveled-up Slayer achievement, fed back into their power, turning a desperate defense into a systematic slaughter. But in the safety of a makeshift theater, far removed from the gore, the real madness was taking hold. My attention drifted from the carnage to the stage, where my squad of heroes was rehearsing. A folk queen, one of the guards Brylindril loved to torment, sneered at them. The magical girls were handling it with a level of dedication that was genuinely disturbing. They were becoming addicted to the transformation, to the rigid structure of the roles, to the simplicity of being a hero who could solve everything with a catchphrase and a glowing hug. I felt the notification hit my mind like a physical blow. Famous spell forger. I had imprinted my own warped logic onto the world's mana, and it had taken root with terrifying success. I wasn't just a creator anymore. I was an architect of a new, neon-drenched reality. I watched as Grace approached the queen. The tension in the theater was thick, almost suffocating. With a grand, sweeping gesture and a face burning with the shame of it all, Grace wrapped her arms around the villain. Purification wave. The queen collapsed into a limp, rehabilitated heap, and the audience, gods and elves alike, applauded. It wasn't enough. It was all wrong. The realization hit me with the force of a landslide. Magical girls don't kill in cold blood. They rehabilitate. If we were to face the demon lord, we couldn't just end it. We had to purify it. The silence that followed my declaration was absolute. Haydaf looked at me with a mixture of horror and betrayal, while Grace and Rose stared into the void, their minds grappling with the sheer impossibility of what I was suggesting. We were going to try and hug the ultimate evil until it was good. Across the miles, the front line buckled under the weight of an ogre's rage. Platus stabbed, broke his blade, and formed another, his pure physical strength a brutal contrast to the theater's performance. The defenders were exhausted, their mana pools running dry, their bodies battered by the endless cycle of violence. They fell back, retreating over burning bridges, readying themselves for the next wave, the next dance, the next slaughter. Round 2 was beginning. I watched the chaos through the link, my telepathy humming with the strain of growing, thinking of the demonic entity waiting in the dark. We were going to need more than just swords. We were going to need a miracle of epic proportions. And God help us, I was going to try to choreograph it. The news traveled faster than a plague, tearing through the corridors of power like wildfire. Miles away, in the cold, limestone heart of a city built by slug-like Zycrians, the air was heavy with confusion. They sat on their granite slabs, eye stalks twitching in a rhythmic dance of disbelief, their mantles rippling with agitation. The report lay before them, an acid-etched slate that defied every shred of logic they held dear. 1,000,000 monsters, a tide of pure, unadulterated carnage, crashing against the borders of Flinnell. And instead of the kingdom falling into the abyss of history, the invaders were being methodically, brutally dismantled by an army of identical little girls. They were a swarm of blue-clad, uniform precision, a surreal infestation of cuteness turning the tide of a bloody war. The Zycrian king waved a tentacle over the slate, his voice a jagged, vibrating mess of frustration. The ministers were silent, paralyzed by the impossibility of it. They wanted the spell. They wanted the power. They wanted the secret to making an army out of thin air and cheap dresses. But even as they plotted, the gears of the world were already turning elsewhere. I was somewhere else entirely, oblivious to the high-stakes political indigestion I was causing. Brylindril, the ancient monarch of the Vale, sat with his daughter, their conversation sharp and pointed. The forest defense was crumbling, and the window for our counterattack was shrinking. He wasn't worried, though. He believed in the plan. He believed in the ridiculous, neon-soaked absurdity of the magical girl transformation. He told me to get ready. 3 days, he said. 3 days until we strike at the demonic heart of the forest. I was pacing, my mind a storm of adrenaline and unresolved rage. I had just found out through a messy psychic shouting match that the war in Flinnell had been happening under my nose the whole time. Brylindril had kept it from me. He had decided my path, orchestrated my ignorance, and treated me like a pawn in a game I didn't fully comprehend. I was furious. I hit him with everything I had, every ounce of my indignation, pushing back against the psychic weight of his presence. My internal systems flared, a notification for a level up, a cold, digital pat on the back for surviving the pressure of his intimidation. I had resisted, but I hadn't won. The king was a master of his own game, and he knew how to pivot. He brought me to the threshold. We stood before the double doors of an unfurnished, domed chamber, a place where the air itself felt heavy with the presence of something primordial. He didn't say a word as he threw the doors open. I forgot to breathe. The chamber was a cathedral of raw energy. Ribbons of mana pulsed like arteries, flowing in impossible patterns, anchoring themselves into the very structure of the building. In the center, a sphere of living, breathing light expanded and contracted with the slow, deliberate rhythm of a heartbeat. And inside that sphere, suspended in the void, was a single, leafless twig. It was nothing. It was everything. It glowed with the intensity of a dying star, a silent, radiant testament to the power that held the world together. The system pinged, a final, echoing notification that signaled my arrival. I had seen the heart of the forest, and for the first time, I felt the true weight of what I was about to walk into. The training was over. The stage was set. And as I stared into the light, I realized that whatever monster awaited us in the dark, it was going to be entirely unprepared for what we were bringing to the table. The chamber was a cathedral of raw, throbbing existence. In the center, a sphere of living mana pulsed with the rhythm of the world itself, and floating within that turbulent sea was a simple, unassuming twig. It looked like a ghost of a branch, a textured smear of gray light against the infinite intensity of the heart. My mentor, the monarch of the Vale, walked into the room. He was currently wearing the skin of a 13-year-old girl, a choice that remained as baffling as it was unsettling. He didn't hesitate. He thrust his arm into the heart. The air smelled of ozone and incinerated wood. His sleeve blackened, the fabric curling into ash, his skin blistering under the assault of pure, unfiltered life. He didn't even flinch. He ripped the twig from the heart. His arm was a ruin, a charred mess of dead nerves and scorched meat, yet he just smiled. A moment later, he flickered. He dissolved his transformation and immediately reformed it, the wounds vanishing as if they had never happened. The arm, the dress, even the missing bangle returned as though reality itself was just a glitchy software build he was debugging in real time. It was a lesson, sharp and brutal. Heal on your own terms. Do not let the form dictate the limits of the function. He held the twig out to me. I reached for it, but I had no hands, only the nebulous, ethereal presence of my soul. I bumped against the wood, a strange, tangible resistance in an otherwise fluid world. Then, I brushed the gem embedded at its tip. With a soft pop, the world shifted. The stick vanished, not into nothingness, but into me. The system flooded my mind with alerts. My mana didn't just move. It leaped. It surged through my connection to the twig with a veracity I had never known. The king gestured for me to follow him back into the heart of the chamber, his voice airy and dismissive of the agony it caused him to walk there. Touch it, he commanded. I drifted toward the sphere. As I hovered at the edge of that white, blinding ocean of power, I felt a click deep within my own architecture, as if a missing gear had finally locked into place. I wasn't just observing the current anymore. I was part of it. I bolted from the room, leaving the king to his own repairs, my mind reeling from the cascade of achievements.
Adept.
Artifact wielder. My soul felt heavier, more defined, linked to an endless reservoir of energy that made the world feel small, fragile, and entirely temporary. The king appeared behind me, his expression shifting from the mischievous youth to something dangerously, terrifyingly serious. He leaned in, his voice stripped of all its usual playful sarcasm. He told me something that made my virtual heart stop. He didn't care if I won. Any hero could win. The gods had made sure of that. He didn't want me to just survive the cycle. He wanted me to break the loop. He wanted me to purge the miasma so thoroughly, so completely, that the demon lord would never have the chance to rise again. He was betting everything on me. He left me alone in the chamber, a shell of silence wrapped around the most terrifying hope I had ever been offered. I checked my status, watching the rows of skills and achievements grow like a garden of jagged glass. I was no longer just an unborn hero. I was a weapon, forged from the heart of the forest and armed with a piece of its soul. I looked at the data scrolling before my eyes, the reality of my power finally beginning to settle into the marrow of my consciousness. I had the artifact. I had the connection. And for the first time, I looked at the dark forest beyond the walls and didn't see an obstacle. I saw a canvas waiting for a very permanent, very final erasure. The battlefield was a wet, metallic-scented canvas of exhaustion. Overhead, the sky remained a chaotic mess of flapping wings and desperate spells. I was busy dodging a torrent of liquid fire, my skirted uniform, this utterly absurd, impractical, and frankly flammable mess of fabric, whistling through the air. My partner, Platus, was doing his best to look dignified while essentially wearing a death trap, his floral decorations currently being singed by a dragon's breath. We needed a miracle, or at least a distraction. "Throw me," Platus roared. I didn't argue. I didn't have the time to calculate the physics of throwing a grown man like a human lawn dart. I just grabbed him, braced my stance, and launched him into the void. It was a chaotic, beautiful, and completely stupid gamble. As he soared, I turned my attention to the nine-headed nightmare of a hydra bearing down on us. My mind ignited with a familiar, rhythmic chant of my power. "Sword rain," I screamed. The air shattered into 1,000 gleaming points of steel, carving the beast into ribbons. Behind me, Platus had managed to snag the dragon. He was clinging to its hide like a barnacle, his brute strength focused into a single, terrifying point of leverage. He tore a scale free, buried his blade into the muscle of the wing, and sent the titan spiraling into the earth. It hit with a tectonic shudder, and before the dust could even settle, the surrounding army swarmed it like ants.
Victory.
It tasted like ash and adrenaline. Back in the relative silence of the veil, I was navigating the corridors of my own soul. I had spent so long tethered to this ethereal form that reality felt like a distant, hazy dream. A new achievement pinged in my mind, a cold, digital reminder that I had been ghosting through this world for an entire month. The universe was giving me more stability, more range, more power. It felt less like a gift and more like a setup. I burst into our practice room, the air humming with the residual static of my own existence. Kalila and Haydaf were mid-spar, their wooden blades blurring in the dim light. I held the veil's finger in my mind, a bonded artifact that felt more like a part of my anatomy than a tool. I decided to bring it into the physical world, to make it real.
Pop.
It appeared, then immediately gravity claimed it. It drifted through the floor, through my soul, and left a stinging, spectral ache in its wake. A self-inflicted stabbing. My internal systems rewarded my stupidity with a robust level-up. It was absurd. It was humiliating. It was perfect. We stood there, a group of misfits bonded by fate and ridiculous transformations, staring at the translucent, glowing wand. It was alive, a piece of a spirit tree that whispered of ancient moonlight and deep, bottomless mana. Grace, Kalila, and the others looked at it with a mixture of awe and professional envy. It was a royal gift, a shortcut to the power we were going to need for the endgame. 3 days. That was all we had left. Far away, the blood-soaked plains of the border were finally going quiet. Platus and Melody were sprawled out in the mud, dead to the world, the heavy, magical weight of their transformations finally falling away. They were just people again, vulnerable and exhausted. A notification flickered in the corner of my vision, a world-spanning announcement that made me pause. A legendary achievement. Overwhelming victor. The name Harold Flinnell scrolled past, the king, finally stepping out from the shadow of his own history. I looked at the wand, then back at the dark, looming presence of the demonic forest. The board was set. The pieces were moving. And for the first time, I didn't just feel like a pawn. I felt like the one holding the board. The demonic forest was a brooding, suffocating presence, a place where the air itself felt bruised. Our escort was a collection of Jellics, slimy, featureless blobs of consciousness that lacked the decency to even have a face to mock. They were floating, gelatinous sensors, observing us with a collective, silent intensity. I was tucked away in my usual, strange psychic gestation, gathering every drop of energy, waiting for the moment to peel back the veil of reality. Grace, Rose, and the others were walking ahead, their voices light and airy, an eerie contrast to the encroaching shadows. They were talking about their futures, about life after this nightmare, as if they weren't marching directly into the maw of the end of the world. It was a bizarre, human anchor, this desperate chatter about career paths and princessing, while carrying me like a holy relic, a beacon screaming into the psychic dark to every monster in existence. When we finally reached the border, the Jellics stopped us. A heavy gate loomed, a wall between existence and extinction. They were stalling. They didn't want us to just pass. They wanted to see the performance. They wanted to see the impossible. I emerged, my soul humming with a cold, sharp anticipation. Kalila clapped her hands, a signal for our choreographed absurdity. We stood in a line, a 5-piece harmony of defiance and neon-soaked magic. For friendship and justice, demon-slaying magical girl Aster Blue, transform. The words felt like a fever dream. The air shimmered, light fractured into blinding prisms, and our bodies were overwritten by the spell. The transition was agonizingly precise, a total systemic override that left us standing in those ridiculous, impractical outfits, feeling like goddesses made of glass and starlight.
We posed. We blushed.
We were living, breathing, high-voltage propaganda. The Jellics were paralyzed, their liquid forms quivering in a state of total, gelatinous confusion. They didn't know how to process a human miracle, and frankly, neither did I. We walked through the gate as it groaned open, leaving the silence of the Jellics behind us. Deep inside the forest, in the rotting heart of the dark, the demon Lord Egg pulsed. Miasma flowed off it like black water, an endless, swirling ocean of hate. The demons were restless, their master screaming without a voice, a psychic torrent of apoplectic fury that flooded the woods. The stillness that followed was worse, a void of mana where everything held its breath. Then, Xander moved. He stood, his presence a jagged spike in the dark. "The hero approaches," he declared. The hunt was officially live. Back at the border, the Jellics were still vibrating with the shock of our existence. One of them had decided, in its infinite, alien wisdom, to try and replicate the impossible. It had secured a wig, a ridiculous, dome-shaped lump of blue synthetic hair, and stood apart from its kin, trying to force the laws of the universe to yield to its slime. It chanted. It glowed. It didn't just fail. It subverted the entire design. The air popped with a sound like a wet lung bursting. Where a moment ago there was just a blob of sentient jelly, there now stood something that defied biology. A slime girl. She was clad in the same impossible satin and heels, a translucent, blue-skinned mannequin of our own power. She looked down at her hands, at the 5 delicate fingers that had erupted from her gloves, and let out a sound of pure, primordial horror. "You," she shrieked. "Why do I have fingers?" The rules of the game had just been shredded, and the monster had just gained a terrifying and utterly hilarious new shape. The invasion had truly begun. The forest was a suffocating, greenish haze of decay. As soon as I crossed the threshold, a notification pinged in my mind, a cold digital taunt. Raider of the corruption. I didn't even have feet to walk, yet here I was, an intruder in a realm that actively wanted to dissolve my soul into a mutated, demonic mess.
Great.
I was officially a target. My companions were trying to keep things light, but the miasma hung over us like a shroud. It was oily, thick, and tasted like stagnant grief. Grace finally hit her breaking point, striking a theatrical pose and unleashing a wave of purification. The white mana tore through the suffocating rot, turning the thick sludge of the air back into breathable, pure energy. It was beautiful, violent, and completely unnecessary by any standard of common sense. Which, apparently, was exactly why it worked. I felt the shift in the trees before I saw it. A ripple in the vitality around us. A ghost leopard, a translucent apex predator of blue-tinted muscle and hollow, spectral eyes, lunged from the shadows. It was a glitch in the world, an anomaly far too strong for the outskirts of the forest. Rose and the others handled it with the practiced efficiency of people who had grown far too comfortable with the prospect of death. As we pushed deeper, the conversations took a darker turn. Grace, exhausted and cynical, pointed out the sheer, terrifying absurdity of our situation. We were a bunch of teenagers in magical costumes, marching through a hell's cape while I, the supposed savior, was technically not even born yet. I dropped the bomb on them then, mentioning my delayed gestation, and the mood shifted from grim to genuinely terrified. If I actually pulled this off, if I finished this, the resulting achievement would likely be mythic, which, as Haydaf noted with a groan, was a death sentence for his personal life for the next decade. Meanwhile, in a sterile stone room far from our battlefield, the Zikrians were having a much worse day than we were. They were attempting to reverse-engineer our transformation, resulting in a scene of absolute, tentacled comedy. One of their unfortunate mages was currently stuck in a nightmare of satin and structural failure, squeezed into a dress that didn't fit, with a shoe glued to the tip of her tail, waving around like a desperate distress signal. They wanted power. They wanted the tactical advantage of our magic. But they were failing to realize that this power wasn't a military technology to be deployed. It was a bizarre, shifting mess of belief, theater, and sheer, stubborn willpower. I watched the data flow, the notifications of my skills leveling up, and the slow, ominous creep of the miasma. The demon lord was waiting in the center, and the world was trying to copy our homework while we walked straight into the fire. I looked at the others, their faces grim and set against the dark, and I realized that whatever mythic achievement awaited me at the end of this was going to be bought with a cost no one had truly accounted for. The forest wasn't just a place of monsters. It was a place where common sense went to die, and we were currently its most ridiculous and most dangerous inhabitants. The path ahead grew darker, the trees twisting into gnarled, reaching fingers of dead wood. I settled into the quiet intensity of my role, watching the shadows for the next glitch, the next monster, the next reminder that in this forest, nothing was ever as it seemed, and the most dangerous weapon we had was the fact that we were completely, undeniably, out of our minds. The demonic forest was a living, breathing lung, and we were its latest infection. Night in these woods didn't bring darkness. It brought a heavy, suffocating weight that pressed against the chest, smelling faintly of ozone and old rot. I hovered just out of reach of the physical realm, a silent witness to the absurdity of the camp. Rose and Grace were trading barbs in the dark, their voices small and brittle against the vast, looming silence of the trees. Grace was wide awake, her nerves humming like a plucked wire. Every snap of a twig outside the magical safety of our wards felt like an invitation to a slaughter. I felt the sharp, jagged edges of her anxiety, a frantic, human scramble for comfort in a place that offered nothing but teeth and thorns. Haydaf was on watch, his mind cluttered with the debris of his new occupation. I hovered near him, the static of his thoughts bleeding into my own. We shared a strange, quiet moment, a father-daughter dynamic twisted by the sheer unreality of my existence. He was a man out of time, wearing a magical mandate he hadn't asked for, and I was the ghost in the machine that had handed it to him. The conversation was a jagged thing, heavy with unspoken questions. He scraped the title of his new role into the dirt, a label that felt like a neon sign in the darkness. I didn't have the words to soothe the dissonance, so I just watched. Deep in the rotting heart of the forest, the enemy was learning. They weren't just throwing waves of mindless fodder at us anymore. They were gathering, calculating, and preparing a trap that wouldn't just break our bodies, but dismantle the very logic of our resistance. The miasma was thick enough to taste, a tangible vibration of malice that warned of the coming storm. The watch shifted. Grace and Rose whispered in the dark, their voices a fragile tether of normalcy. Grace was desperate, spinning webs of logic to justify her fixation on this life, on this party, on the dangerous, exhilarating freedom of it all. Rose, with the terrifying, blunt honesty of the truly simple, picked her arguments apart with ease. It was a brutal, psychological dissection of a girl who didn't even know she was being gutted. Grace's mind was a closed loop of insecurity and royal dogma, clawing for a future that hadn't even been written yet. Then came the final watch. Rolandrel stood apart, bathed in the sickly light of the moon, testing the boundaries of our own impossibility. She was a scientist in a temple of chaos, coaxing life from soil that had been dead for centuries. She grew grass that defied the miasma, blades of green that bloomed with a violent, unnatural vitality. She smiled as she watched her creation. It wasn't the smile of a friend or a mentor. It was a cold, hungry, analytical look. She was looking at the mechanism of our power, dissecting the magic that allowed us to break the world, and somewhere in that calculating elven mind, she was already imagining what she could find if she only managed to peel back my skin and see what was fueling the engine. The forest was waiting, the trap was set, and the one person who should have been our most loyal ally was busy measuring the exact depth of her own curiosity. Sleep, when it finally came, felt less like rest and more like a surrender to an inevitable, oncoming tide. The forest was a suffocating, rancid soup of decay, and something was wrong. My lightning bolt turned a bone hornet into a charred husk, but the victory felt hollow. My senses were screaming, but not because of the monsters. It was the silence of the demons. They had tracked us to the capital, they had hunger in their veins, yet here, in the heart of their own corrupted domain. They were ghosts. Relandrel, usually the bastion of stoic experience, was unraveling. The tactical map in her head didn't align with reality. Demons were supposed to be chaotic, self-destructive, and predictable. They were supposed to throw themselves at us in small, manageable waves. But this was different. This was orchestrated. We crept forward, every step a gamble against an unseen architect. My vision, sharpened by my evolving psychic senses, flickered with the strain. Then it happened. Relandrel simply vanished, dragged down by a trap that felt suspiciously like a tactical error. I launched into the air, a frantic blur of light and action, raining lightning down to cut her free. The forest erupted. It wasn't a swarm, it was a deluge. Projectiles tore through the air, and for a moment, the world was nothing but the sound of impact and the flash of our defenses holding. We fought back with a brutal, mechanical efficiency, but there was a creeping dread behind the violence. These monsters were being deployed like soldiers on a chessboard. They were trying to bleed us dry, to strip away our protection, layer by layer, charm by charm. We pushed deeper, my psychic senses mapping every inch of the rot. Every step was probed with wood, every shadow scrutinized. We were walking into a meat grinder, and the gears were turning with agonizing precision. When we finally broke into the clearing, the monolithic egg stood before us, a silent, pulsing heart of darkness. I scanned it. There was nothing inside. No life, no soul, no spark. It was a hollow, wooden lie. The realization hit Relandrel harder than any blow. The demon lord wasn't here. They had swapped it out, left us a decoy to chew on while they prepared the real killing floor. Centuries of knowledge and rigid expectation shattered in her eyes. She had been looking for a monster, and all she found was a prop. The air in the clearing didn't just vibrate. It hummed with the sound of 1,000 displaced spells all collapsing at once. The decoy egg wasn't just bait. It was a fuse. As we stood there, surrounded by the rotting wood of a false god, the very earth beneath our feet stopped being solid. The silence of the woods ended, replaced by the roar of the ground itself splitting open. We hadn't reached the end of the mission. We had just reached the center of the bullseye. The floor didn't just collapse, it vanished, leaving us suspended in a freefall that defied every law of gravity I had ever tried to understand. I watched, a phantom observer in the dark, as my team tumbled like discarded toys into a cavernous maw. They were resilient, sure, but resilience is just a fancy word for waiting to break. Then the walls bled monsters. Giant, segmented tubes of nightmare flesh erupted from the rock, snapping with rows of jagged teeth that seemed to have been designed specifically to ruin our day. It was a frantic, claustrophobic ballet of violence. Rose painted the air with steel, Kalila performed miracles with hard light, and somehow, by some sheer, stubborn refusal to accept reality, they landed on their feet. But the victory was a joke, a setup. We looked up, and the sky had been replaced by the silhouette of a dragon. We were fish in a barrel, and the demons were holding the matches. The air turned into a choking haze as midnight moths descended, their wings shedding a fine, toxic powder that turned lungs to lead and willpower to dust. My team was drowning in the open air, gasping as their defenses flickered and died. Relandrel, the tactician who had brought us to this cliff, finally snapped. She threw her dignity to the wind, exhausted, and unleashed a spell that tore the sky asunder. It wasn't a tactical strike. It was a suicide note. A perfect, circular hole opened in the heavens, exposing the cold, indifferent black of space, and through it, the sky began to bleed fire. Meteors, burning, world-ending stones falling from the void. My friends collapsed one by one, surrendering to the sleep that promised no waking. Grace kissed Rose on the forehead before she hit the dirt, a final, fragile act of humanity in a place where only monsters were supposed to thrive. I was screaming into the void, a psychic wail that nobody could hear, begging the laws of this world to break and save them. But the world didn't care. Then the impossible happened. The demons, the very creatures that had been hunting us with cold-blooded precision, surged forward. They didn't strike. They shielded. A skeletal cultist raised a wall of blood-red energy, and the dragons dived low, draping their monstrous bodies over my sleeping girls like a protective shroud. I stared at the tiny, winged demon that hovered before me, its face a mockery of a fairy, its eyes older than the stars themselves. It wasn't here to kill us. It was here to ensure we survived the impact. I threw every ounce of my mana at it, a desperate, pathetic flash of light, and the demon simply flicked its wrist. The world folded into a searing, white-hot agony that bypassed my body and shattered my tether to the world. I fled. I dove back into the only sanctuary I had, my mother's womb, and the pain cut out like a light switch. The shock waves of the meteor strike were already leveling the forest, and I sat in the dark, shivering in the silence of my own potential. The kings and queens of the world were already waking up to the news, their kingdoms trembling as they realized that the board had been reset. They thought this was a war. They thought this was a simple, brutal game of kings and monsters. But as I sat there, nursing the phantom ache of a demon's touch, I realized the truth. We weren't the heroes. We were the fuel. And for reasons I couldn't yet fathom, the monsters were the ones keeping the fire burning. The world above was burning, and I, the unborn savior, was just waiting for the next turn in a game I was only beginning to realize I had never understood. The crushing, heavy silence of the abyss was the first thing to greet me, followed by the faint, antiseptic smell of ozone and cold steel. I was alive, but the world felt wrong. My team was gone, scattered into cells that felt more like surgical theaters than prisons. Grace was the first to blink back into existence, her instincts razor-sharp even in the dark. She purged the fog from her mind with a flare of healing mana, but the reality that met her was grim. She was trapped in a box of seamless, featureless metal, her friends shackled, their hands swallowed by the very walls that held them. No handles, no keys, just the claustrophobic hum of an unseen, artificial light. Then he appeared. A flicker of static, a distorted, arrogant projection of a demon named Driabeth. He didn't just walk into the cell, he manifested like a glitch in the world's code. He spoke of recruitment, of shedding the shackles of humanity, and of a future where we were the masters of the miasma. He offered a sick kind of temptation, dangling the idea of an afterlife that was nothing more than a slow, agonizing corruption. Grace, being Grace, met his pitch with a violent, purifying blaze of light that left nothing but the ringing of her own defiance. But Driabeth just laughed. He wasn't really there. He was playing a game of psychological chess, and he was already 3 moves ahead. Across the facility, Relandrel was waking up in her own cage, her body aching with the heavy, tolling bell of exhaustion. Her legendary spell, the one that had torn the sky open and rained destruction, had left her a shell of herself. She was weaker, fragile, and bound by a collar that didn't just contain her, it drank her very essence. When Driabeth appeared to her, he wasn't looking for a confession. He was looking to break her, to use her as a conduit to manipulate her father. By leaving her communication earring intact, he had turned her into a puppet, a line of contact he could pull at will. She realized too late that the lack of miasma in her cell wasn't a mercy, it was a cage. They hadn't left the forest, they had just stepped into the belly of the beast. Then there was Kalila and Haydaf, chained together in the dark. They were the bait. Driabeth didn't bother with empty threats. He dealt in cold, calculated leverage. He made it clear, they were breathing only because mystery was alive. They were bargaining chips in a war for the fate of existence. If mystery fought, they would suffer. If she fell, they would be turned. It was a perfect, inescapable loop. I was there, of course. I was hiding in the shadow of Kalila's tether, a silent witness to their desperation. I felt the sharp bite of the mana-sucking wards that made the very air feel like it was scraping against my soul. The demons weren't mindless monsters anymore. They were strategists. They had weaponized our bonds, turning our loyalty into a liability. They thought they had us cornered. They thought that by isolating us and threatening the people we loved, they could break the cycle. They didn't realize that in this cage, I wasn't just a prisoner. I was the ghost in the machine. And even with their wards screaming against my presence, even with the threat of agonizing pain, I was already looking for the cracks in their perfect, metallic world. They wanted me to choose between my friends and the world. They didn't understand that I was never going to make that choice. I was going to burn the board instead. The demon lord was having a tantrum, and the forest was paying the price. It was a spoiled, petulant godling, throwing psychic fits because its minions were failing and its precious, corrupted egg had tipped over. It didn't have the vocabulary to say it was annoyed, so it simply drank the life out of the woods, turning the atmosphere into a choking, miasma-filled soup. I watched from the sidelines, a ghost in the machine, listening to Driabeth, that smug little winged parasite, soothing the beast with promises of vengeance that were as hollow as a drum. Driabeth was a strategist, the kind of enemy that made my teeth ache. He knew exactly what he was doing, keeping the demon lord unhatched just long enough to secure his prize. He wasn't just hoarding us, he was curating a tragedy. He knew that the moment that monster woke up, it would demand our heads, and he needed to hide us away before the celestial powers could send in someone more competent, or more reckless, than us. Meanwhile, back in the cage, the reality of our situation was sinking in with all the grace of a lead weight. Grace was playing Nurse to Rose, a sight that should have been touching if it didn't involve shackles and the crushing weight of our presumed deaths. We were trapped in a technological nightmare, stripped of our gear, fed through a slot like lab rats, and waiting for a rescue that wasn't coming. The dynamic was shifting. Grace realized the truth. The demons weren't just keeping us. They were keeping me. My existence was the only thing preventing the arrival of the next hero. It was a sick, ironic protection. As long as I was alive, the world couldn't replace me. Then, Relandrel was back in her own box, playing the detective in her head. She was realizing that the demons had been tracking us for weeks, that they had weaponized our own biology and paranoia against us. She had realized that my party wasn't just a group of captives. We were the leverage. She was starting to see the board, and for the first time, she was looking at me, the unborn enigma, as the only wild card left in the deck. I knew she was right. It was time for me to stop being a spectator. I pulled myself together, a tiny fragment of soul trying to do a high-stakes heist on my own biology. I aimed for the mana-sucking collar on Kalila's neck. The plan was simple, reckless, and probably fatal. I'd overload the enchantments, blast the metal off her neck, transform, and carve a path through the facility. I dove into the suction of the collar, expecting to be ripped apart by the sheer hunger of the trap. But something went wrong, or maybe it went perfectly. I was bigger now, more substantial than I had been in the beginning. I didn't get sucked into the mechanisms like I planned. Instead, I got stuck. Like a piece of fabric pulled into an industrial vent, I was lodged tight. Too big to be consumed, but too trapped to break free. The void around me groaned with the weight of the spell, and I hung there, suspended in the dark, caught in the throat of my own cage. I had wanted to be a hero, but right now, I was just a ghost stuck in a doorway. And the worst part? I was only halfway through the front door. The cell wasn't a prison. It was a pressure cooker, and I was the volatile element they had failed to contain. Kalila was pale, still vibrating from the sheer, kinetic stupidity of my attempt to blow the metal collar off her neck with point-blank lightning. She was right, of course. I had the raw power of a storm trapped in a vial, but the finesse of a toddler with a grenade. Haydaf, ever the pragmatic strategist, had stepped in where my common sense failed, carefully deconstructing the arcane locks while I played the role of a desperate, crackling battery. We were getting faster. My mana wasn't just a pool anymore, it was a river, fed by the ancient, verdant veins of the forest. I had learned to shunt that energy, not just into myself, but into others. It felt like threading a needle in the dark with a lightning bolt. Kalila gasped as the current surged through her, a brief, sharp infusion of life that jump-started her own drained reserves. It was an intimate, visceral exchange, a direct line between two souls, both of us desperate to reclaim our freedom. Once we were free, the plan was simple, violent, and loud. We dismantled the cell's internal wards by the brute force of a short circuit. The darkness that followed was total, and for me, it was paradise. I don't need light to see when I can taste the static in the air. The breakout was a domino effect. We opened doors that were never meant to be opened from the inside. Relandrel, Grace, Rose, one by one, we gathered our fractured party, dragging our strength back into the light. It felt like a triumph, a moment of pure, cinematic defiance. But the forest, or whatever hellish construct this was, didn't play fair. The victory lasted all of a heartbeat. Grace, my beacon of purity, was snatched from the air, a fleshy, nightmare tendril erupting from the floor like a grave worm to drag her down. Then Hadaf. Then chaos. The floor itself began to churn, vomiting forth a dozen slick, twitching appendages that didn't care about our status or our strength. These weren't demons. They were something older, something that didn't recognize the rules of our magical games. They ignored Grace's holy light. They swatted aside our defenses. They were just hungry, and we were currently on the menu. I stood there, my mana reserves cycling into the red, watching as my friends were hoisted into the air, struggling against the inevitable. Rose was still anchored to the wall, her hands swallowed by the metal, a spectator to her own impending doom. I was the only one with enough charge left to strike, but there were too many targets, and the darkness beneath the grate was beginning to pulse with an ancient, rhythmic hunger. We thought we were breaking out of a cage. We were wrong. We had just stumbled into the mouth of the Leviathan, and it was finally deciding to swallow. The prison was supposed to be a masterclass in containment. Driabeth had played the part of the meticulous architect, designing a hell that didn't just hold us. It suppressed the very idea of rebellion. He kept the family together to stifle suicide, collared the strong to drain their essence, and shackled the others to the very stone of the walls. It was clinical, cold, and utterly effective. He'd left us in a tomb, perfectly managed and soundly defeated, while he went off to suit the tantrum-throwing godling he called a master. He came back to find the world on fire. Inside, Grace was undergoing a metamorphosis of the soul. For years, she had been a porcelain doll, painted in the colors of duty and decorum. But the chaotic influence of my party was stripping away the glaze. She was standing there, suspended upside down by a tentacle, fighting the absurdity of her own situation while simultaneously battling a moral crisis. The old Grace would have been horrified by her lack of grace. The new Grace? She was discovering that she didn't need a crown to be dangerous. She had become a protector, and the monsters had just made the fatal mistake of threatening what was hers. When she unleashed her new power, the result was a symphony of destruction. It wasn't just a blast. It was a detonation of holy light that turned the room into a slaughterhouse of green slime and broken appendages. But the real crisis was Rose. She was still anchored to the wall, her hands fused into the structure. Time was the enemy. We were bleeding out seconds, and the reinforcements were surely on their way. Rose offered the only solution, one that defied every instinct of a healer or a friend. It was cold, brutal, and necessary. We didn't cut the wall. We cut the ties that held her to it. The escape was a blur of frantic movement, a desperate sprint through tunnels and corridors that reeked of ozone and rot. We weren't just running. We were carving our way out. When we finally broke through the surface, the sight of the blue lake should have been a victory. Instead, it was a trap. The Kraken rose from the depths like a wet, angry mountain of flesh, its tentacles twitching with the scars of our previous fight. Grace didn't hesitate. She looked at that monstrosity, at those tentacles, and her patience simply evaporated. She summoned a wave of purity so cold it would have frozen a furnace. The monster didn't just die. It bloated, warped, and then vanished in a spectacular, gore-soaked chain reaction. We were showered in the sticky, foul-smelling remains of a sea god, a final, disgusting indignity to add to our day. I was hovering above the carnage, vibrating with the sheer absurdity of it all. My fireball found the volatile mess, and the lake turned into a beacon of cleansing flame. As the smoke cleared and the reality of our survival set in, the system pinged a notification into my mind. I was leveling up, the world was burning, and my girls were standing in the ash, cleaner, stronger, and more lethal than they had ever been. We were out. But as I looked back at the smoldering horizon, I realized we weren't just running away. We were bringing the fire with us. And whatever Driabeth had planned next, he was going to find that the hero he tried to bury was now a wildfire he couldn't put out. The sound of bones snapping is surprisingly loud in a quiet forest. I watched from the safety of my psychic perch as Grace, our resident princess-turned-weapon, performed a bit of field surgery on Rose. It was tactical, efficient, and horrifyingly unprincess-like. My own internal monologue was doing backflips trying to square this reality with the tropes I had been raised on. There were no grand declarations about the power of friendship here, just the stark, messy necessity of survival. We were a walking, wounded anomaly. Haydaf was duct-taping our survival together with scavenged monster parts, Kalila was scanning the perimeter with the focus of a hawk, and Relandrel, the elf who knew too much, was currently paralyzed by the weight of her own inaccurate data. We were running on fumes, guesswork, and the terrifying hope that we were still a few steps ahead of the nightmare that spawned us. The plan was a suicide mission with extra steps: hunt the demon lord's egg, destroy it, and pray the collateral damage didn't take us with it. It was the only play that didn't involve a multi-day hike through a forest that was actively trying to digest us. As we moved, the dynamic between Grace and Rose shifted, fraying and knitting itself back together in ways I couldn't quite map. Grace, still struggling with the ghost of her etiquette-soaked upbringing, was horrified to find herself wanting to slap and kiss the same person at the same time. It was messy, it was confusing, and it was the most human thing that had happened to us in weeks. We were all falling apart, and yet, somehow, we were becoming something more resilient than the gilded puppets we used to be. Then the forest stopped being quiet. The attacks began as a trickle, then a stream. Lesser demons, pathetic little shadows of malice, hurling themselves at us one by one. It was a tedious, grinding rhythm. We were being tested, our mana pools measured by an invisible hand. Grace's holy light flared like a dying star each time, scrubbing the corruption from the air, but the cost was mounting. They were bleeding her dry. The rhythm broke when Kreekle arrived. He didn't play by the rules of the cannon fodder. He was fast, predatory, and he knew exactly where the weak link was. He dove for Grace, ignoring the rest of us entirely. For a moment, the air turned to static, the scent of ozone and cooked meat filling the clearing. The greater demon hit a barrier with the sound of a falling boulder, only to be finished off by Rose with cold, clinical precision. The message was clear. They had stopped caring about capturing us alive. The bait had been taken, the trap was closing, and they had decided that killing our protector was the first step to dismantling the rest of us. We were no longer just running through the woods. We were walking into the throat of the beast. And somewhere in the dark, the demon lord was waiting to see which one of us would break first. The demons were tearing themselves apart with frustration. Their plan had been a clinical masterpiece of cruelty, and yet we were still breathing. Driabeth stood in the center of their bickering, a master architect watching his design crumble under the weight of sheer, stubborn defiance. He knew the truth that his brethren were too prideful to grasp. You cannot break someone who has already decided their own destruction is just another weapon. We were a pack of wounded animals running through a wood that wanted us dead. My mana was a flickering candle, Grace was hitting empty on her reserves, and Rose was fighting with shredded, bleeding hands. Every step was a negotiation with gravity. We weren't just running, we were being herded. The demons were throwing waves of disposable pawns at us, a grinding cycle of attrition designed to starve us of energy before the final blow. Then, the ground beneath us decided to join the war. A titan of a worm erupted, a chasm of teeth and blind hunger that would have swallowed Grace whole, if not for the collective, instinctive snap of our survival reflexes. Kalila didn't just fight, she bloomed. A pulse of soft, protective light washed over us, a mother's shield against the encroaching rod of the world. It wasn't logic or training or strategy. It was raw, desperate intent made manifest. Beside her, Rose was a cyclone of steel, her swords cutting through the darkness with a frantic, lethal grace that defied the ruin of her own body. We were evolving under the pressure. The system was feeding us crumbs of power as we danced on the edge of the abyss. But the forest was relentless. We were flanked, circled, and systematically stripped of our options. An archer, hidden in the canopy, dealt a jagged, biting wound to Grace's shoulder. She crumpled, the light in her eyes dimming, her mana completely tapped. The predators closed in, grinning, sensing the kill. They saw a group of broken children. They didn't see the trap we had been building in the silence. Haydaf stepped forward, a quiet, furious anchor in the storm. He didn't offer a prayer. He offered his own strength. A surge of power transferred, a golden tether of will that reignited the sun behind Grace's eyes. She didn't just rise. She detonated. The forest shrieked. The purification wave tore through the trees like a tidal wave of holy fire, a blinding, searing wall of light that erased 100 demons in a single, gut-wrenching heartbeat. The stench of ozone and scorched earth choked the air. We were left standing in the smoking ruin of their formation, alive, bleeding, and terrifyingly efficient. Rose's indignation over her missing upgrades was the only thing keeping the tension from snapping our nerves. As Haydaf withered under the teasing discovery of his new, suspiciously feminine title, I felt the system hum in my core. We were changing. The world was trying to crush us into something predictable, but we were becoming something else entirely. Something the system hadn't quite finished writing yet. We were closing in on the egg. And for the first time, I think the darkness was starting to be afraid of us. The archdemons were panicking, their cold, calculated composure dissolving into the frantic chatter of cornered rats. Xander was spiraling, unable to process why the standard laws of reality, like the impossibility of instantaneous mana transfer, were being rewritten by a handful of people who shouldn't have been able to stand, let alone fight back. They were desperate, and in their desperation, they had made the fatal mistake of letting the monster at the gate come to them. The final swarm hit, like a debris field in a hurricane. It was chaotic, lacking any tactical cohesion, just a mindless flood of bodies thrown into the meat grinder. We were playing a game of surgical violence, carving through the opposition with a rhythm that was becoming disturbingly natural. I hung in the background, a silent observer in the astral plane, sniping threats with lightning and fire. Then the static cleared. A tiny, pulsating node of miasma shifted through the trees. Driabeth. He wasn't attacking, he was pleading. The absurdity of it, an archdemon attempting to surrender, hit us like a physical blow. But there was no time to analyze the irony. Xander tore through a portal, his skeletal form wreathed in crackling, malevolent electricity, aiming directly for the kill. Grace became a beacon of burning, white-hot retribution. The air vibrated with the sound of her purification waves, turning the woods into a slaughterhouse of scorched bone and evaporated malice. I saw my opening. Xander was focused on Kalila, his guard centered on his own twisted power. I didn't think. I pushed my essence into a singular, overcharged spark, diving straight into the hollow abyss of a skull. The feedback was deafening. My own soul recoiled, shivering at the contact with such profound emptiness, but the damage was done. The internal fire I ignited cracked his defenses, and Grace finished the job, reducing the archdemon to ash. I was exhausted, my vision blurring at the edges, forced to siphon energy from the very artifact that had tethered me to this world just to stay conscious. The remaining target was Blumstick, a grotesque, breathing mountain of gray flesh that defied the logic of anatomy. We were throwing everything we had at him, light, steel, and sorcery, and he was simply shrugging it off, a void in the shape of a monster. Then the atmosphere shifted. Rose stepped forward, abandoning her usual frantic swordplay for something colder, heavier. The air seemed to thicken as her scattered blades coalesced into a monolithic executioner's axe. She held the weight of it with an unsettling, fluid ease, a portrait of calm violence. The swing was decisive. It wasn't just a strike, it was a line drawn through the middle of the world, severing the demon in one clean, final motion. Silence rushed back into the clearing, broken only by the ragged breathing of the survivors. We stood amidst the carnage of an entire army, the forest weeping black sap around us. We were alive, we were stronger, and we had broken the back of the resistance. But as I looked at the broken, charred remains of the fairy who had tried to guide this nightmare, I realized the final piece of the puzzle was still waiting. The egg wasn't just a target anymore. It was a heartbeat, and it was getting louder. The universe has a rhythm. It is a constant, droning hum of order, a fragile melody sung by the souls of the living. But nightmares are the dissonance. They are the cracks where the rules break down, the leaking sewage of a sleeping world that we call miasma. Most people fear the dark, but the demon lord is the darkness itself. It is the heat death of all meaning, a shadow that knows no fear because it believes in the inevitability of the void. Until it felt us. We had done the impossible. We had scrubbed a forest clean of its rot, reversed the entropy that should have claimed us, and turned a graveyard of corruption into a garden of order. Deep beneath the soil, tucked away in an obsidian shell, a heart began to stutter. It was a nascent god of chaos, and for the first time in an eternity, it was terrified. It had no intelligence to parse the anomaly, only the screaming instinct to run. But eggs do not have legs. It could only wait, shivering in the dark, as we drew closer. Above, the conversation was a strange mix of battlefield pragmatism and jarring domesticity. We stood over the broken, pint-sized wreck of Driabeth, the fairy who had tried to play chess with our lives. Relandrel wanted him dead, a clinical necessity to prevent another betrayal. The rest of us? We were soft. We saw a defeated enemy, not a monster. We built him a cage from bone and vines, a pathetic monument to our own morality in a world that would happily burn us for the sake of efficiency. The tension rippled through the group, a weird friction between our roles as heroes and the fact that we were, technically, a family unit born of a cursed ritual. Haydaf and I played the game of mana, siphoning energy through the Veil's finger to keep the tanks full. There was an awkwardness to it, the realization that we were effectively parenting a soul in a test tube while fighting for the survival of the world. It was absurd, hilarious, and deeply, uncomfortably human. We reached the center of the distortion. The ground was scarred, a tomb of churned earth hiding the beating heart of the apocalypse. We didn't have the luxury of a plan. We had the audacity of the desperate. Grace took a breath, the air around her ionizing with the weight of her commitment. She channeled the light, the kind of holy, blistering intent that usually makes us cringe even as it saves our lives. She hit the ground with everything she had, a purification wave designed to scrub the demon lord out of existence. But the dark did not just take the hit this time. It bit back. The earth didn't just vibrate, it groaned. A pulse of absolute, suffocating blackness erupted from the soil, a counterwave that swallowed the light and the silence alike. The energy was cold, heavy, and tasted like the end of all things. I felt the tether snap. The air bent, the shadows reached out, and in the space of a heartbeat, the clearing was empty. We were gone, and for the first time, the egg was silent. The silence of the void is not empty. It is a heavy, suffocating pressure. A weight that tastes like static and forgotten dreams. We were wiped off the map, plucked from reality and shoved into the cracks between heartbeats. I am adrift in a sea of nothing, and for the first time since this nightmare began, I cannot feel the pulse of my tether.
Kalilo is gone.
Grace is gone. The world has been replaced by a looping, sick script of our own insecurities. Rose is pacing the stage of a nightmare she cannot name. She stands under a violet sun, staring at mountain ranges that look like jagged, rotting teeth, the digestive system of a god that eats hope for breakfast. She feels the phantom itch of a shadow, a presence that should be there, but isn't. She is looking for something, a ghost in her own mind, but the script keeps resetting. She is an apprentice again, playing at danger, unaware that the real monsters have already been slain. Grace is a porcelain doll in a gilded cage, trapped in a corset so tight it's a miracle she can even sustain the illusion of breathing. She is drowning in etiquette, choked by a teacher who exists only to remind her that she is a plaything of form over function. She looks at her reflection, the perfect, pristine bride, and feels a hollow ache in her chest. A name, Rose, teases the edges of her memory like a half-remembered melody, but the lace and the heavy fabric act as lead weights on her consciousness. She is being groomed for a wedding that has no groom, in a world that is merely a mirror for her own suppression. Relandrel is watching her home turn to ash, a spectator in a theater of eternal burning. She is a shadow assassin striking at ghosts, trying to stem a tide of darkness that was always meant to win. Her father's voice, a hollow boom of command, echoes through the burning timber, demanding a sacrifice that is already overdue. The miasma is thicker than air, a poison that tastes like failure. She is trying to remember why she fights, trying to anchor her soul to a purpose, but the name Grace is fading like ink in the rain. Kalila is playing the role of the spinster in a house too big for a ghost. She is a woman of logic, of dry texts and academic boredom, living a life of organized disappointment. She dreams of Haydaf, a name that strikes a chord of phantom heat in her memory, but she can't place the face. She is a researcher of magic who has forgotten how to be the spell. And Haydaf, the architect of dust, is locked in his tower. He is surrounded by the viscera of his obsession, chasing the high of a creation he can never finish. He is a man who knows he is forgetting something critical, but he is too busy grieving a name, mystery, that he doesn't know he should love. I am the only one who sees the strings. I am drifting in the dark, watching the demon lord feed on our fractured perceptions. It is a cliché. It is a cycle of isolation designed to make us doubt the validity of our own bonds. It wants us to starve in our own separate cages, to accept the lie that we were never anything more than individuals. The voice of the void is a record player skipping on the same grooves of nihilism. Order decays. Death is inevitable. It is the sound of an end boss that has run out of ideas. It is pathetic. I don't need to be the hero to know how to break a loop. The trap is built on the assumption that we are static, that we are defined by the roles we've been given. But we are a collective, a singular mess of conflicting memories and shared magic. Rose is reaching for a memory she hasn't earned yet, and Kalila is staring at a desk that no longer exists. They're going to wake up. They're going to remember that we don't need the permission of a dream to be the nightmare of the monster that trapped us. The stars might be fading, but we are the light that refuses to go out. The loop is breaking. I just have to find the thread, pull it, and watch the whole world unravel. The air inside the temple was thick enough to chew, a suffocating cocktail of expensive incense and absolute, paralyzing dread. My corset was a torture device disguised as a bodice, squeezing my lungs into a shallow, rhythmic panic. Outside the massive doors, the world felt wrong. Reality had the texture of a cheap stage play, the kind where the props are cardboard and the actors forget their lines the moment you look away. My father was there, materializing from thin air like a glitch in a broken game. He offered his arm, a hollow gesture in a hollow room. I stepped into the aisle, expecting the murmur of a royal wedding, but the silence was deafening. I risked a glance at the gallery. The guests were wrong. 10 faces, endlessly repeated, their features blurred like an unfinished sketch. A sickening realization hit me. I wasn't in a cathedral. I was in a museum of half-formed nightmares. I stopped cold. The entire procession behind me shuddered to a halt, a line of dominoes waiting for a push. My father asked what was wrong with the detached concern of a man reading a weather report. There are only 10 people here, I whispered, pointing. The snap of a fan echoed behind me, a sound that carried the weight of every childhood punishment. I flinched. My intended groom, Gordon, stood at the altar. A man who was supposed to be dead, a ghost from a civil war that had never happened, or perhaps it happened twice. The logic of the dream began to fray, the edges of the room curling like burning parchment. A name flickered in my mind, a jagged, unwanted splinter. Rose. Who was Rose? The question tasted like copper. My father's sword, strapped to his hip, suddenly felt like the only real thing in existence. I snatched it. The metal was cold, biting into my palm, a stark contrast to the fuzzy, surreal warmth of my surroundings. With a savage, desperate motion, I shredded the gown. The silk didn't tear. It screamed as I carved my way out of the fabric. I stripped off the corset, the sudden rush of oxygen hitting my brain like a drug. Gordon didn't even look surprised when I swung the steel. His head tumbled, a grotesque bowling ball hitting the stone floor. Yet, he didn't bleed. He didn't scream. He just stopped. I turned on my teacher. She wasn't human. She was a bald, smooth sphere of flesh with a fanged maw running the length of her face, a creature of pure, concentrated etiquette. I struck, a blind, panicked flurry of violence. The sword shattered against her. But then I grabbed the fan, the object of my deepest, most primal fear. In this broken reality, my fear was the only law that mattered. I slammed it down, and the world, the entire, pathetic, constructed planet, simply shattered into dark, jagged confetti. I woke up in the void. It was cold, and I was trembling. "Welcome back," a voice echoed. It was small, distant, and sounded entirely too calm for someone floating in the wreckage of a dream. "I'm Mystery," the voice said. "I don't know who you are." I spat into the darkness, my heart still hammering against my ribs. "And I really don't care. Where the hell is my father?" There was a pause, a long, agonizing silence in the dark. "Pooh," the voice replied. I stared into the nothingness, wondering if I had finally lost my mind, or if this was just the beginning of a much larger disaster. I am sitting in the dust of a nightmare, and for the first time, the cold feels like a lie. My surroundings are a construct, a half-baked reality designed to keep me docile. I am an adventurer, a sword for hire, but my memory is a fragmented mirror. I should be in Karn's Rest with my parents. Instead, I am trapped in a loop, wearing gear that feels like a costume I haven't quite mastered. I pull up my status. It is a blur of incomprehensible glyphs, a locked door I am not supposed to open. My skills are a comedy of errors: sword rain, dancing, Demon Slayer 3. The last one makes me laugh out loud. Me? An archdemon slayer? The dream is bad at storytelling. But then I see it. Hero's party member. The words hit me like a physical blow. A decade. I have lost an entire decade of my life. I stand up and begin to move, letting my body dictate the terms. The dancing skill kicks in, pulling my limbs into a waltz with a phantom partner. But it is not the right dance. I cycle through them, my muscles remembering the weight of someone else's presence, the rhythm of a shared struggle. Then I hit the fifth step. Motes of light, tiny, impossible stars, swirl around my skin. For friendship and justice, demon-slaying magical girl Aster Blue, transform. The words taste like magic and absurdity. My leather armor evaporates, replaced by a frilly, satin nightmare that would be a death sentence in any serious fight. But in this place, logic is a suggestion, not a law. I summon an axe that dwarfs the horizon, a blade of pure light. I swing. The landscape shrieks, the violet sun cracks, and the world dissolves into static. I wake up in the dark, but I am not alone. Another presence. Another voice. We spin toward each other. Two anchors in a void. "Rose," I say. "Grace," she whispers. We are synchronized, a perfect mirror image of confusion. The tension in the air shifts, turning from the sharp edge of a blade to something far more dangerous. We don't need the scenery to know we are linked. I reach out, my fingers trembling. The touch is a spark that sets my mind on fire. A flood of images returns. The late nights, the training, the way our lives were woven together in a tapestry of blades and soft, whispered promises. The kiss is an accident, then a necessity, then a dam breaking. The taste of her is the only real thing in this entire hollow existence. Memories collide, heavy and overwhelming. The realization that we are not just friends, not just teammates, but something far more tangled. The status menu in the corner of my vision flashes with a new achievement. Royal Pervert. I stare at the notification, my face burning, while she laughs, a sound that cuts through the artificial silence of the void like a bell. We are remembering. We are waking up. And whatever entity is holding us here in this digital, flickering purgatory is about to learn that we are not the kind of heroes who stay down when they are told to be quiet. I look at her, my pulse thrumming in my throat. We have a world to break. Let's start with this one. I am a ghost in a machine of my own making, leaping through the canopy of a forest that has become a funeral pyre. My stealth is absolute, a shroud of nothingness that renders me invisible to the ravenous monsters tearing through our ranks. But invisibility is a hollow victory when you are watching your people be butchered. The air tastes of ozone, rotting vegetation, and the metallic, copper sting of spilled elven blood. The forest is dying. The heart, the pulsing, throbbing nexus of our existence, is under siege. If it falls, we don't just lose our home. We lose our souls. Corruption is a fate worse than extinction, and I am the only one who realizes that the most merciful thing I can do is destroy the very thing I am sworn to protect. I find my father in the antechamber of the heart. He is a king made of withered wood and weary sighs, standing before the divine pulse of our realm. When I offer to be the one to end it, to take the stain of this final act upon my own conscience, he doesn't mourn. He questions. He mocks. He plays a game of intellectual chess while the world outside is being devoured by demons. He refuses to let me destroy it. He gives me an order that feels like a slap in the face. Remember. A boom tears through the chamber, the floorboards screaming under the assault of the forces outside. The doors buckle. My father laughs, a dry, rasping sound, while the past tries to claw its way back into my brain. The name of the hero we sheltered, the catalyst for this nightmare, is a word that refuses to surface, lost in the static of a mind being rewritten by a dream eater. Then the doors shatter. Four archdemons, relics of a failed crusade, step into the room. They are monsters of nightmare flesh, shadow, and hate. The fight is over before it begins. My father is crushed like dry glass under their fists, his mind extinguished in a spray of red and white. I am lifted, choked, and bound by his own skeletal remains. I watch in agony as the miasma flows into the heart. The vibrant, living colors of my world warp into a sickly, oily ink that kills everything it touches. The forest is screaming, and then the clarity hits. The leaf falling from the ceiling, yellowing in a season that isn't autumn. The fake heart. The realization that this is not a reality, but a digital cage. I stop fighting the demons and start fighting the illusion. I invoke a spell, a beacon of destruction, and I bring the sky down on top of us. When I wake, the darkness is absolute, but I am no longer alone. Two faces hover in the void, one sharp and focused, the other softer, radiating a familiar, aching concern. Rose. Grace. They are the missing pieces of a puzzle I had forgotten I was solving. Welcome back, Rose says, her voice cutting through the stillness. I look at them, and the fog clears. The name of the hero, Mystery, echoes in the back of my mind like a long-lost prayer. My memories are returning, raw and chaotic, but they are mine again. I look at my status, at the litany of impossible achievements and stolen skills, and I realize the truth. The dream is broken, and we're just getting started. The day was a blur of skipped frames and stolen moments. I am a court mage, a professional cog in the capital's intricate machinery, yet my own life feels like a book with half the pages torn out. I walked home through the noble district, my feet tracing a path I don't remember taking. I saw a pair of mother and child outfits in a boutique window, and for a fleeting, terrifying second, my hands moved to cover a stomach that holds only silence. I am 25, stable, and profoundly lonely in a house built for two. My king-sized bed mocks me with its emptiness, a vast, white desert of sheets made for a ghost. I collapsed onto it, staring at the ceiling, wondering when I became the kind of person who leaves an entire side of a bed cold. I held my hand up, closing my physical eyes to gaze through the lens of my soul. The sight made me bolt upright, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. A silver glow shimmered around my aura, alien and wrong. I checked my status, and the words blurred into a frantic mess. Send soul. I shouldn't have that. I shouldn't have any of this. I am a court mage, not an adventurer. But the status board, mocking and cold, told me otherwise. I had been in a hero's party. Panic is a cold fire. I didn't walk to the royal quarter. I ran until my lungs burned. I found myself in an interrogation room, a hot cup of tea sitting before me, steam rising like a ghostly signal. A knight in full plate sat opposite me. He was a statue of iron and skepticism. I tried to explain the impossible, the time travel, the fragmented memories of a husband I never had, a daughter who never existed. He didn't laugh. He appraised me with a skill that peeled back my psychological defenses, and his silence was louder than any accusation. Am I real? The question hung in the room, thick and suffocating. Am I a person? Or am I just an ink stain on a page, waiting for a reader to close the book and erase me? I started to remember. Rose. A name that tastes like copper and static. A story. The night suggested I was dreaming, trapped in the web of a mind parasite that feeds on the despair of the unreachable. I returned to my workplace, the Ruma Magica, where the air smells of ozone and ambition. There, in the center of the staff kitchen, sits the machine. It is not an artifact, but it is a monster. It brews a black, viscous sludge that turns a normal pulse into a drum solo of tachycardia. I didn't use a mug. I used a bowl. I submerged my face in the searing, bitter brew, a desperate, chemical strike against the encroaching fog of the dream. I drowned myself in caffeine, hoping the violence of the reaction would snap the chains of this reality. The darkness of the dream world didn't just fade, it shattered. I felt the wetness of the coffee, or was it the void, recede. Voices echoed in the white space around me, clear and jarringly alive. Kalila, a voice chirped, bright and impossible. I blinked, my head spinning, the phantom heat of the coffee still lingering in my senses. I wasn't in my kitchen. I wasn't even in my own head. How did you destroy your dream world? A voice asked, sounding like a melody born from moonlight. I looked around at the strange, beautiful faces staring back at me. The memories were flooding in now, violent and unbidden, of a journey I hadn't yet begun to acknowledge. I didn't destroy anything, I muttered, feeling the phantom ache of 1,000 heartbeats in my skull. I just drowned myself in coffee. The gemstone shatters with a sound like a gunshot, spraying jagged light across my workshop. I stare at the ruin of my work, my hands trembling as the mana circuitry I spent days etching into the mithril flickers and dies. The material is contaminated, ruined, wasted. Thousands of gold coins, dissolved into expensive dust. I curse the incompetence of the gem, or perhaps my own hubris for thinking it could contain such a volatile flow. I catch myself lamenting that I couldn't harvest the materials from a pair of dragons. A chill, sharp and sudden, pricks at the back of my mind. What dragons? I haven't left my tower in a year. The capital is a stone's throw away, yet I have been an anchor in this room, fed by mystery and solitude. I brush the thought aside. Reality has become a series of loosely connected suggestions, and the persistent, growing pile of laundry is merely a suggestion I continue to ignore. I am an enchanter, not a common tinkerer. I am building something magnificent. A vessel. A golem. Yes, but one meant to house a soul, to shield it from the slow erosion of the astral planes, to give back what was lost to paralysis or the cruel passage of time. I have a specific person in mind, a ghost of a memory that slips through my fingers every time I try to give her a name. Failure, again. The next attempt results in another violent detonation. I collapse into my chair, the silence of the tower heavy and suffocating. The name surfaces again like a drowned thing, mystery. I need to find her. I need to know why I am obsessed with this craft. I stand, grabbing the handle of my tower door, a strange, sickening resistance pulling against my hand. I force it open, expecting the bustling, noisy streets of the capital. Instead, I see the end of the world. My tower sits on a tiny, perfect island of grass that terminates abruptly into a horizon of nothingness. I crawl to the edge, peering over the precipice, and see only an endless, yawning blue sky below. It is a pocket world, a stage set built for one actor. Panic, cold and clinical, replaces my confusion. I am not an enchanter in a tower. I am a prisoner in a cage of someone else's imagination. Food appears from the ether, because the system demands I be sustained for my work. My housework, the laundry, the clutter, it is all just noise to keep me from noticing that the planet beneath my feet is 100 meters wide. I return to the bench, my hands moving with newfound, predatory purpose. I don't craft for the future anymore. I craft for an exit. I assemble a spatial disruptor, a device designed to scream at the fabric of reality until it tears. I trigger the pulse. Violet light consumes the room. The tower walls melt into liquid shadow, the field of grass shatters like falling glass, and the sky simply winks out of existence, leaving me in the infinite dark. I emerge into the void, spinning, my void shield humming. 4 figures stand in the darkness. My rescuers. My captors. I see the confusion in their eyes, the way they stare at me as if I am the one who has gone mad. I bark at them, accusing them of kidnapping, of brainwashing, my mind still vibrating with the phantom frequencies of my prison. It takes a moment for the reality of the darkness to settle. These are not monsters. They are refugees, just like me, huddled in the wreckage of a broken dream. A sudden, jarring intimacy shatters the last of my tension. One of the women crosses the space between us, her expression a mix of relief and profound loneliness. She pulls me into a hug, the warmth of it grounding me to a reality I barely recognize. There is a touch of lips, a fleeting, electric spark of human contact that feels more real than anything I have built in a year. I look at them, at mystery, standing apart with that detached, terrifying calm, and realize the nightmare isn't that I was trapped. The nightmare is that I am finally awake. We are standing at the edge of existence, suspended inside the calcified, leaking shell of a cosmic nightmare. The demon lord is not a monster in the traditional sense, but a miasma-choked void, an unhatched god of rot. It is here that reality begins to bend like wet parchment, groaning under the weight of our presence. The air, if you can call this pressurized soup of malice air, tastes of ozone and ancient decay. My companions are a tapestry of conflicting emotions, their auras humming with the static of the dream world they just escaped. Rose is sharp, kinetic, her eyes darting between Grace's vulnerability and the encroaching darkness. Kalila and Hadaf are a quiet island of desperate, human intimacy, a sharp contrast to the cold, encroaching erasure of the demon lord's domain. Grace, her hands wreathed in the brilliant, stinging white light of purification, unleashes a wave of energy that makes the shadows shriek. The sound is not audible. It is a psychic pressure that hammers against our skulls, a rhythmic pulse of hatred from something that hasn't even fully manifested yet. This is the final hurdle. The system has pushed us to our limits, and in the white-hot intensity of the coming collision, our skills have finally hit their zenith. The air shimmers as we transcend our previous boundaries, but the achievement is a hollow victory. A cap skill is just a cage, and we are running out of walls to break. The demon lord reacts with the violent, clumsy ego of a godchild. It manifests a body from the sludge of its own miasma, a towering, drip-fed monstrosity of black tar and bone. It launches a rain of obsidian needles that would have pinned us to the void had Kalila's barrier not held, glowing with the frantic, fading light of her resolve. We are fighting the architect of our own destruction, and yet the absurdity of our situation is a persistent, unwanted hum. We are banning in the shadow of a world-ending threat. We are fumbling through confessions of love while the very fabric of the universe unravels beneath our feet. It is pathetic, it is human, and it is the only thing keeping us from screaming. Rose's confession to Grace hangs in the charged air, a sudden, bright bloom in a wasteland. Grace, usually a bastion of cool, tactical focus, is left speechless, her defensive maneuvers faltering in the face of such raw, unpracticed vulnerability. The demon lord hesitates. It is confused by us. It expects the rigid, predictable dance of hero versus monster, a script written in the blood of ages. It does not know how to process a fight that feels like a conversation, a struggle that feels like a family squabble. For a heartbeat, the darkness stills. I step forward, my astral soul flickering like a candle in a gale. I try to reach out, to offer the only thing left in this hollow, broken egg, a chance to stop, to be something other than a catalyst for ruin. The demon lord does not want to be saved. It does not even want to understand. A massive, viscous arm of black sludge sweeps across the space, moving with the finality of a closing tomb. There is no time to react, no time for a witty retort or a desperate spell. The strike connects with the blinding, sudden silence of a void. I am gone. The void is not silent, but it is absolute. My soul is being unraveled, thread by agonizing thread, by a hunger that knows no master. The demon lord's mass is a suffocating, gelatinous gravity, pressing down on my consciousness until I am nothing more than a fading echo. Pain is a relative term when you are being erased from reality, but somehow I am still thinking. I am still screaming in a language that the universe is beginning to forget. Leveling up at the moment of my own extinction feels like a cosmic joke, a pat on the back from a system that is watching me burn. I dump my remaining mana into an overcharged fireball, a frantic, desperate flare of light against an ocean of shadow. It is like throwing a match at a hurricane, but the reaction, the surge of power, is intoxicating. I am breaking, I am dying, and yet I am growing. Outside this roiling tomb, the dynamics of the world have shifted. Driabeth, the archdemon, the jester of this apocalypse, is finally awake. He is a creature of malice and ancient calculation, yet even he looks upon the corrupted egg of his master with bewilderment. He sees the white rod of purification eating through the black shell, a sickness that threatens to turn his god of chaos into something orderly. The horror of it, the possibility that the darkness might be saved, is more terrifying to him than total annihilation. The battle inside is a fever dream of desperate light and shifting shadows. Relandril is lost to the miasma, her arm a map of corruption as she claws into the heart of the monster, searching for the anchor of the hero. Her sacrifice is raw, visceral, a desperate gamble that cuts through the noise of my own fading existence. Then, the impossible happens. Driabeth dives. He is a blur of black flame and calculated selfishness, ripping through the miasma to save the very thing he should want to see destroyed. My soul is pulled from the wreckage of the demon lord, torn from the throat of the void by a creature that claims to despise me. The demon lord shatters in a blinding explosion of heat and light, a final, screaming collapse of a god that never stood a chance against such chaotic, irrational defiance. The wave of purification washes over us, cold and cleansing. It touches Driabeth, but instead of scouring him from existence, it flows around him like water around a stone. He is the last of his kind, a survivor in a world that has suddenly, violently, become something entirely new. I hang in the air, a phantom of my former self, my tether to the world frayed but holding. There is no triumph, only the hollow, buzzing resonance of survival. The demon stands before us, his presence an anomaly that defies every rule we have ever fought to uphold. He saved me, not for love, not for justice, but for the cold, hard logic of his own future. We are left floating in the aftermath of a broken reality, 5 girls and a demon, bound by the fragile, terrifying power of a choice that was never supposed to be made. The darkness is gone, but the silence that follows is far more ominous. We have won, but at what cost to the balance of the world? The silence that follows the cataclysm is not empty. It is heavy, pregnant with the static of a system trying to reconcile the impossible. My mind feels like a glass vessel shattered and glued back together by a drunkard. I am an unborn thing, a conscious fetus with a concussed brain, drifting in a void that suddenly tastes like victory. The notifications scroll past my vision in a frantic, cascading waterfall of light. I have earned titles that should be impossible, milestones of glory etched into the very code of reality. True hero. The final cycle. The words possess a gravity that makes my astral form tremble. I am 0 years old, yet I have just ended a conflict that has spanned epochs. I want to sleep. I want to fold myself into the darkness and vanish, but the system isn't finished with me. Outside the shell, the world is reeling. In the heart of the veil, the monarch is dancing until he hits the ceiling, a spectacle of elven dignity discarded in favor of pure, unadulterated relief. Miles away, in the stuffy, bureaucratic bowels of the capital, a scribe named Dave is having a mental breakdown. He is the filter through which my madness reaches the world, and today, he is exhausted. He has spent his existence logging my crimes and my miracles, and now, he watches as the world itself announces my triumph. Even the adventurers are stunned, their celebration in a smoke-filled tavern brought to an abrupt, awkward halt by the global resonance of our success. The realization hits them like a physical blow. The nightmare is over. The demon lord has been erased. We are still standing in the wreckage of the egg, a mismatched group of survivors hovering in the afterlife of a god. Driabeth, the archdemon, the traitor, the savior, the thing that shouldn't be here, stands among us. He is an anomaly, a creature of shadow who burned his own master to save a girl he claims to despise. The tension is palpable, a thick, suffocating rope coiled around our throats. Why did he do it? The question hangs in the air, biting and cold. His answer is a shrug, a masterclass in pragmatic selfishness. He claims he simply didn't like his odds, that we were the lesser of two evils, or perhaps just the only path to his own survival. He mocks our heroism with a grin that doesn't quite reach his eyes, yet he blushes, a sharp, human stain on his demonic veneer, when thanked. We are not friends. We are a collection of broken parts held together by the gravity of our own survival. Then the egg decides it is done with us. Without warning, the reality surrounding us folds, ejecting us into the open air of the demonic forest. We are outside, the sky a vast, indifferent expanse above the white, crumbling remains of the nightmare. The air is clean. It smells of ozone and damp earth. Driabeth is here, his form shifting, his missing wing blooming into existence with a flash of light. He is no longer just a demon. He is something else, a Nephilim, a first of his kind. The cycle has broken, and in its place, something new is beginning to breathe. I feel the pulse of it in my very core. The war is done, the gods are silent, and for the first time in this short, impossible life, the future is not a destination written in the code. It is an open question. I close my eyes, and for a moment, the madness fades into the quiet rhythm of a heartbeat that is finally, truly my own. The world has stopped screaming, and now it is merely busy. In the capital, the economy is doing something that can only be described as a frantic, golden seizure. Wigs and hair dye are the new currency of the elite, a strange vanity born from the residual magic of our battle. The merchants are sweating, counting their ingots, and gambling on the stability of a world that just witnessed the end of an era. For us, the victors, the mood is fragile. We are walking through the streets of Flannel, and the air feels thin, like we have all woken up from a fevered dream that didn't quite end. I am riding on Rolandrel's shoulder, a silent observer of a world that doesn't know it should be terrified of me. My wings are mismatched, my form is an architectural impossibility, and I am still trying to understand the sudden, heavy silence of the system. Rose and Grace are ahead of me, their path leading toward the throne room. It is a collision course of politics and trauma. Grace is a royal, a creature of stiff collars and silent expectations, and she is currently vibrating with the desperate need to shatter that image. Rose is the blade, the reality check, the one who refuses to let the world stay boring. Back at the temple, the mood is much colder. Kalila and Hadaf stand in the sterile, incense-choked silence as the priests examine the vessel of my soul. They're looking for a miracle, but all they find is math. The verdict is a slow, methodical disembowelment of hope. My recovery is a long, winding road through the dark, and the cost of the victory is etched in the parts of me that are gone forever. Memory is a fragile thing, and mine has been fed to the void. I am an infant of impossible age, a hero carrying the weight of a cycle that was never meant to be broken. They talk about my future like it is a problem to be solved, a schedule of development to be managed. They do not understand that I am not just a child. I am the system's biggest mistake. As the priests fret over the mechanics of divine rule, I feel the lingering ache of a soul that has been stretched too thin. My life is a long, terrifying delay. I am trapped in a womb that has become a cage, waiting for a birth that feels less like an arrival and more like a sentence. The world above celebrates, oblivious to the fact that their champion is currently a flickering ghost in the dark. They have their victory, their balls, and their ceremonies. They have their princess, their knight, and their legends. But I am just tired. The gods can keep their rules. I have already broken everything else. What is one more promise to keep, or one more life to forget? The cycle is over. But for me, the darkness is only just beginning. The aftermath of a world-ending event is surprisingly mundane. In some dark, forgotten corner of reality, Zikrian researchers are having a mental breakdown over the fashion sense of a giant space slug. They want a magical girl, but all they keep producing is a salad with tentacles. It is a pathetic, comedic tragedy of science, and their test subject, a resigned creature of instinct, watches them with the tired, lidless eyes of someone who knows she is just a prop in a play she didn't audition for. Meanwhile, in the borrowed sanctuary of my home, the atmosphere is a cocktail of relief and profound, terrifying uncertainty. Rose is surrounded by the people she loves, but the air is thick with the weight of the new normal. Grace is here, smelling of royal desperation and the sharp, medicinal tang of wine, stumbling through the confession of a life she never asked for. They talk about engagements and royal scandals as if the world didn't almost crack in half yesterday. But then, the conversation shifts to the void. The priests have spoken, and their words are a slow-acting poison. My soul is a fraying tapestry, and the memories, the very things that built the person I was, have been scavenged by the darkness. Kalila is weeping, her world narrowing down to the heartbeat of a child who might not know her own mother. Haydaf offers logic, the cold comfort of planning, but logic is a weak shield against the erasure of a self. Is this the price of victory? A hollow, quiet life in a body that refuses to develop? There is a theory, whispered in the uncomfortable pauses between us. A theory that suggests the demon lord didn't just consume, it merged. In the depths of the corrupted forest, the ground is changing. The miasma is receding, replaced by the impossible, vibrant growth of something new. Flowers are blooming from the ruin, and within them, things are waking up. A cat-like creature, winged and born of purple fur, uncurls in the heart of a bloom. It has no name, but it has a mandate. It is a piece of something broken, a ghost of a god, fluttering into the world with a purpose that is as beautiful as it is insane. Back in the quiet, liquid dark of the womb, I am not thinking. I am not dreaming. I am simply a pulse. But deep within the static of my shattered soul, a notification cuts through the silence, a final, mocking sound. The administrators have fled. The system is broken. And somewhere, out in the world that I have fundamentally rewritten, the first echoes of a new, magical absurdity are beginning to scream. The air in the carriage is thick with the scent of living wood and the quiet, organic creak of a vehicle that grew from the earth rather than being hammered into shape. I sit opposite the creature who used to be a demon, now impeccably tailored, feet dangling inches above the floor. He is a paradox in a suit, a remnant of a war that should have left us all dead. We are heading to the Victory Ball, a concept that feels increasingly surreal as our reality continues to shift under the weight of the impossible. Flannel is changing. The fashion, the etiquette, the very essence of what is considered normal, all of it is warping to accommodate the wake of the hero I once knew. Hemlines are rising, the rigid boundaries of nobility are fraying, and in the quiet moments, I catch myself feeling a dangerous, blooming optimism that scares me more than the war ever did. In the palace, the atmosphere is desperate. Kalila and Haydaf are trapped in the stagnant, airless vacuum of waiting. They are paralyzed by the absence of a daughter who exists in a state of suspended animation, a heartbeat behind the veil of the womb. They speak in hushed tones, avoiding the name that haunts their rooms, as if the silence could somehow protect them from the crushing reality of her long, slow healing. When they finally emerge, it is a performance of normalcy, a fragile, magical mask donned to survive another night of pretense. I watch as they arrive, a collection of broken parts trying to assemble themselves into something whole. Grace is there, radiating royal chaos, having decided that if she is to be a princess, she might as well be a weaponized one. She wears her transformation like armor, oblivious to the fact that her every word is a minefield. The irony is suffocating. We are here to celebrate a victory, yet we are all just trying to keep from unraveling in the face of our own survival. And then there is the demon, or the creature that wears the skin of one. He is the discordant note in our symphony, a sparkling, traumatized, glitter-trailing anomaly who slaps the grief right out of a mother because he cannot handle the sentimentality of our mourning. It is violent, it is crude, and it is the most honest thing that has happened since the egg shattered. We are a group of magical girls, an elf and a Nephilim, waiting for the fanfare to signal our entry. We are the survivors of a cycle that should have erased us. I stand at the threshold of the ballroom, the weight of the future pressing down on my shoulders, and for a fleeting, terrified second, I wonder if we are actually celebrating a victory or just dancing in the ruins of a reality that can no longer recognize itself. The music swells. The doors begin to groan open. We step forward, not as legends, but as survivors holding onto the fraying threads of our sanity, wondering if the girl we are fighting for will even remember the names of the people who loved her when she finally decides to wake up. I take a breath, feeling the pulse of the magic that now saturates every inch of this kingdom. If the price of peace is this beautiful, suffocating madness, I suppose we have no choice but to dance. The workshop is a tomb of unfinished ambition, lit only by the frantic, golden glow of my own nervous energy. I am carving runes into mithril beads, each strike of the chisel a heartbeat in a rhythm that feels less like engineering and more like a desperate, ritualistic plea to the universe. A buzzer screams on my desk, a sharp, metallic reminder that life, and my wife, exist outside this room. I should stop. I know I should stop. But the dream, that cruel, echoing cage of the demon lord, taught me the most dangerous lie of all. There is always one more thing to fix. I am not just building an artifact. I am trying to build a bridge to a ghost. My creation sits in the shadows, a metallic skeleton of a creature that shouldn't exist. It is small, winged, and wrong. Every instinct tells me to make it human, but human is too heavy, too large, too fragile to carry the weight of a soul that has been shredded by the abyss. So I make it something else. Something smaller. Something that looks like the strange, impossibly friendly monsters that have begun to infest the forest. The very things that are, in all likelihood, the shattered remnants of my own daughter's will. The logic is a jagged, dark comfort. If she is the reason the forest is crawling with these purple, sparkly anomalies, then she can hardly complain if her new body looks like one of them. Can she? It is a vindictive, pathetic, beautiful thought. Weeks bleed into one another. My life outside is a blur of domesticity and secrets. Kalila is healing, or at least she is moving again, stepping out into the world to host secret classes for adventurers who are all, quite frankly, losing their minds over the latest trends in magical girl couture. It is absurd. It is funny. It is the only thing keeping the crushing gravity of our situation at bay. Then, the final piece clicks into place. I don't just hold an artifact. I hold a promise. A metallic, winged kitten, covered in enchanted fabric that mimics the ethereal glimmer of a starlit void. It does not look like a hero. It looks like a toy, a plaything born from the fevered imagination of an enchanter who has forgotten how to be sane. But when I channel my own mana, the metal hums. It wakes. Kalila stares at it, her expression a shifting mosaic of horror, confusion, and eventually, a strange, terrifying acceptance. I explain the mechanics, the voice box, the sensors, the way it will move with the grace of a predator and the voice of a child. She strokes the synthetic fur, and for a second, the silence in the room is so absolute it feels like the world has stopped spinning. A body for mystery, she whispers. It is the most insane thing I have ever done. It is a vessel for a consciousness that might not even remember its own name, let alone how to inhabit a machine built from mithril and spite. But I am done. I have built the cage, and I have polished the bars with glitter and light. Now all that is left is the waiting. Somewhere in the deep, muffled quiet of a soul I cannot reach, I hope she hears the chime. Because we are done with mourning. We are done with the dark. And if she wants to return, she will have to do it on our terms. She will have to wake up, look at this ridiculous, sparkling monster, and decide whether or not she is brave enough to be a hero again. The street outside is mundane, a blur of gray cobblestones and indifferent passers-by. I am currently a whisper in my mother's mind, a consciousness tethered to a void, drifting through the static of a life I cannot quite touch. Kalila is talking, her voice a relentless stream of telepathic chatter about relationships and trivialities, trying to anchor me to a reality I barely recognize. Then, the shock of the waking world hits. The noise, the physical proximity of a stranger, the sudden, sharp demand of my own name. I am tired, and the darkness is a heavy, velvet shroud. My mother is shouting, her voice cracking with the frantic, hysterical edge of someone who has finally found a pulse in a grave. She is not alone. My father, Hadaf, is there, his skepticism warring with the impossible truth of my return. We are trapped in a conversation that defies the laws of nature. I am a voice in their heads, a phantom without eyes, a hero without a body. The psychological tension is a physical weight. I remember a wall collapsing, a fall, and then the absolute zero of the void. Now I am told I am a project. I am told I am an achievement. I am told I am a girl who hasn't even been born yet, a paradox wrapped in a tragedy. The horror of it, the sheer, clinical absurdity of being a human mind transplanted into a vessel that is little more than a glorified, enchanted doll, is almost enough to make me wish for the silence again. But then, the humor pierces through. The absurdity of my situation, the way my parents panic over the terminology of my existence, the fact that I am essentially a sentient piece of software waiting for a hardware upgrade. It is grotesque, and yet, it is the most human I have felt in an eternity. My father unveils his masterpiece, a purple, winged kitten with synthetic fur and eyes that see through the mechanical haze of a golem. It is ridiculous. It is a mascot. It is the cage I am destined to pilot. When I finally bond with it, the world snaps into focus. I have paws, I have fur, and I have a perspective that is terrifyingly, adorably small. Then comes the system ping. Another achievement. Another notification from a reality that has clearly lost its grip on sanity. My father has forged a bond that cannot be broken, an indestructible, cute, and utterly permanent prison. I stare at him through the golem's eyes, a pint-sized menace with a heart of magic and a spirit of pure, unfiltered spite. He looks like he realizes the magnitude of his mistake. I do not hesitate. I channel the remnants of my power, the only language I have left that carries any weight, and I hit him with everything I have. The air crackles with the discharge of my frustration. The system is silent. The administrators are on vacation, and I am a kitten with the soul of a warrior. The cycle is broken. The hero is waking up, and heaven help anyone who stands in my way or tries to tell me I'm cute. The corset laces bite into my skin, a sharp, unyielding pressure that reminds me my kidneys are currently trying to migrate into my thighs. This is the price of being a royal bride. I am a sculpture of silk and desperation, trussed up in a gown so heavy it could serve as a siege engine. It is a masterpiece of fashion, assuming your definition of fashion includes restricted breathing and the constant, nagging fear of a public bladder-related catastrophe. Apparently, the nobility have their own secret, magical solutions for such mundane biology, a privilege I suspect involves more weirdness than I have the patience to unpack. I catch my reflection in the mirror, and for a split second, the image shivers. I feel a phantom memory, a sense of having been here before, being lectured on decorum, being told to stop acting like a wuss. It is a ghost of a conversation that never happened, or perhaps one that happened in a life I was never supposed to live. I shake it off, the weight of the dress pulling my posture into a stiff, regal alignment I am still learning to fake. My father, Platus, bursts in, his usual boisterous energy dampened by a sudden, heavy wave of sentimentality. He looks at me, really looks at me, and I see the conflict in his eyes. To him, I am his daughter, but I am also a creature of the cycle, a girl who will remain 15 while the rest of the world turns to dust around me. He is mourning the future he cannot protect me from, the inevitable loneliness of a life that refuses to progress in the standard, linear way. I try to laugh it off, turning his melancholy into a joke, but the cold, hard fact of my eternal youth lingers in the room like a draft. The journey to the temple is an exercise in complex geometry. Navigating my gown into the carriage feels like trying to park a ship in a bathtub. Outside, the capital is a sea of expectant faces, a demographic shift I find both fascinating and slightly ominous. There are so many young girls in the crowd, all dressed in their own, slightly off-kilter versions of magical girl attire. It is the legacy of the girl in the purple fur, the one currently perched on Kalila's head like a disgruntled, royal hat. Mystery has left her mark on this world, and I am not sure whether to be grateful or terrified. When I reach the altar, the sight of Grace is enough to pull me back to the present. She stands there, looking dashing in a tailored suit, refusing to hide behind the traditional, suffocating artifice of a bridal gown. We are an absurd pair, the princess in trousers and the girl in a dress that weighs more than a small mountain. The ceremony is a blur of tradition and hushed whispers. I catch glimpses of the guests, Kalila, looking heavily pregnant, Relandrel, sporting a mysterious bump that suggests she and her tiny, 3-inch-tall companion have been very busy, despite their strenuous denials of romance. The irony is not lost on me. We are all monsters, heroes, and survivors, gathered here to celebrate a love that shouldn't exist, in a world that is fundamentally broken. We seal it with a kiss, a moment of genuine, stolen humanity in a life defined by achievements and mythical statuses. Later, as we slip away into the quiet of the night, the weight of the day begins to lift. I am no longer a princess, or a hero, or an ornament. I am just a person, sitting beside my wife, enjoying the silence. But there is a lingering chill in the air, a suspicion that the peace is far too perfect. We left behind a mountain of gifts, and among them, I remember 2 long, thin packages. I don't know what they are, and for the first time in years, I am genuinely afraid to look. Some things are better left unopened, especially when you consider who our friends are. The dawn air in the village is thick with the scent of damp earth and the suffocating weight of a forced send-off. My parents are scrubbing my face like they are preparing a doll for a funeral, not a girl on a mission. Their eyes are glassy, rimmed with a kind of performative grief that makes my skin crawl. They speak of noble duty and sacrifice, but the truth hangs in the air like a bad smell. They aren't sending me to be a hero. They're sending me to keep the monsters busy so the rest of the world can go on pretending the forest isn't there. I step into the trees, leaving behind the tearful, silent crowd. The forest is not the jagged, lethal hellscape the stories promised. It is a playground, teeming with life that pulses with a strange, sugary intensity. Almost immediately, the swarms descend. Purple, winged anomalies, buzzing like caffeinated debris from a fever dream, latch onto me. They are needy, they are loud, and they are relentlessly, terrifyingly cute. By midday, I am buried under a pile of synthetic fur and impossible warmth. When I wake, the numbers have grown. 30 of them. They move with a singular, chaotic mind, a collective of fuzzy, magical parasites that treat my presence like the best discovery since the invention of light. Then I meet Jo. She is sitting in a tree, watching me with the weary, hollowed-out eyes of a survivor. She calls my mission a joke, a trap. She uses words like sacrifice. I want to argue, to claim I am here to bring friendship and love to the wild things, but the look on her face shuts me down. She isn't a hero. She is a casualty who managed to crawl out. We walk for days, pursued by a growing, screeching cloud of kittens who complain whenever Jo dares to be remotely boring. When we reach the village, it is not a military outpost. It is a makeshift, surreal sanctuary for researchers, merchants, and the broken souls who stayed too long. Then I see the egg. It is a monument of jagged, white shards, an alien ruin piercing the earth. In the center, there is a figure that shouldn't exist, a remnant of the demon lord, wearing the skin of divinity and the mind of a child. It hovers in the silence, radiating a pressure that makes my marrow ache. It looks at me, and the majesty vanishes. It looks at my hair, and its eyes widen with the terrifying, glinting interest of a toddler who has found a new toy. The air turns cold, then searing hot. The miasma hits me like a physical blow, a violent, itchy, bubbling intrusion that makes my own body feel like a stranger's. I claw at my scalp, the world blurring into a symphony of pain and confusion. When I recover, I can feel something new, an extra sense, a twitch of muscle at the base of my spine. I reach up, and my fingers brush against soft, pointed, feline ears. The creature giggles. It is already planning my next transformation. A year later, I walk back into my parents' home. I see the relief, the joy, the hope that I have returned to stay. But I know better. My blood is humming with magic, my skin is itching for the forest, and I am already planning my escape. The house feels small, the air feels stale, and the village feels like a cage. I have played the role of the volunteer. I have survived the sacrifice. But the forest is calling, and heaven help me, I am going to answer. Reality is a thin, brittle membrane, easily ruptured if you know exactly where to push. My companions and I had intended to step into an open field, but space has a nasty habit of folding when you are not looking. We arrived, instead, in a shower of splinters and terrified shouting, occupying the same coordinate as a merchant cart. The sounds of impact were discordant, a symphony of breaking wood and human alarm that struck me as wildly inefficient. Why travel with such fragile containers? It seemed a barbaric way to traverse existence. We reset the timeline, of course. Time is just another dimension to navigate, though doing it properly requires a finesse that makes the locals look like Stone Age primitives. We arrived a second time, a few meters away, watching the same merchants go through the motions of their mundane lives. They were predictable, flickering sparks in a vast, dark engine. They peered at us with eyes wide with suspicion, struggling to process the impossible geometry of our attire. They lacked the capacity to understand that we were not merely visitors, but anomalies woven into the fabric of their world. They were worried about monsters, about demons, about threats that had already been dismantled by forces they could not conceive. I found their fear charmingly quaint. They were obsessed with value, with shiny trinkets, with the social utility of diamonds. It was a language I could speak, if only to hasten our departure. We left them behind, two specks of worry in a world that was already tilting towards something far more chaotic. The forest was our destination, a place of suffocating, sugary cheer where the laws of nature bent to the whims of a purple, winged impossibility. The creature was there, waiting, perched on the edge of the world, vibrating with a desperate, cloying need for connection. It was a mascot, a conduit for raw, unrefined affection. My companions were enchanted by it, lost in the trap of its manufactured cuteness, but I saw the mechanics beneath the fur. It was an anchor. We sought out the others, the guardians, the ones who performed their rituals with lasers and glitter, playing at heroism because they had no higher purpose. They danced in formation, perfectly synchronized, entirely devoid of shame. It was a grotesque, beautiful display of human adaptability. They were convinced they were saving the world, when in reality, they were just filling time before the inevitable entropy took hold. I watched, taking notes, fascinated by how easily they surrendered their agency to a system that treated their lives like a toy box. Then came the parents. We found them in a garden that smelled of tea and impending disaster. They were shielding their daughter, a being of such profound, unborn potential that she warped the local causality just by existing. She was small, she was purple, and she was the only thing in this entire star system that possessed the same texture as the void I called home. She stared at us with eyes that pierced through the fabric of our disguises. She saw the tentacles, the voids, the shifting nature of our reality, and she did not blink. She treated us not as a threat, but as a design problem, a creative challenge. Her parents were trembling, clutching each other as if they could physically hold back the tide, their smiles brittle and cracking under the pressure of having a daughter who played with reality like a sculptor with clay. She began to cast. She did not use reagents, or chance, or the clumsy, slow-motion casting of this world's mages. She simply willed the energy into existence, a sudden, violent injection of power that hit me like a tidal wave. It was refreshing, a jolt of true capability in a world of muted, watered-down effects. The air around us distorted, ringing with the sound of a system being forced to upgrade. Notifications pinged in the ether, a cascade of achievements that flashed across the air like neon lightning. The world trembled. The parents looked as though their hearts were about to stop. I felt the surge of a new connection, a link forged in the heart of the void, and I knew then that we had made a mistake. We had not come to observe a hero. We had come to awaken a god. And as the reality around us began to rewrite itself to accommodate her ambition, I realized that we were no longer the ones in control. We were just players in her game, and she was already bored of the rules.